Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Crack. Boom. Crazy battle crushes and destroys everything around. Swish. Bang. Shihouin Naraku and fourth Raikage AI tangled rapidly in midair, and after a crazy collision, they quickly separated again. Happy. Flames were dancing at many vital parts of his body, but Naraku looked refreshed, as if he had not suffered any harm at all. The fourth Raikage, who was standing opposite not far away, was breathing rapidly, and his seemingly neat short hair was burned terribly by the flames, barely showing a little sign of a bald head. The muscular naked body had multiple burn marks that were clearly visible. Crack! The fourth Raikage twisted his arm without changing his expression, and the dislocated bones began to reset and began to recover rapidly under the stimulation of the lightning style chakra. What a tough guy. Even as an enemy, Naraku couldn't help but give a thumbs up to this kind of person. Of course, this doesn't stop him from beating the other person to death. I will slowly use all my strength from now on. A powerful force surged out and silently covered Shihouin Naraku's arms and legs. Real armament. Call. Naraku let out a sigh, and he wasn't going to show any mercy from now on. The fourth Raikage chakra was surging rapidly, and he was about to strike. I must kill you, for the wooden golem and the cloud shinobi who died in your hands. I must avenge you. AI roared, and the lightning outside his body became more numerous. The crackling sound became clearer, and the power increased to a higher level. I won't fall until I kill you. Why do I seem to have become a villain? Naraku was speechless. The fourth Raikage looked really exciting. He looked like a righteous protagonist, while Naraku was made to look like a villain who would definitely be defeated. That's outrageous. Boom! The two of them collided in midair as if they had teleported. A violent momentum accompanied by a hurricane came down from the sky, and the shock wave directly shattered the earth, creating a deep pit. The violent storm spread out rapidly, uprooting the nearby flowers, plants, and trees, and throwing all kinds of debris into the air. Shihouin, Naraku, and AI fought frantically, and as their fists and feet collided with infinite power, the vibrating atmosphere began to tremble violently, with thunder and fire exploding in harmony. Naraku became more and more happy as the fight went on. He no longer used his elemental abilities, but instead relied on armament haki to start a head-on confrontation with the fourth Raikage. The two of them were like two torrents with terrifying impact force, colliding fiercely with no intention of stopping. A ball of fire, a thunderbolt. Two completely different forces collide violently once again. Boom! A deafening bang. At the center of the clash of flames and thunder, the air began to vibrate violently. The turbulent airflow caused the surrounding scene to become blurred in an instant. The ninjas who were paying attention to the battle here felt dizzy. Their eyes and minds could not withstand this level of power collision. Come again! Come again! Armament haki covered his legs and feet. Naraku's punches were heavier than the last, and his kicks were more vicious than the last. He no longer held back on his violent strength, but instead unleashed it with all his strength. Such an intense confrontation made Naraku more excited. His strength increased explosively, and his speed became faster. Naraku gradually gave up on defense, gave up on observation haki, gave up on using Maramara fruit, and simply used armament haki to engage in a frantic fight with Raikage. Blood soaked his pupils, and Naraku's expression became fanatical. Come again. I said, come again. Shihouin Naraku's handsome face became ferocious, wild, and even more frightening. In AI's eyes, he vaguely saw a madman fighting with him regardless of life and death, with blood spilling all over the ground. AI tried to break free and retreat, but was locked in place by Naraku's spirit, unable to escape. That's it. Good. Very good. Shihouin Naraku laughed wildly, and his attack became more fierce. The power hidden in his body began to awaken. The abilities obtained from multiple draws converged and integrated, and Naraku began to truly control everything. The power drawn from the system was too fast and too strong, and Naraku's strength increased more and more dramatically, which led to a result that he ignored more benefits. In this battle, Shihouin Naraku fought the fourth Reikage with pure taijutsu, and used this opportunity to start beating himself, completely absorbing all the benefits from the system draw, and improving himself once again. Feeling the qualitative change of his body and the powerful beating of his heart, Shihouin Naraku became more and more excited. Like a galloping horse, he threw punch after punch with great momentum. Puff! Finally, after a continuous attack, Naraku punched the fourth Reikage in the abdomen. The horrific blow fed back into Reikage's body, causing him to spit out blood, his eyes bulging as intense pain spread throughout his body. Before Reikage could fight back, Naraku suddenly appeared above his opponent and slammed his long legs into Reikage's body. With a terrifying burst of power, the opponent instantly fell from mid-air and smashed deep into the ground. Boom! Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground, and the Reikage disappeared into a bottomless pit without any movement. Crack! Naraku stepped on the ground, tore his already tattered shirt into pieces, and stretched his limbs to prepare for the next more intense battle. He didn't believe that the fourth Reikage would die silently after being hit twice. A strong wind blew from behind, and Naraku kicked out hard with his left leg without even turning around. Bang! This was a powerful and terrifyingly fast spinning kick. The fist and foot collided with a dull sound, and the air continued to vibrate violently. The two men paused for a moment, as if time had stopped, and this time Naraku reacted even quicker, slamming his elbow into the fourth Reikage's waist. A fierce force erupted instantly, knocking AI directly out. He rolled all the way, smashing boulders and trees, and finally stopped after breaking a tough big tree. Bang! Before AI could catch his breath, Naraku dropped from the sky and kicked him hard in the body. Blood spurted out, and the fourth Reikage was thrown far away again. Naraku took advantage of the situation and increased the speed of his attack once again. He teleported to catch up with the Reikage and bombarded him with punches and kicks like a rainstorm. All of a sudden, the lightning wrapped around the fourth Reikage became much weaker, with his blood boiling and his spirit astonishing. Shihouin Naraku at this moment was like a ferocious beast, biting madly at the Reikage who was at a disadvantage. Boom! After the loud bang, AI lay in a deep pit covered in blood, with lightning flashing slightly. You're slowing down. Naraku looked excited, but his eyes became very calm, and he stared at AI. Hole. Sizzle. A sharp thunder roared, and AI jumped up. High-intensity electric current spread through his body and gathered in his palms, forming a powerful hand knife. He swooped down towards Naraku. This attack completely disregarded his own safety and was ready to die together. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Crack. Boom. Crazy battle crushes and destroys everything around. Swish. Bang. Shihouin Naraku and fourth Reikage AI tangled rapidly in midair, and after a crazy collision, they quickly separated again. Happy. Flames were dancing at many vital parts of his body, but Naraku looked refreshed, as if he had not suffered any harm at all. The fourth Reikage, who was standing opposite not far away, was breathing rapidly, and his seemingly neat short hair was burned terribly by the flames, barely showing a little sign of a bald head. The muscular naked body had multiple burn marks that were clearly visible. Crack! The fourth Reikage twisted his arm without changing his expression, and the dislocated bones began to reset and began to recover rapidly under the stimulation of the lightning-style chakra. What a tough guy. Even as an enemy, Naraku couldn't help but give a thumbs up to this kind of person. Of course, this doesn't stop him from beating the other person to death. I will slowly use all my strength from now on. A powerful force surged out and silently covered Shihouin Naraku's arms and legs. Real armament. Call. Naraku let out a sigh and he wasn't going to show any mercy from now on. The fourth Reikage chakra was surging rapidly, and he was about to strike. I must kill you, for the wooden golem and the cloud shinobi who died in your hands. I must avenge you. AI roared, and the lightning outside his body became more numerous. The crackling sound became clearer, and the power increased to a higher level. I won't fall until I kill you. Why do I seem to have become a villain? Naraku was speechless. The fourth Reikage looked really exciting. He looked like a righteous protagonist, while Naraku was made to look like a villain who would definitely be defeated. That's outrageous. Boom! The two of them collided in midair as if they had teleported. A violent momentum accompanied by a hurricane came down from the sky, and the shock wave directly shattered the earth, creating a deep pit. The violent storm spread out rapidly, uprooting the nearby flowers, plants, and trees, and throwing all kinds of debris into the air. Shihouin, Naraku, and AI fought frantically, and as their fists and feet collided with infinite power, the vibrating atmosphere began to tremble violently, with thunder and fire exploding in harmony. Naraku became more and more happy as the fight went on. He no longer used his elemental abilities, but instead relied on armament haki to start a head-on confrontation with the fourth Reikage. The two of them were like two torrents with terrifying impact force, colliding fiercely with no intention of stopping. A ball of fire, a thunderbolt. Two completely different forces collide violently once again. Boom! A deafening bang. At the center of the clash of flames and thunder, the air began to vibrate violently. The turbulent airflow caused the surrounding scene to become blurred in an instant. The ninjas who were paying attention to the battle here felt dizzy. Their eyes and minds could not withstand this level of power collision. Come again! Come again! Armament haki covered his legs and feet. Naraku's punches were heavier than the last, and his kicks were more vicious than the last. He no longer held back on his violent strength, but instead unleashed it with all his strength. Such an intense confrontation made Naraku more excited. His strength increased explosively, and his speed became faster. Naraku gradually gave up on defense, gave up on observation haki, gave up on using Maramara fruit, and simply used armament haki to engage in a frantic fight with Reikage. Blood soaked his pupils, and Naraku's expression became fanatical. Come again. I said, come again. Shihouin Naraku's handsome face became ferocious, wild, and even more frightening. In AI's eyes, he vaguely saw a madman fighting with him regardless of life and death, with blood spilling all over the ground. AI tried to break free and retreat, but was locked in place by Naraku's spirit, unable to escape. That's it. Good. Very good. Shihouin Naraku laughed wildly, and his attack became more fierce. The power hidden in his body began to awaken. The abilities obtained from multiple draws converged and integrated, and Naraku began to truly control everything. The power drawn from the system was too fast and too strong, and Naraku's strength increased more and more dramatically, which led to a result that he ignored more benefits. In this battle, Shihouin Naraku fought the fourth Reikage with pure taijutsu, and used this opportunity to start beating himself, completely absorbing all the benefits from the system draw, and improving himself once again. Feeling the qualitative change of his body and the powerful beating of his heart, Shihouin Naraku became more and more excited. Like a galloping horse, he threw punch after punch with great momentum. Puff! Finally, after a continuous attack, Naraku punched the fourth Reikage in the abdomen. The horrific blow fed back into Reikage's body, causing him to spit out blood, his eyes bulging as intense pain spread throughout his body. Before Reikage could fight back, Naraku suddenly appeared above his opponent and slammed his long legs into Reikage's body. With a terrifying burst of power, the opponent instantly fell from mid-air and smashed deep into the ground. Boom! Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground, and the Reikage disappeared into a bottomless pit without any movement. Crack! Naraku stepped on the ground, tore his already tattered shirt into pieces, and stretched his limbs to prepare for the next more intense battle. He didn't believe that the fourth Raikage would die silently after being hit twice. A strong wind blew from behind, and Naraku kicked out hard with his left leg without even turning around. Bang! This was a powerful and terrifyingly fast spinning kick. The fist and foot collided with a dull sound, and the air continued to vibrate violently. The two men paused for a moment, as if time had stopped, and this time Naraku reacted even quicker, slamming his elbow into the fourth Raikage's waist. A fierce force erupted instantly, knocking AI directly out. He rolled all the way, smashing boulders and trees, and finally stopped after breaking a tough big tree. Bang! Before AI could catch his breath, Naraku dropped from the sky and kicked him hard in the body. Blood spurted out, and the fourth Raikage was thrown far away again. Naraku took advantage of the situation and increased the speed of his attack once again. He teleported to catch up with the Raikage and bombarded him with punches and kicks like a rainstorm. All of a sudden, the lightning wrapped around the fourth Raikage became much weaker, with his blood boiling and his spirit astonishing. Shihouin Naraku at this moment was like a ferocious beast, biting madly at the Raikage who was at a disadvantage. Boom! After the loud bang, AI lay in a deep pit covered in blood, with lightning flashing slightly. You're slowing down. Naraku looked excited, but his eyes became very calm, and he stared at AI. ****. Sizzle. A sharp thunder roared, and AI jumped up. High-intensity electric currents spread through his body and gathered in his palms, forming a powerful hand knife. He swooped down towards Naraku. This attack completely disregarded his own safety and was ready to die together. Even with his good recovery ability, the fourth Raikage is doomed to die with such severe injuries. AI fell to the ground uncontrollably, but Naraku caught up again and grabbed the opponent's neck with one hand. Since you guys in Cloud Shinobi Village like to attack the neck, I'll grant you your wish. Crack! Fourth Raikage. AI's eyes widened, and his life force faded. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring all vision, and no one could see clearly what happened in the final moments. But one thing is certain, most people know that the fourth Raikage is in danger. But due to the obstruction of the Konoha Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi had no way to rush to help. Call! A strong wind blew by, and the smoke and dust began to dissipate. Boom, boom! Steady and powerful footsteps began to approach, and a vague figure gradually became clearer. Boom! Conqueror's Haki is coming. Terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Many people could not bear this momentum as heavy as a mountain. Their eyes turned white and they fainted. A hurricane swept up in an instant, blowing away the smoke and dust. The howling wind darkened the sky and the earth. The trees in the distance were bent under their weight. The ninjas on the battlefield put their hands in front of them, struggling to resist the storm that was like a natural disaster. Finally, Shihouin Naraku walked out of the smoke and dust, and a shirtless man holding a corpse in one hand appeared in front of everyone. Naraku did not move closer, but stood there looking at the smoke-filled battlefield. His eyes slightly opened, and Conqueror's Haki's spirit strengthened again, howling like a strong wind, and his majestic aura oppressed all living beings. Roar! Countless people seemed to see a ferocious beast roaring at them madly. After a long time, the awe-inspiring momentum gradually subsided. The war is over. Shihouin Naraku looked at everyone calmly. No one dared to contradict his words or look him in the eyes, not even the hateful Cloud Shinobi. Everyone discovered that the corpse Naraku was holding was the fourth Raikage, AI. Noticing Cloud Shinobi's angry but rebellious look, Naraku finally reacted and threw the fourth Raikage body in Cloud Shinobi's direction. Since the other party was dead and the war was about to end, there was no need to make a fuss about AI's body. As the Cloud Shinobi received the fourth Raikage body, roars of grief continued to ring out, but even though the murderer of the Raikage was right in front of them, they did not dare to have any thoughts of revenge. Because I can't do it. This is the tragedy of the week. Shihouin and Naraku took a few steps towards the Cloud Shinobi, and the opposing camp quickly reacted. Although they had no way to vent their hatred at this time, the Cloud Shinobi all took a few steps back at the same time. This scene is truly amazing. Naraku alone caused the shocked Cloud Shinobi to retreat. When the people in the Konoha camp saw this scene, they immediately became noisy. So strong. Naraku's momentum alone crushed the entire Cloud Shinobi army. Cloud Shinobi also reacted immediately. Many of them blushed and were even ready to fight Naraku in anger, but were held back by the people around them. Now they're no longer able to fight. Shihouin and Naraku didn't pay attention to the other party's actions and shouted, "The fourth Raikage died in my hands. If you want revenge, I'm waiting. Go back and inform the Cloud Shinobi village leaders to come to the Konoha camp for peace talks within 3 days. No more waiting." After saying that, Naraku turned around and walked away, exposing his back to all the Cloud Shinobi without any warning. Call! The Cloud Shinobi were so angry at Naraku's actions that they gritted their teeth. This showed that he didn't take them seriously at all. But the sad thing is that they really don't dare to take action, and they don't even dare to do anything that might cause misunderstanding. They could only endure it silently and watch Naraku walk away. That's amazing, Lord Naraku. It's amazing that Lord Naraku is so powerful. Oh, the war is over. Ha ha. I'm going to get drunk when I get back to Konoha. Count me in, count me in. This victory is entirely due to Lord Naraku. We didn't help much at all. As Naraku returned to Konoha, the ninjas surrounded Naraku and cheered deafeningly. With such a strong man who is like a walking doomsday disaster standing beside them, Konoha Shinobi feels full of security. However, compared to the happiness of the Konoha Shinobi, the Cloud Shinobi could only shed tears silently and swallow their bitterness, especially the constant cheers coming from the other side, which seemed like rubbing salt into their wounds. Retreat. The current commander of the Cloud Shinobi unit sighed, and with a bitter face, signaled everyone to retreat, so the Cloud Shinobi began to evacuate the battlefield silently. Let's go too. Although the war is over, there are still many things to do. Naraku waved, and the Konoha Shinobi began an orderly retreat. Although Cloud Shinobi could not launch another attack at this time, Konoha still symbolically left behind a few guards to prevent accidents. In the following time, Naraku assigned all the complicated post-war tasks to Nara Shikaku. As for Shikaku, he had no way to resist and could only accept these seemingly insignificant but very troublesome tasks with a wry smile. Notify Konoha to send people to conduct peace negotiations, arrange for the injured to be sent back to the field hospital for treatment, count the losses and gains of this war, and secretly draw a map of the Land of Lightning. This was the first time that Konohagakure had invaded the Land of Lightning. Taking this opportunity, they could secretly send people to draw professional military maps. If war broke out again in the future, Konoha would have a great advantage. Although relying on spies and merchants, Konoha Village also has a map of the Land of Lightning. But ordinary maps and professional military maps are completely different. The difference is so great that even people who can draw military maps are rare geniuses. So Shikaku directly sent people to protect the professionals who drew the map and started the action in secret. Konoha's reply came quickly. Tsunade said in the letter that a negotiation team led by Mitokado Hamura had been sent out and would arrive soon. This was good news for Nara Shikaku, because the ultimatum Naraku gave to Cloud Shinobi caused their negotiators to rush to the front line like flying. Without even taking a breath, they came to the Konoha camp to prepare for negotiations. As a result, at this time, Konoha's negotiation team had just set out from Konoha Village. This was a naked humiliation, but the negotiators of Cloud Shinobi Village could only endure it. This was how war worked. The victorious party had the power to judge the loser. However, Shikaku is not as ruthless as Naraku, nor does he have his prestige. The key point is that several people in the negotiation team sent by Cloud Shinobi Village this time are his acquaintances. The two sides met during diplomatic activities between countries and can barely be considered friends. So in the face of the Cloud Shinobi village people's pleas, Shikaku could only keep explaining with a tingling scalp that his own negotiation team would be here soon. As for Cloud Shinobi Village's request to meet with Shihouin Naraku, Shikaku conveyed it directly. Naraku's answer was very straightforward. Get them out of here. The land of grass. Jiraiya's solemn face finally showed a relaxed smile, and he handed the information in his hand to Hatake Kakashi, who was standing beside him. Naraku is a really fast guy. Cloud Shinobi Village has been defeated by him. A peace treaty will be signed soon. Hatake Kakashi also breathed a sigh of relief after reading the information. Going to war with two countries at the same time is still a bit difficult for Konoha Village. Although there is no need to worry about failure due to the Foundation, the resources consumed will be terrifying if the war continues for a long time. Ever since the war began, the number of missions accepted by Konoha Village has begun to decrease, and the impact of the large reduction in mission rewards is not small. In addition, due to the Konoha collapse plan, the daimyos and nobles of various countries were worried about safety issues, and the Konoha Hospital, which originally had a strong ability to attract money, also reduced its profits. Fortunately, the Fire Nation replenished its funds in time, and Konoha did not suffer any serious damage. Of course, the situation was not critical to a certain extent. Otherwise, Shihouin Naraku would have taken action personally, killing the Lightning Nation and defeating them, bringing the war to a quick end. Moreover, the outbreak of war is not without benefits. Ever since the war between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire subsided and the news of Konoha's victory spread, trade routes began to recover. Merchants acted accordingly. Since Konoha won, it meant that the Konoha shinobi were stronger, so a large number of missions began to pour into Konoha Village. Therefore, the losses suffered by Konoha during this period will be replenished soon. If Jiraiya leads the team to defeat Iwagakure again, Konoha's recovery will become faster. Naraku is really amazing. Kakashi put down the information in his hand and said with a smile, in such a short time, his reputation has spread throughout the ninja world. In the past, Naraku's fame came more from his medical ninja work, but now, the ninja world is saying that Konoha has given birth to another first Hokage-level strongman. In fact, from Iwagakure's actions, we can tell that the other side has begun to shrink its position. It seems that seeing that it can't gain any advantage, it is preparing to retreat. Jiraiya smiled and said, "One move affects the whole body. Kakashi, you have to work hard. You were both famous geniuses in the ninja school back then. Naraku is gone now. You can't continue to be decadent. Look at Naraku's current fame. Just hearing his name will make ninjas from other countries turn pale. This kind of deterrent power is too strong." As he spoke, a handsome figure flashed through Jiraiya's mind. Fourth Hokage Namake's Minato. Namake's Minato back then was a being similar to Naraku, and all ninjas from other countries panicked when they heard the name of the Yellow Flash. Even countries have regulations that when you encounter Namake's Minato while completing a mission, you can retreat unconditionally and will not be blamed even if the mission fails. What an honor it is to be given the highest regard by the enemy himself. Shihouin Naraku now has such prestige and fame, and as the news about the war in the Land of Lightning spreads, Naraku's fame will increase even more. Hatake Kakashi smiled bitterly. The strength of his friends and companions were improving. He certainly didn't want to continue to be decadent, but improving strength was not that easy. I couldn't help but touch the ninja's forehead protector, and the Sharingan was turning silently. Kakashi was thoughtful. Perhaps he could further explore the power of Sharingan. He always felt that there was a more powerful power hidden in this Sharingan, especially after fighting with Uchiha Itachi and being hit hard by Tsukuyami. Kakashi felt that the power hidden in this Sharingan began to stir. In the past, he was actually unwilling to delve deeply into the power of Sharingan, because it was a gift left to him by his best friend. Every time he used Sharingan, Kakashi seemed to be able to feel the pain in his heart. Jiraiya is an adult. Kakashi. The energetic might guy walked in from outside. Judging from his appearance, He must have just finished a fierce battle. Although they were a little surprised as to why the atmosphere was so heavy, the appearance of Might Guy broke the atmosphere, and both of them reacted. Jiraiya asked solemnly, "How is it?" "No problem." Might Guy showed his gleaming teeth and gave a proud thumbs up. "Very good. Hey, Kakashi, have you heard about Naraku?" After reporting the mission details, Might Guy seemed to remember something and immediately danced with excitement. "Of course I know. This is the information sent by Naraku. We won." "No." Might Guy didn't even look at the information scroll that Kakashi handed over, but continued to make strange gestures energetically. "Everyone is saying that Naraku set fire to a mountain near Thunder Gorge in the Land of Thunder. The sky was burned red by the flames, and the whole mountain was on fire. Everyone says that the mountain is called the Flaming Mountain. Naraku is awesome." Seeing how excited Might Guy was, Jiraiya and Kakashi looked at each other, not understanding what Guy was talking about. The intelligence that Shihouin Naraku sent here, of course, did not describe the specific details of the war, but simply stated that the war was won and a peace treaty was about to be signed. He then asked about the situation here and proposed a plan to win quickly, and asked for Jiraiya's plan. The main reason is that Naraku felt that telling others about his achievements would sound a bit boastful, so he didn't go into details. So, this is also the news that confuses Jiraiya and Kakashi. As for why Might Guy heard the details about Naraku, it can only be said that the speed at which rumors spread is indeed outrageous. In fact, the news that Might Guy heard about the Flame Mountain was relatively normal, while the other rumors were so distorted that even Naraku himself would not believe them. There were news like Cloud Shinobi Village was completely wiped out, most of the land of Lightning Kingdom was occupied, the Fire Kingdom decided to completely destroy the Lightning Kingdom. Naraku overturned all the mountains within the territory of Lightning Kingdom. The Flame Phoenix burned the Lightning Kingdom to the ground, and Jinchuriki was killed. Oh, it's not a rumor that Jinchuriki was killed. Of course, Naraku only killed the 2 tails Jinchuriki. Killer Bee, the 8 tails Jinchuriki, is still alive, but the specific circumstances are unclear. Anyway, the people who spread the rumors have reasons and evidences, and if anyone else has any doubts about their truth, they will immediately roll their eyes and say that the other person has never seen the world, and that a strong man like Shihouin Naraku is not something you can understand. Anyway, if the rumors continue to spread, Shihouin Naraku's strength will sooner or later become enough to kick the entire ninja world away with one kick. Now, Jiraiya and Kakashi were curious and asked Might Guy about the Flame Mountain. As he was talking, Sarutobi Asuma came back from outside, and the first thing he said was that the 3 people from 8 trigrams were shocked. "Call! I heard that the 4th Raikage died at the hands of Naraku. That's amazing. When we get back to Konoha, I'll make sure that guy treat us." Now Shihouin Naraku's fame will spread throughout the ninja world. I don't know why I'm a little envious. Bang! Asuma lit the cigarette in his mouth, and then saw the stunned expressions of the 3 people in front of him. In the dark and silent forest, a breeze occasionally blows, swaying the flowers, plants, and trees. The scene looks even more beautiful under the clear moonlight. Crack! The sound of footsteps was heard, and 2 figures came from a distance. They soon came to a very hidden cave entrance and walked straight in. Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto. The 2 men looked exhausted, as if they had just returned from a long journey. After entering the cave, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto walked forward in silence. Not long after, the view in front of them suddenly opened up and a base with very complete facilities came into view. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As a snake, Orochimaru has deeply implemented this concept and spent countless energy and resources to build a large number of bases in different regions. No one except Orochimaru himself knew how many bases were buried deep underground. Even Orochimaru's most trusted subordinate, Yakushi Kabuto, couldn't figure out this number. There are 7 bases and laboratories managed by Yakushi Kabuto alone. The key is that these bases and laboratories are all well-equipped and well-staffed. As for how many bases Orochimaru has hidden, Yakushi Kabuto has no idea. For example, The base the two of them are now at is located in the heart of the Land of Lightning, and this is also the first time that Yakushi Kabuto has come here. Squeak! After entering the base, Orochimaru opened a door and a gust of cold air blew towards him, and the temperature around him dropped rapidly. Orochimaru is an adult. The two ninjas with Cloud Shinobi Village forehead protectors woke up and put down the herbs in their hands, looking at Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto, who walked into the room in surprise. Orochimaru glanced at the several types of herbs neatly stored in the room and asked, "How is the collection this year?" "Lord Orochimaru, we are still short of collecting the quota of 2 medicinal herbs. The outbreak of war has affected our mission." The two Cloud Shinobi, who were obviously Orochimaru's spies, looked at each other and hurriedly explained. If Orochimaru had been like that in the past, this day next year would be the anniversary of the death of the two Cloud Shinobi. But now he didn't get angry, he just narrowed his eyes. The room, which was originally extremely cold, suddenly became even colder. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. "For the last time, I hope to hear good news next time." "Yes, Master Orochimaru, please don't worry." Even though they were in an extremely cold room, the two Cloud Shinobi couldn't stop sweating on their foreheads, but they didn't dare to wipe it off. Orochimaru retracted the murderous intent spreading through him. From today on, Kabuto is the person in charge of this base. Yakushi Kabuto also came up from behind and allowed the two Cloud Shinobi to identify him. "Adult Kabuto, please take care of me, Lord Kabuto." Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses with his hand, a kind smile on his face. "No, I will have to rely on you two seniors to take care of me in the future." Cloud Shinobi bowed quickly, saying no, no, no. It wasn't until Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto left the room that the two Cloud Shinobi looked at each other and reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. In the corridor, Orochimaru was introducing the origin and function of this base to Yakushi Kabuto. The mountains near the base are rich in various medicinal herbs. Among them, there's a type of herb that is very rare. This type of herb accounts for a large share of the medicinal herb business of Konoha and Cloud Shinobi. Orochimaru glanced at Kabuto and continued, "You should be familiar with this. Medicines made from these herbs are very effective in healing injuries. They can speed up recovery without harming the patient's body." Yakushi Kabuto immediately realized that this kind of herb was discovered by Shihouin Naraku, but there are very few of these herbs in the Land of Fire, so they need to trade with the Land of Lightning every year. Cloud Shinobi Village had asked Konoha for prescriptions many times in an attempt to obtain this medicine. However, Konoha ignored them completely, and even when Cloud Shinobi Village threatened to cut off the supply of medicinal herbs, it failed. Finished pills are sold in Konoha, but the price is extremely high. Ordinary ninjas simply cannot afford them. Only Jōnin will always have pills on hand, but they will feel sad every time they use them. The major ninja villages purchase large quantities every year, whether for strategic reserves or to research medicinal prescriptions. Shihouin Naraku also knew what these people were thinking, but he didn't care at all. Either spend a lot of money to buy pills, or find a way to research it. Anyway, for such a long time, the major ninja villages spent a lot of energy but failed to crack the formula of the pill, and later they gradually gave up. Naraku was not surprised by this result at all. Although everyone knew that the herbs that were abundant in the Land of Lightning were the main ingredients of the formula, the complete prescription also contained dozens of other ingredients, and there were also unknown issues about the specific proportions and dosages. It was simply a fantasy to want to find out everything thoroughly. As for Orochimaru bringing up this matter now, his purpose is obvious. But Yakushi Kabuto spread his hands and said helplessly, "I don't know the specific formula. I guess only Lord Naraku knows the complete prescription. You should understand how closely Konoha guards this kind of pill with obvious effects and great benefits. From what I understand, the processes and steps for making medicine are separate, and there are some important processes that only Lord Naraku knows." Orochimaru didn't expect much from this answer. If Yakushi Kabuto knew, he would have told him long ago. Touching the bandage wrapped around his right arm, Orochimaru could clearly feel the continuous, stinging pain. Orochimaru had undergone living corpse reincarnation again not long ago, but the pain that Naraku had caused him had not gone away. He still couldn't use his right arm, and had to rely on the limbs containing Hashirama cells to suppress the pain that penetrated deep into his soul. Orochimaru was 100% sure that this was the result of a damaged soul. So Orochimaru has already started to conduct in-depth research on the soul. The current progress is still unclear. He should still be in a laboratory, but when he learned about some of the things Naraku did after the outbreak of the war, he immediately rushed to the Land of Lightning. Anyway, this base is left to you. The most important thing is to ensure the supply of medicinal materials. You could decide the rest on your own. Yakushi Kabuto nodded and reached out to adjust his glasses. So Orochimaru was worried about Lord Naraku and gave me this base? It was obvious that Kabuto was making a bad joke, but Orochimaru did not respond and remained silent. After a long time, a sound was heard. What a beautiful flaming mountain! Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto were both shocked to see the fire mountain burning brightly regardless of the change of day or night, the sun and the moon. The two of them attacked at the same time, but whether it was the water style or the earth style, they could only hinder the flames temporarily, but they could not completely extinguish the wildfire. Just like the phoenix reborn from the ashes, the flames on the mountain are also endless. When Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto were shocked by such a miracle, they were shocked to understand the incredible level of Shihouin Naraku's strength. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto sat in the room in silence. Any ninja would be moved upon seeing the flaming mountain, because it is a miracle that is beyond the world's knowledge and understanding. Yakushi Kabuto was silent for a long time, then suddenly looked at Orochimaru's right arm and said thoughtfully, I heard that the place where the god of Ninja World, Senju Hashirama, and the Shura of Ninja World, Uchimadara, had their final battle. The Valley of the End is always shaded by green trees. Orochimaru immediately understood what Kabuto meant. Yes, there's an area near the Valley of the End where a lush forest grows. No matter how the seasons change or how time passes, it remains the same. Hee. So, what you mean is that another ninja god has been born. Orochimaru, who has studied Hashirama's cells for many years, has never seen the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, fight in person, but he has sensed the grace of the god of Ninja World from the subtle details. Even after many years of death, the remaining cells still have terrifying vitality and corrosive power, which is enough to explain everything. Orochimaru squeezed the unknown herb in his hand, his eyes flickering with worry. I'm not worried about Naraku becoming Senju Hashirama, but I'm afraid he will become the Sage of Six Paths. After all, the moon is still hanging in the sky. Moon? Yakushi Kabuto was stunned, then reacted immediately. According to ancient myths and legends, the moon hanging high in the sky was created by the Sage of Six Paths, the everlasting flaming mountain, a forest with green trees all year round. The huge moon that has been hanging in the sky since ancient times in mythology. Although they are all miracles, the connotations they contain are very different. Lord Orochimaru, the Sage of Six Paths, are only characters in myths and legends. The moon has been hanging in the sky for thousands of years. Yakushi Kabuto frowned. Perhaps it is true, as the legend goes, that the Sage of Six Paths is the origin of all ninjas, but any story will change as it is passed down. So the moon. Yeah. A tiny white snake wrapped around Orochimaru's fingers, and then with a poof sound, he crushed it to pieces. Maybe one day, everything in the myth will reappear. Orochimaru has seen Tendo Pain's Rinnegan with his own eyes. He is very interested in this eye that comes from the Sage of Six Paths. The reason why the Akatsuki organization is to seize the Rinnegan. Of course, the plan failed. In the process, Orochimaru collected a large amount of myths and legends about the Sage of Six Paths. So I'm a little sensitive about this aspect. Since the Rinnegan, which is passed down in myths and legends, can appear Other things may also appear in the world, especially since Orochimaru knew that Cloud Shinobi Village kept several Six Paths ninja tools with strange abilities and great power. Thinking of this, Orochimaru suddenly felt excited. Maybe he could snatch the Six Paths ninja tools while Cloud Shinobi Village was in chaos. But when he thought of Naraku in the Land of Lightning, Orochimaru gave up his plan. Forget it. If I run into him, I'll be doomed. He didn't want to experience the pain of a wounded soul again, nor did he want to be burned to ashes by the flames. Recalling the scene when he taught Shihouin Naraku, Orochimaru suddenly smiled happily. Anyone who becomes a god must have miracles. He is on the path to becoming a god. I am really looking forward to it. Yakushi Kabuto didn't want to disturb Orochimaru's memories, but he still reminded him. Lord Naraku will definitely not return to the village in a short term. Should we take this opportunity to take Uchiha Sasuke away? Konoha Village's defenses are weakened at this time, especially with Lord Naraku away. Bang! Orochimaru slammed the table and stood up immediately. He was so busy with the living corpse reincarnation and soul experiments that he almost forgot about Uchiha Sasuke, his excellent vessel. Indeed, even if he couldn't be reincarnated again within 3 years, he had to get Uchiha Sasuke first. Otherwise, when Shihouin Naraku returns to the village, he won't dare to induce Uchiha Sasuke. If Naraku targets me again, I'll be doomed. Let's go. Go back to the Fire Nation base first. Bring Sasuke back as planned. Yes, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto immediately set off back to the Fire Kingdom. They must take Sasuke away before Naraku returns to the village. It can only be said that the psychological trauma left by Shihouin Naraku on Orochimaru is too scary. Now Orochimaru doesn't even dare to meet Naraku. At the border of the Land of Lightning, Konoha Camp. At this time, the negotiators from both sides had gathered and began peace talks. Konoha was the undisputed winner, and Cloud Shinobi Village did admit defeat, but it will still take a long time to finalize the signing of a peace treaty. A total of 376 people from Cloud Shinobi Village died in this war, and 695 people were injured. Among these casualties, the deaths of AI, the 2 wooden golems, Darui, and others were the most unacceptable to Cloud Shinobi Village. Because they are the top ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village and are an important fighting force to maintain stability. Such talents cannot be cultivated by simply spending resources. The same goes for other ninja villages. The top ninjas are always a minority. Such talents are not only the backbone of each major ninja village, but also the most important inheritors. Now Cloud Shinobi Village has lost these most important top ninjas forever. As for the Konoha side, a total of 23 people were killed in this war, 77 were injured or disabled, and none of the top ninjas were killed. The most important reason, of course, is the existence of Shihouin Naraku, who provides support and backup for the Konoha Shinobi in the war and can handle any unexpected situations with his own powerful strength. Another point is that Konoha's medical ninjas played a very important role in the war. With the treatment of these medical ninjas, those who would have died in the battle survived, and the injured recovered quickly, resulting in a significant reduction in casualties among Konoha shinobi. With the help of these 2 reasons, the Konoha shinobi always maintained high morale, fought desperately, and completely defeated the Cloud Shinobi. In general, this war was initiated by Cloud Shinobi Village, and the winner is Konohagakure. Shihouin Naraku was not involved in the tedious matter of signing a peace treaty that was handled by Mitokado Hamura. Although the 2 sides are now fighting madly over seemingly insignificant interests, the general framework has already emerged. If Konohagakure wins, then of course they have to get enough compensation. After all, the war was started by Cloud Shinobi Village, and if they lose, of course they have to pay interest that will satisfy Konoha. The disagreement now lies in the amount of compensation, with arguments and compromises going back and forth. But one thing is for sure, Konohagakure will not plunder Cloud Shinobi Village with the goal of completely ruining it. After all, the relationships among the 5 major ninja villages are complicated, with both cooperation and conflict. If Cloud Shinobi Village really declines, it may not be a good thing for Konoha, because Iwagakure and Kirigakure, seeing the opportunity, might take advantage of the situation and make trouble. Konoha's relationship with Cloud Shinobi is indeed not good, but its relationship with Miss Shinobi and Rock Shinobi is even worse. Even if it is for the purpose of containing Kirigakure and Iwagakure, Konoha will not allow Cloud Shinobi Village to suffer too much damage. This is for sure. Rain Country, Akatsuki Organization Base. The news of the end of the war between Konohagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village finally came. Word of what Shihouin Naraku had done during the war also began to spread in the Land of Rain. People call Naraku the new god of the ninja world, or give him an alias, such as the god of fire, phoenix, etc. Maybe because it has just started, people call it differently. In the Rain Country, inside a building in the Steel Jungle, there's a secret house. Cloud Shinobi Village has failed. Yes, 2 Tails are dead too. That's right, 8 Tails. I think he's not dead. 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee escaped from Shihouin Naraku's pursuit, but he didn't participate in the subsequent battle, which shows that the situation is not good. I need to know the details of 8 Tails. Zatu is trying to find out about 8 Tails. It looks like Cloud Shinobi Village has 8 Tails Jinchuriki hidden away, so Zetsu will need a little more time. In the dark room, Tendo Pain, Konan, and the masked man gathered together to exchange sudden information. A war breaks out between the Fire Nation and the Lightning Nation, and Akatsuki is aware of it. However, the details of the war have only recently been gathered, and the Akatsuki organization also learned that the 2 Tails died at the hands of Shihouin Naraku. This is bad news for Akatsuki. Even though the Tailed Beast Collection plan has not yet begun, everyone hates unexpected situations. So Tendo Pain and the other 2 gathered together to think about the next plan of action. There is a question: how long will it take to revive the 2 Tail? According to the results of our previous discussions, the plan will be implemented within the next few years. Konan was like a high mountain flower that could only be admired from afar, but could not be touched. Her cold voice sounded. The 2 Tail is at the top of the collection order. We must seal the Tailed Beast chakras in order. Don't worry, the masked man said in a mysterious and deep voice. No problem, just follow the plan. Although the revival of the Tailed Beast takes a long time, 3 or 4 years is enough. Especially since the 2 Tails chakra and strength aren't that strong, it's very likely that the recovery time will be even shorter. The most important question now is, how do we deal with Shihouin Naraku? Tendo Pain asked in a tone without any emotion. You are Uchiha Madara. Are you helpless against a junior ninja? I told you, the injuries I received from the battle with Senja Hashirama haven't fully recovered yet. If I had fully recovered, Shihouin Naraku would be just a bug that could be easily dealt with. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in the masked man's voice, and he exuded a very uncomfortable aura. That's it. I have other things to take care of. If anything unexpected happens, just let Ju notify me. As soon as the words fell, before Tendo Pain and Konan could reply, the space around the masked man began to distort, and his body disappeared like a phantom. Did you find it? Konan nodded. Yes, the other party is indeed injured, and it seems that he has not recovered from his injuries. So he was covering up his injuries before. Tendo Pain said, Be careful, you can't trust what Madara says. I never believed him. Konan's cold voice sounded. How do we solve Shihouin Naraku? If we execute the plan, the other party will be a big problem. Tiandao Pain stood up and said firmly, I will kill him. But before that, I want to go to the land of lightning and see that volcano. Flame Mountain. Konan added 3 words, and then looked at Tendo Pain worriedly. Your body is not suitable for long-distance travel, so it's not necessary. If it's too troublesome, let me kill Shihouin Naraku. No, I'll do it. Konan, you're no match for Shihouin Naraku. Nagato rejected Konan's proposal through Tendo Pain. The rumors may not be credible, but one thing is certain. Shihouin Naraku is very strong, so I will do it myself. Okay, I'll go with you. Because they had no plans to take action immediately, Nagato and Konan set out for the land of lightning with only one puppet, Tendo Pain. Nagato has long lost the ability to walk and can only move with the help of special mechanical devices. Fortunately, Konan was with him, and both of them were top ninjas, so they traveled a huge distance in a very short time and arrived at the land of lightning. The morning light has not yet set. The temperature at this time should have been quite refreshing, but Nagato and Konan could clearly feel the burning sensation in the air. Needless to say, this must be because of the flaming mountain. As Nagato and Konan got closer to the flame mountain, they could more clearly feel the oncoming fiery aura. A burnt smell lingered at the tip of his nose, causing Konan to frown slightly. The temperature around them rose sharply, and sweat began to seep out of Nagato and Konan's temples. The next second, a mountain towering into the clouds came into their sight. The majestic mountains were shrouded in a sea of fire formed by endless flames, burning day and night. How did you do this? Konan stared in amazement at the scene he had never seen before, and even felt a little overwhelmed. Everything that he had imagined before coming here was overturned at this moment. Konan found that even if his fantasy was 10 or 100 times more exaggerated, it could not compare with the flaming mountain in front of him. On the mountain top, flames were burning all the time, the air was distorted by the heat, and magma was flowing wildly. Clear bird calls could be heard occasionally, and from time to time, beautiful phoenixes were born in the sea of fire, soaring around the mountains, and finally merging into the sea of fire and dissipating. This scene is beautiful and amazing. Ever since the fame of the flaming mountain spread, more and more people from the ninja world have come here to admire this miracle. When ordinary people see such a scene, they all sigh that only immortals can perform such a miracle. As for the ninjas, they were apprehensive because they could see from the Yamanaka fire an unrivaled and terrifying force. Everyone who has come to see the flaming mountain is certain and confident that a new god of the ninja world has been born. Nagato, I think the plan to kill Shihouin Naraku needs some careful planning. Konan looked at Nagato worriedly, fearing that the other party was too stubborn and now was not the right time to take action. The plan to collect the tailed beasts has not even started, so there is no need to conflict with Konoha at this time. Although Nagato calls himself a god, at least he still has his sanity, so he understands what Konan means and knows that she is worried about him. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, Konan. Tendo Pain suddenly moved and slowly approached the flaming mountain. This must be Nagato's control, so Konan is confused. Try it. It seems that he is already at the foot of the mountain, but it still takes Tendo Pain some time to gradually approach the edge of the sea of fire. Call! Just as Tendo Pain was about to make a move, a cluster of flames suddenly jumped on the windbreaker embroidered with red clouds, then spread rapidly, instantly igniting the entire coat. In less than a second, Tendo Pain turned into a human-shaped pillar of fire. Shinra Tensei! Tendo Pain retreated quickly, his chakra exploded, and instantly the flames burning all over his body were blown away. The sudden spontaneous combustion did not discourage Nagato from testing the fire, but this time he did not dare to let Tendo Pain get too close to the flame mountain. Konan frowned. We are still several hundred meters away from the burning flames. Is the temperature so high? The flame mountain is emitting terrifying heat all the time. That location is dangerous enough. Nagato remained calm. It was normal for a sea of fire of this size to be so powerful. How horrible! Konan had confidence in Nagato's abilities from the beginning to the end, but after seeing the flaming mountain, he became a little shaken. Maybe Shihouin Naraku is not that easy to solve. Shinra Tensei. This time, Tendo Pain aimed one palm at the flaming mountain. The terrifying, repulsive force erupted instantly, and a shock wave blasted towards the flaming mountain. Because of the terrifying high temperature, the barren wasteland was burned and no grass grew. It was overturned by the hurricane-like shock wave, and gravel and soil were flying all over the sky. A clear chasm appeared on the ground, extending to the flaming mountain. The blazing flames were unable to resist this force and were instantly annihilated and blown away, leaving a very obvious huge gap in the sea of fire. However, as Tendo Pain put down his hand, the sea of fire that spread across the entire mountain began to surge violently, filling the gap in a blink of an eye, and the flames grew higher and higher. Nagato and Konan, who were standing at the back, saw this scene clearly. Although they expected that Shinra Tensei would not be very effective, who knew it would be completely useless. All we can say is that the energy contained in this sea of fire is too powerful. It is a dream to want to extinguish it by relying on Shinra Tensei. Nagato was a little bit skeptical and controlled Tendo Pain to attack again. Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei. Every 5 seconds, Tendo Pain would release a powerful Shinra Tensei. The terrifying repulsive force left clearly visible wide chasms on the wasteland. But that was all. The flames surged like a wave, each time filling the gap caused by the attack in the shortest time possible. And I don't know if it was an illusion, but as the number of attacks increased, Nagato and Konan felt the temperature around them begin to rise rapidly. Even Tendo Pain was retreating step by step, moving away from the flaming mountain, but his attacks never stopped. Konan advised, "That's enough, Nagato. If you retreat any further, you'll be out of the attack range, and the power of Shinra Tensei will be greatly reduced." Upon hearing this, Nagato could only control Tendo Pain to stop attacking. The distance was indeed too far, and there was no need to continue the next test. But at this moment, an accident happened. The sea of fire that spread across the entire mountain seemed to be angered by Tendo Pain's attack, and the terrifying energy that had been accumulated finally began to be released. Clear bird calls were heard, and a huge red phoenix was born in the sea of fire. The dancing crimson flames formed a pair of beautiful wings, which flapped slightly, and a strong hurricane swept up. The beautiful phoenix flaps its wings, soars high into the sky, and soars over the sea of fire. Then the raging flames on the sea of fire began to riot, spewing towards the location where Tendo Pain was. The hot breath spread, and the flames of the entire mountain began to gather. What's going on? Neither Nagato nor Konan expected the unexpected to happen. Looking at the wave of flames coming towards him, Tendo Pain quickly retreated to avoid it. At the same time, the rapidly rising temperature once again ignited the tattered windbreaker. Shinra Tensei. While Tendo Pain bounced off the flames on his body, he also blasted away the waves of fire that were sweeping over him. The next second, a sea of fire with even greater momentum crushed over him. Oh! The phoenix, soaring high in the sky, flapped its wings and swooped down at high speed towards Tendo Pain. As the beautiful divine bird flapped its wings, dazzling fireballs appeared in the sky and fell like a rainstorm. Boom, boom, boom. Tendo Pain was very fast, and even though the sea of fire and fireballs attacked him together, he was dodged by the opponent. Although it was inevitably a bit embarrassing, he was indeed not hit. The phoenix swooped down, and red flames danced on its wings. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Shinra Tensei." Tendo Pain roared, and repulsive force exploded. A whistling shock wave rose into the sky like a tidal wave and instantly hit the body of the phoenix. The attack was so powerful that most of the phoenix's body was blown away. Flames danced in the air, as beautiful and spectacular as exploding fireworks. If a normal life suffered such a blow, it would definitely lose the ability to resist. But the phoenix is not a normal life. It is just an elf born in the sea of fire. It has no consciousness, no soul, and the only thing it has is the violent mark of flame. Boom! Tendo Pain dodged with lightning speed, and the half-crippled phoenix crashed into the ground. A violent explosion was released like a devastating explosion, and terrifying energy poured out indiscriminately. At the same time, a sea of fire spread out. The two were connected together, and the rapidly expanding sea of fire instantly swallowed Tendo Pain. ****. Damn it. Nagato and Konan watched angrily, but it was too late to do anything. Shinra Tensei. Boom! The repulsive force suddenly erupted, causing the earth to shake. The powerful force pushed away the sea of fire, forming a circular gap in the center of the flame. But the sea of fire was still surging forward, trying to fill the gap, but it was temporarily unable to move forward due to the repulsive force. This time Nagato didn't dare to be careless anymore. Tendo Pain jumped up quickly, and after 5 seconds of cooling time, he used the repulsion force to directly rise into the air and away from the sea of fire. The departure of Tendo Pain was not the end. The angry sea of fire was still roaring and releasing infinite energy until it rushed out a distance of 1,000 meters and then began to gradually subside. The sea of fire seemed to be receding, and the gorgeous flames began to shrink back to the flaming mountain. The raging fire never stopped, as if it was accumulating strength for the next explosion. Damn it! Nagato suppressed his anger that had nowhere to vent and looked at Tendo Pain, who fell in front of him. This puppet made of his best friend suffered extremely serious damage. Even though the flames did not last long, Tendo Pain's entire body was severely burned. The left shoulder and arm were completely burned to ashes. The part below the left knee disappeared. A large number of red Madara and blisters appeared on the surface of the skin, and some places were completely burnt, leaving brown and black cracked folds. More importantly, Tendo Pain's appearance was completely burned, and his original appearance could no longer be seen. Yahiko! Conan looked at his best friend's miserable condition and pain, as if he remembered some unbearable past. Although he was not blamed, Nagato could not hide his regret. He was too confident and too arrogant. He should have given up the attempt when the puppet was first set on fire. It was he who caused the irreparable consequences now. Bang! Conan, who was silently shedding tears, and Nagato, who was full of regret, looked up and saw that the only remaining palm of Tendo Pain was broken and smashed to the ground due to the burns. This scene is really too cruel. Since Nagato was unable to move, Conan had to do it himself and quickly sealed the still damaged Tendo Pain in the scroll. The two stood there in silence for a long time, and no one wanted to talk. Finally, it was Conan who spoke up. Go back. The two fell silent again. However, before turning around and leaving, Nagato and Conan looked back at the flame that was still standing there. The blazing fire was still the same, as if nothing had happened. Only the gaps, deep pits, and smoke left on the wasteland showed that what had just happened really existed. On the way back, Nagato kept thinking about the extent of Shihouin Naraku's strength. After personally experiencing the power of the Flame Mountain, Nagato began to wonder if that was really a miracle that a ninja could create. As the owner of the Rinnegan, Nagato is familiar with the legend of the Sage of Six Paths. The mythology does describe the miracles left by the Sage of Six Paths, such as the bright moon hanging high in the night sky, which is one of them. Nagato was skeptical because with the help of Rinnegan's eye technique, planetary devastation, he could also create a huge rock sphere in the air similar to the moon. As for why he doubted it, it was of course because the sphere he created using the planetary devastation was too different from a moon. Comparing the two together would naturally make Nagato confused. But after seeing the flaming mountain this time, Nagato began to wonder if it was because of his lack of strength that he was unable to create a sphere like the moon. But if that was the case, Nagato felt horrified at Shihouin Naraku's strength. No, I am the god who created the new world. Shihouin Naraku may have used other powers to create the miraculous flame mountain. His strength could not have surpassed his own. Nagato suppressed the hesitation in his heart and believed that he, who possessed the Rinnegan, was a god capable of judging the world. No one can surpass it. At the same time, Nagato and Conan both have the intention to kill Shihouin Naraku. No matter how powerful Shihouin Naraku is, his current capabilities are enough to pose a huge threat to Akatsuki's plans. Coupled with the damage to Tendo Pain's body this time, Shihouin Naraku is now in a state of inevitable death. Ichu. Shihouin Naraku at the Konoha camp couldn't help but sneeze. Huh? Who is thinking about me? Or is someone scolding me? Naraku turned his head and looked around. His eyes narrowed slightly, trying to find out who was planning a rebellion. The Konoha shinobi who was walking back and forth was almost frightened by Naraku's eyes. He greeted her hurriedly and quickly moved away. "Don't let me catch you." After taking a quick look and finding nothing wrong with the opponent, Naraku placed his right hand on the hilt of the Kurakara sword at his waist, ready to find a place to practice. Teacher Jiraiya hasn't replied yet, so he still has to stay in the Land of Lightning to stabilize the situation for the time being. Of course, Naraku didn't know that he was already on Akatsuki's blacklist, and he never knew when he would be attacked. However, too many lice don't itch, and too many debts don't worry. There are too many people in the entire Land of Lightning who want to kill Naraku, and the Akatsuki organization has to wait in line. In fact, if Naraku knew the reason why Nagato and Konan hated him, and what happened to Tendo Pain in the Flame Mountain, he would definitely laugh out loud. It's so funny that the famous Six Paths puppet family was almost destroyed in the Flaming Mountain. There was no way, no one expected that the counterattack from Flaming Mountain would be so fierce. Because the Sea of Fire burns day and night, the Flame Mountain has accumulated enough terrifying energy. Even if Tendo Pain does not take action, it will not be long before the Flame Mountain will produce a natural disaster scene similar to a volcanic eruption. When the eruption is over, the Flaming Mountain will return to its normal state, and the flames will begin to burn again to accumulate energy. So we can only say that the damage to Tendo Pain was Nagato's own fault. Continuous attacks will cause the unstirred energy to explode wildly before reaching the critical point. Because of this, the power of this volcanic eruption is not actually the strongest. No one knows this at this point. As for Shihouin Naraku, he only cared about killing and not burying, and he didn't care what consequences the Flame Mountain would cause. Besides, the formation of the Flame Mountain also indirectly helped the Kingdom of Thunder a lot. From now on, the Kingdom of Thunder no longer has to worry about the enemy breaking through the Jinglei Gorge and entering the vast hinterland. With such a huge flaming mountain blocking the way, no one can get through. Of course, it's not just the enemies who can't get through, but also the people from the Land of Thunder. This can barely be considered a good thing. After finding a good place to train and practice for a day, Naraku carried Kurakara back to the Konoha camp. Just then, Yamanaka Hai and Akamichi Choza came back with a team under their protection, and Naraku saw at a glance the huge scrolls they were carrying. "This is the completed military map." Naraku asked cryptically, "Did it go well?" Yamanaka Hai didn't say anything, just nodded silently. "This is good," which means that Cloud Shinobi Village did not notice Konoha's little tricks, which is understandable. Cloud Shinobi is very honest now, fearing that Naraku will find a reason to start a war again. At this moment, Cloud Shinobi Village can no longer bear the loss. At least before the 5th Raikage shows up, Cloud Shinobi Village doesn't dare to cause trouble. Yamanaka led the team away, while Akamichi stayed behind, smiling innocently as he handed Naraku some washed fruits. The fruit found in the nearby mountains tastes very good. When it comes to eating, there is no one in the entire ninja world who is better than the Akamichi clan. Naraku didn't hesitate. He sheathed the Kurakara on his shoulder, took the steamed bun-sized wild fruit, and took a bite. The taste is unexpectedly good. Akamichi Dingswa also took out a wild fruit and ate it with relish. The two chatted as they walked towards the camp headquarters. Speaking of Naraku's relationship with the Ino Shikacho trio, his friendship with Akamichi Choza is actually the deepest. After all, the Akamichi clan secret techniques are very attractive, and being able to control the size of body parts at will is really amazing. Of course, we are talking about power here, not anything else. If you have wrong thoughts, go and face the wall. Really, the reason why Naraku and Choza have a good relationship is not because of the secret techniques of the Akamichi clan, but because most people in this family are thoughtful and kind, and are very suitable to be friends. Cough, cough, cough. However, after the two became good friends, Naraku did learn the Akamichi clan's secret technique, expansion jutsu. Actually, it's nothing magical. Naraku doesn't like to eat himself fat, and he basically never used it after learning expansion jutsu. The principle of expansion jutsu, is to convert the fat stored in the body into special chakra, and then enlarge a certain part of the body or make the entire body giant. If the multiplication technique is used multiple times, the body will unconsciously begin to grow larger under the influence of chakra. This fighting mode was not suitable for Shihouin Naraku, so even after learning expansion jutsu, he never used it. As for why the Akamichi clan taught Naraku the secret technique passed down from generation to generation, you must know that this is the key strength that all major ninja clans rely on to pass on their family. Of course, it was because Naraku helped the Akamichi clan improve their family's secret medicine, which greatly reduced the side effects of the secret medicine, especially the danger of losing life. Some ninjas from the Akamichi clan do not like to eat and drink too much. It is even painful to eat and drink too much for a long time. However, they must maintain their own fat calories because of the needs of fighting, which is the source of their strength. Naraku took action at the right time and developed a series of food supplement prescriptions that could add more nutrition to food. From then on, the ninjas of the Akamichi clan no longer needed to eat and drink a lot to maintain the terrifying energy required by the body. Therefore, it is not surprising that Naraku can learn expansion jutsu. The only restriction is that he cannot pass on the expansion jutsu to outsiders privately. This is as it should be. As a result, Naraku and the Akamichi clan established a very good relationship. Naraku and Chozu were chatting and eating wild fruits. As soon as they approached the command center, Shikaku handed them an intelligence scroll. This is a letter from the land of grass. So slow, Naraku muttered before opening the scroll and quickly reading through the contents. How is it? Shikaku did not open the scroll, so he did not know the specific contents. Agreed. Mr. Jiraiya is ready to carry out the plan. That's great. This means there's hope for an end to the war on the other front as well. Shikaku breathed a sigh of relief. Although ninjas are tools for fighting, any normal person would not want to see the outbreak of war. At least because of the heavy casualties in the war, Tang Jigua, who did not dare to complain at all, raised his hand in agreement. Shikaku asked, "When are you leaving?" Naraku closed the scroll and said directly, "Let's go now." So soon. Shikaku was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. This way the war would end quickly. All right. Naraku suddenly remembered the negotiations. When can the peace treaty be negotiated? It's been so long and it's still not finished. Lu Jiu shrugged helplessly. How can it be fast? Both sides are haggling over every penny. A very small number represents a huge benefit. What I'm worried about now is that if the news of your departure gets out, Cloud Shinobi might have more accidents. After all, their losses this time are a bit too great. No, before the 5th Raikage was chosen, they didn't have the guts. No matter how much they hated us, they didn't dare to provoke us. They were afraid of being killed. Naraku glanced at the headquarters, which was relatively quiet due to the end of the war. Even if they really take action, I will rush back in the shortest time, so it won't be a big problem. Besides, I'm just going to help Jiraiya-sensei finish things. It won't take long. Maybe by the time Cloud Shinobi realizes I'm not in the camp, I'll already be back. Shikaku dispelled his inner doubts and decided that it was worth taking a little risk in order to end the war quickly. And if anything goes wrong, he's there, so it won't be a problem to hold out until Naraku comes back. Naraku continued to explain some things and then prepare to set off. Then I'm off. Naraku nodded towards the Ino, Shika, Cho Trio, and Hyuga Hayashi, and the next second he soared into the sky, turning into a small black dot and quickly disappeared into the sky. I don't know when he will be able to fly. Naraku's strength is a bit unfathomable. Who knows? That guy has been a genius since he was a child. That's true. If he didn't have enough talent, Master Tsunade wouldn't have accepted Naraku as a student. Actually, I can fly too. Haha. I know. With Naraku's departure, everyone's burden suddenly became heavier. However, everyone present is confident that they can protect Konoha's victory, so it's not a big problem. Flying is a dream hidden deep in the hearts of human beings. Seeing Naraku fly away, everyone was a little envious, Even mature people like Hyuga Hayashi were no exception. Akamichi Choza is not envious because he can also fly, but his flying method is not as convenient as Naraku. He needs chakra to transform into butterfly wings to fly in the air. Naraku, who was performing the air dance technique with all his strength at high altitude, found that he was still not as fast or convenient as riding on the Sky Comet Dragon. So after flying for a distance, he decisively summoned the Sky Comet Dragon. Set off. Roar. A comet wrapped in red light flashed across the sky. The land of grass. In the center of the battlefield, the Konoha shinobi, led by Jiraiya, engaged in a fierce battle with the rock shinobi troops led by Huang Tu. Both sides sent out their top ninjas, with no intention of holding back their strength. It seems that everyone is ready to get rid of the other party in one go. Huang Tu stood at the front of the position. His tall and strong body was very conspicuous and attracted the firepower of many Konoha shinobi, but they were all defeated without exception in front of his superb earth-style ninjutsu. Bang! He punched the ground hard, and the ground in front suddenly bulged with a large number of sharp spikes, piercing the body of the Konoha shinobi, and blood splattered everywhere. Notify the demolition team and prepare to take action. Yes, despite Huang Tu's usually steady personality, he couldn't help but get excited at this moment. He was about to defeat the Konoha troops led by Jiraiya, one of the Konoha Sannin. A few days ago, Huang Tu received information from his father, the Three Great Scales Inoki, which was the bad news that the Land of Lightning had been defeated and Konoha was negotiating with Cloud Shinobi, which meant that Konoha Village could gather most of its forces to fight Iwagakure. This is very troublesome. After realizing that he could not gain any advantage, Inoki became hesitant as to whether the war should continue, so he wrote to Huang Tu to ask. Huang Tu was also a little hesitant. After all, Iwagakure had the upper hand in the war at this time. Although he could not repel the Konoha troops for the time being, it would obviously be a pity if he retreated now. Inoki's meaning is, since we can't defeat Konoha in a short time, then we should go bully the Cloud Shinobi village whose strength has been greatly weakened, and try to bite off a piece of meat. Huang Tu also agreed with this suggestion, but before he made up his mind, Jiraiya suddenly led the Konoha troops to attack the rock shinobi position. Huang Tu was frightened and thought that reinforcements from Konoha village had arrived. However, he sent out a perception team to investigate, only to find that it was a false alarm and there were no reinforcements at all. Although this incident made him somewhat angry, he also discovered a good opportunity to inflict heavy damage on the Konoha shinobi forces. Huang Tu could tell from Jiraiya's reckless advance that Konoha did have reinforcements, but they had not arrived yet. So if Rock Shinobi could completely defeat the team led by Jiraiya before the Konoha reinforcements arrived, it would definitely be a great achievement. Even if you attack Cloud Shinobi Village later, you don't have to worry about the threat of Konoha Shinobi. The best of both worlds. In the valley formed by a large number of rocks, ninjas from both sides fought frantically. The battlefield was filled with blood and smoke. Boom, boom, boom. Countless rocks collapsed, creating deep holes the size of bowls on the ground. The Iwagakure ninjas took advantage of the geographical location and firmly gained the upper hand. The Konoha shinobi organized several charges to break up the opponent's formation, but they were unsuccessful. Huang Tu watched as his demolition team came on the scene. The rock shinobi side won victory after victory and were about to surround the Konoha shinobi. Both sides have dispatched their top ninjas, and casualties caused by the fierce physical and ninjutsu confrontations are increasing rapidly. The battlefield was filled with blood. Neither Konoha nor Rock Shinobi had any intention of retreating. Everyone had the same idea: to repel the enemy. Almost. Jiraiya frowned as he looked at the situation on the battlefield. The Konoha side could no longer withstand the Rock Shinobi's offensive and began to slowly retreat. After Rock Shinobi's demolition team joined the battlefield, the situation changed drastically. The opponent's offensive was a bit too fierce. The explosion team is a special unit unique to Iwagakure. Its members either use detonating clay to perform powerful explosive ninjutsu or possess special explosion-style bloodline limits. Basically, every member of the blasting team has extremely strong strength. Each of their moves has an explosive effect, and the resulting power can easily blow an ordinary ninja to pieces. So after these people joined the battlefield, the Konoha shinobi began to retreat. The opponent's offensive was too strong, and it was really difficult for ordinary people to resist. Fortunately, there are many Konoha shinobi who are good at lightning style. They rely on the attribute Restraint, Thunder Earth, to deal with those ninjutsu that use detonating clay to create explosions. For example, Hatake Kakashi is a top ninja who is good at lightning-style ninjutsu. With the cooperation of Sharingan and Raikiri, several elite ninjas of the blasting team have died in his hands. Because of this, he was regarded as a thorn in the eyes of many rock shinobi, and Kakashi became somewhat embarrassed when surrounded by so many people. If fighting alone, Kakashi can indeed deal with a Wagakure's elite Jōnin, but if the opponent joins forces to besiege him, the 50-50 passive will be cancelled, and he will naturally fall into a very embarrassing situation. Fire style, ash burning. In the center of the battlefield, Sarutobi Asuma spit out a ball of high-temperature ash from his mouth, directly covering the oncoming rock shinobi. The burning pain made the enemy scream loudly, and then the fireworks exploded violently, completely devouring rock shinobi's life. Call. Asuma bit his cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. When will the backup arrive? Sizzle. Raikiri stabbed a rock shinobi through the heart, and Hatake Kakashi and Asuma faced a total of 13 rock shinobi back-to-back. Lightning flashed on his palm, and Kakashi said with rapid breathing, "Who knows? In order to avoid the search of the rock shinobi perception team, the team led by Guy hid a little far away. I hope it will be quick. I can't hold on any longer." Asuma faced the siege of rock shinobi with a headache. Although the enemy was strong, the continuous number of people was the most daunting. Asuma, who had already killed many people, felt his hands were sore, but Cloud Shinobi kept rushing at him. To the Peacock! As Asuma and Kakashi were covering the others' slow evacuation, a new force of Konoha quickly joined the battlefield. They were the Konoha shinobi troops led by Might Guy. Might Guy instantly opened the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates and sent countless shockwaves and fireballs toward the large number of Cloud shinobi troops. It was as beautiful as a peacock spreading its tail, and the Cloud shinobi team was bombed to pieces. Boom! Green energy bloomed, and Might Guy landed next to Kakashi and Asuma. Kakashi, are you okay? Asuma, you're here too. Yeah, I'm here too. Luckily you still saw me. Asuma bit his cigarette and complained wordlessly. It's a rare sight that Might Guy, whose eyes were full of Hatake Kakashi, didn't forget that he was there too. But soon, a silly smile appeared on Asuma's bearded face. Sunset Red is here. Asuma was extremely proud as he watched Kurenai Yuhi easily take out a Cloud shinobi. With the reinforcements, Kakashi's pressure was reduced a lot, and he finally had time to observe the situation on the battlefield. He was surprised to find that even with the addition of Might Guy and others, the situation was not really reversed. Although Konoha Shinobi has stopped its decline, it can only barely tie with Rock Shinobi and is still unable to defeat the opponent. At the Rock Shinobi position, Huang Tu looked at the battlefield situation with satisfaction. Do you really think we didn't notice that some people were missing from the Konoha army? These people hid and wanted to catch us off guard, but unfortunately they miscalculated. The two villages have been fighting for some time, and both sides are familiar with each other's lineups. Especially the extremely small number of top ninjas are under strict surveillance, so it is easy for the Rock Shinobi to discover that some Konoha Shinobi, led by Might Guy, have disappeared. They are not a large force of reinforcements sent from Konoha village. Even if these people join the battlefield, they cannot affect the final outcome. Huang Tu stood on a high place, keeping a close eye on the changes on the battlefield. The Wagakure never cares about the number of ninjas, because we have more people. Notify everyone to send all the remaining ninja teams onto the field in half an hour. We will try to defeat the Konoha shinobi in one fell swoop and send them back to the land of fire. Yes. Next, the war between Konoha village and Awadikure became more and more intense. However, as time passed, the ninjas consumed a lot of chakra and physical strength, causing the battle progress to slow down. Boom! After a loud bang, a large area of land behind the Konoha shinobi suddenly began to collapse, and a large number of rock shinobi jumped out of it, and the front and rear armies began to jointly besiege the Konoha shinobi team. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. At the critical moment, Jiraiya stood up and released a huge muddy swamp, which firmly controlled a large number of rock shinobi. Fire-style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The raging flames danced like a dragon. Hot and merciless flames fell from the sky, instantly bombarding the large number of bound cloud shinobi. The high temperature baked the air like hell. A large amount of water was evaporated, and the swamp turned into dry land in an instant, with a large number of ugly cracks appearing. Jiraiya's expression did not change much, because as the flames died out, he found that only a few rock shinobi died from the fire-style attack. More rock shinobi broke free from the swamp like swimming fish and emerged from the underground on the other side. I forgot, these guys are better at Earth-style. Jiraiya gave a bitter smile, but was too late to attack again, because after seeing him release the ninjutsu, Huang too rushed out. The commanders of both sides are about to start fighting. The war instantly entered the most brutal battle, and the shocking bloody scenes painted a bloody picture. On the cruel battlefield, smoke filled the air and flames of war raged. Countless lives were lost here, screams and wails continued, and the smell of blood filled the air. This is a war that no one is willing to back down from. Konoha village doesn't want to lose, and Awadikure wants to win even more. I don't know when Jiraiya and Huang too started fighting. Where the two were fighting, the other ninjas consciously stayed away to avoid holding back their commander. Fire-style, Big Fire Bomb. While Jiraiya spat out a large amount of oil refined from chakra, he instantly released Fire-style to ignite the oil, forming a powerful Fire-style ninjutsu to attack Huang Tu. Earth-style Earth Wall. Huang Tu punched the ground, and a thick wall blocked his way. Boom! The blazing incendiary bombs hit the city walls. Rubble and sparks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. The Fire-style ninjutsu released by Jiraiya is much more powerful than ordinary Fire-style ninjutsu because of the presence of oil, but Huang Di is also very good at Earth-style ninjutsu, and the wall he created is not only tough but also extremely thick. Therefore, the result of the collision between the two ninjutsu is that they are evenly matched. Call! Huang Tu had sneaked into the smoke and dust at some point, and quickly approached Jiraiya. The moment he rushed out, he swung his powerful fist at Jiraiya. Earth-style Rock Fist. At this moment, Huang Tu's right fist had turned into a hard rock fist, greatly increasing its weight and hardness. The air was smashed through, and it fell towards Jiraiya with a whistling sound. Jiraiya jumped back quickly to avoid the first attack, and faced the yellow earth that was coming immediately after, while he quickly formed seals with his hands in midair. Lion hair technique. The long white hair hanging down her back grew and spread rapidly, like the exploding hair of a lion. Countless strands of hair condensed into tough ropes, instantly binding the nearby luss. A terrifying force gathered, and the long hair began to exert pressure, trying to cut the entangled yellow earth into pieces. Bang! The air was filled with smoke and the lust turned into a wooden stake. Body replacement technique. Before Jiraiya could react, Huang Tu jumped out from the ground behind him and punched Jiraiya hard. Bang! Jiraiya was knocked flying and fell heavily to the ground. He rolled all the way, leaving a clear ditch on the ground, and finally broke several big trees before falling down like a rag doll. A smile appeared on Huang Tu's lips, but before he could continue smiling, a huge shadow completely enveloped him. An extremely huge toad fell from the sky and landed right at his location. Summoning. The collapse of the rooftop. Boom! In an instant, the heaven and earth shook, smoke and dust rose, gravel flew, and a large sunken hole appeared on the ground. At the critical moment, he rolled over like a lazy donkey to avoid the crushing yellow earth and stood up from the side in a mess. He subconsciously reached out his hand to wipe his cheek, but was surprised to see clear bloodstains on the back of his hand. Moreover, Huangtu could vaguely feel the pain coming from his back. It seemed that he was a little slow in dodging just now and was scratched. Toad Sage Jiraiya is here. Jiraiya posed proudly on the back of the toad with 2 swords on his back. A smug smile appeared on his face, which made Huangtu a little unhappy. The smile never disappears, it just shifts. It seemed that what he had just hit was only shadow clone. Huangtu glanced into the distance and saw that Jiraiya, who had been lying there like a rag doll, had disappeared without a trace. Here we go. Toad Hero. Oh, Toad Guang drew out his 2 swords, and suddenly thunder exploded, strong winds whistled, and the 2 swords carrying tremendous power chopped down towards the Lus. Before the blows fell, strong winds came towards him. Good job. Huangtu showed an arrogant look, stomped his feet on the ground, and his strength rose from the ground. His arms turned into rock fists and blocked in front of him. Clang! A deafening explosion roared suddenly, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out with the Lus as the center. Dust fluttered up, and the ground under the Lus turned into powder and disappeared in an instant when blown by the wind. Blocked! Jiraiya watched in shock as Huangtu stretched out his arms above his head and blocked Gamahiro's double sword attacks with a nick of time. This power is truly terrifying. Huangtu slowly raised his head and revealed a ferocious smile. This was the power given to him by the earth. As long as the ninjas of Awagakure stand on the ground, they will never lose. This is his will. Crack! Toad Guang didn't care about anything else. He burst out with all his strength and pressed down with both swords, trying to completely defeat Huangtu's ability to resist. Huangtu held his head high and chest out, chakra surging wildly in his body. His mighty and unyielding aura soared into the sky, and the muscles in his arms bulged as if a force that could shake the heavens and the earth erupted, lifting Gamahiro's double swords little by little. Why do some people always have so much strength? Jiraiya seemed to recall some unpleasant past events and shuddered unconsciously, but began to make seals quickly with his hands. I am your enemy. Huangtu pulled out his legs that were deeply stuck in the ground and completely overturned the double swords that were madly suppressing him. Gamahiro's huge body shook, affecting Jiraiya's hand seal. At this time, Huangtu had already seen Jiraiya making a hand seal, which was the Fire Style seal. Fire Style Toad Oil. Earth Style Earthquake Core. Yellow earth came first and then came, and his palms slammed the ground suddenly. The earth shook violently, and the ground under Gamahiro's feet suddenly bulged, pushing him and Jiraiya away. Earth-style Rock Stealer Stick. Without stopping the attack, Huangtu formed a seal again, and countless rocks turned into sharp sticks and flew towards Jiraiya and Gamahiro. Like meteors across the sky, a large number of spiked stone sticks whizzed up, tearing through the air and sweeping away. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's long silver hair grew and spread rapidly, forming a hardened shield that blocked most of the hidden weapon attacks. Ding ding. Toad Guang's reaction speed is even faster. He dances with 2 swords in his hands, and no hidden weapon can break through his attack range. Boom! Jiraiya and Gamahiro fell to the ground and stood facing the yellow earth. Do you want to use that trick? If not used, the lust cannot be solved in a short time. He frowned and looked into the distance. On the distant battlefield, the number of rock shinobi far exceeded that of Konoha shinobi. Basically, each Konoha shinobi had to face the siege of more than 10 people at the same time. This showed the difference in the number of people on both sides. We can't delay any longer. If we continue, Konoha will suffer too great a loss. Although it had been agreed in advance, Jiraiya couldn't guarantee that Naraku would be able to arrive in time. What if he was delayed due to something? Thinking of this, Jiraiya clasped his hands together, lowered his head, and said, Gamahiro, help me buy some time. I want to activate Sage Mode. Leave it to me. Toad Guang took a stance with 2 swords in his hands and looked at the yellow earth vigilantly. As for Huang Tu, he has the least pressure. Jiraiya can see the problems on the battlefield, and he is no exception. As long as he can delay Jiraiya, Huang Tu believes that a Wagakure will be the final winner of this war. Therefore, his goal is to hold back Jiraiya. Hoo. Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, Youngshiro, Aoba, and other Konoha shinobi breathed heavily as they faced the huge crowds that gathered around them. If Naraku doesn't come, we'll have to collect his body. Before Asuma finished speaking, there was a faint sound of thunder in the distant sky. Then a red comet streaked across the sky, leaving behind a dazzling and clear trail, and fell towards the center of the battlefield. Boom! In the clear blue sky, a red comet streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed, leaving a long tail in the atmosphere, like a gorgeous rainbow spanning the sky and the earth. The deafening roar came from far away and quickly got closer. Everyone on the battlefield looked up and saw the comet falling from the sky with devastating force, as if the power to destroy the world was falling from the sky. Without giving anyone time to react, the comet drew a spectacular arc in the sky and fell with dazzling red flames. Boom! At the moment the comet fell, the world seemed to fall into a brief silence. Immediately afterwards, the earth tore apart and collapsed. Fire and smoke rose into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The sun's light also became dim at this moment. In an instant, a blinding light burst out, so bright that people could not look directly at it, and they all closed their eyes. The ring-shaped, transparent shock wave spread rapidly, destroying everything on the earth. The large number of rock shinobi were simply unable to resist this natural disaster-like impact. Wailing sounds were heard, and countless people were blown into the air and then engulfed by flames and smoke. The powerful shock wave continued to advance, blowing humans away, uprooting flowers and trees, completely destroying all vegetation, and then smashing into the valley walls with unparalleled force. Large chunks of rock were torn off the mountain wall and rolled down with a loud rumbling sound. The shock wave crushed all objects along the way, and the hurricane that followed raged like a ferocious beast, tearing everything apart. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the world seemed to have fallen into chaos. The place where the comet fell happened to be the rock shinobi's position, so the first ones to experience the power of the natural disaster were, of course, the large number of Awagakure ninjas. Careful! Get out of the way! Gather together and resist. Quick! The smaller number of Konoha shinobi gathered together and worked together to resist the power of heaven and earth. After a long time, the strong wind subsided and the thick smoke and dust began to dissipate. On the cruel battlefield, there was suddenly an unbearable silence. Crack, crack, crack. Clear and steady footsteps were heard, and a figure stepped over the countless Iwagakure ninjas who were lying and wailing and gradually approached. The battlefield was so quiet at this moment that even if a needle dropped to the ground, it could be heard clearly. Everyone was waiting quietly, waiting for that person to appear. Wow! A clean white palm tore through the smoke and dust, and the sunlight pierced through the chaos like silver pouring down the ground. A piece of clothing fluttered in the air, and a man holding a pitch-black straight-blade knife in one hand stepped out of the dim dust, revealing his true face. Call! A gust of wind blew by, and the smoke and dust quickly flew away. The dazzling sunlight fell on the man, as if he was covered with a brilliant cloak. The halo of the rainbow spread, the warm lines swayed, and the dazzling light paved a ladder, like a path to becoming a god. The man's pupils were like stars, and dots of fire were dancing all over his body, shining like dazzling diamonds. The shock caused by the appearance of this person was like the pressure of a mountain, pressing down on everyone and making no one dare to react. Who are you? You caused this. Finally, an Awagakure ninja came out, covering the bleeding wound on his shoulder. He had just been hit by the rubble and was furious. Seeing the man who looked like a god descended from heaven, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. The other party was definitely not a ninja from a Wagakure. It was obvious that the commotion that caused a large number of rock shinobi casualties just now was caused by the man in front of him. Therefore, he is the enemy. Since you are an enemy, there is no need to be polite. Shihouin Naraku, holding the Kurakura, didn't even look at the rock shinobi who was so close to him, as if the other party was an insignificant speck of dust. Damn it! Lousy call. Naraku raised the Kurakura in his hand slightly, and an invisible cold light flashed on the pitch-black blade. The rock shinobi who was gesticulating and cursing suddenly stopped and stood still, as if he had turned into a statue. Naraku walked forward and passed by rock shinobi. Puff! Until Naraku walked away, rock shinobi, who was standing still, spurted a lot of blood from his chest. Countless knife marks appeared on his body, which shattered the opponent's vitality. Bang! With his eyes wide open, rock shinobi slammed heavily to the ground, and more blood began to seep out from under his body, flowing freely. It's the enemy. Quick! Kill him! Superior! Kill! Rock shinobi gathered from all directions, using hidden weapons and ninjutsu like an overwhelming force. Shihouin Naraku looked up and saw Kurakara in his hand. There were flashes of fire all over his body. A breeze blew by, and his figure turned into smoke and disappeared. Bang, bang, bang. Hidden weapons and ninjutsu struck the ground, raising flames and smoke, but otherwise hit nothing. The rock shinobi watched Naraku disappear and looked around, but didn't see any trace of him. No one noticed that the ground was silently torn into a long ditch that spread far into the distance. Jung! Just when rock shinobi was at a loss, a sharp and piercing knife whistle exploded in the crowd. Shihouin Naraku walked across the distance with Kurakara in his hand, then turned and looked at rock shinobi. Puff! None of the rock shinobi saw the lightning-fast blade, and a total of 37 ninjas were covered in blood, and they fell to the ground and died a few seconds later. Without exception, they died with their eyes open, unable to understand how they died. Only the countless knife marks on their bodies revealed the true cause of death. Naraku's attack deeply shocked everyone present. Swish! Shihouin Naraku raised the Kurakara with the tip of the knife, pointing to the sky, and shouted, "Konoha shinobi! Fight back!" There was a momentary stagnation on the battlefield, and the next second the shouts of the Konoha shinobi resounded through the sky. Go! It's Naraku-sama. Lord Naraku is here to help us. Kill! Kill the rock shinobi. The Konoha shinobi's low aura rose high, and everyone shouted and rushed towards the Iwagakure ninja, whose number was less than half of the previous one. The momentum of reverse movement was formed instantly, and the Konoha shinobi gathered together like thousands of troops galloping, madly crushing the enemy. After a series of attacks, the Iwagakure ninjas began to lose heart, and the war situation began to quickly turn to Konoha's side. At this time, Naraku sped up again, and his targets were all the top ninjas in Iwagakure, especially the rock shinobi in the demolition team, who are basically elite personnel. Every time one is lost, Iwagakure will feel sad for a long time. These people will cause great harm to the Konoha shinobi, so they must be dealt with in advance. Puff! Before rock shinobi could throw the explosive clay with his eyes wide open, the black blade had already passed over his neck, blood spurted out, and the opponent was instantly plunged into darkness. It hadn't been activated by the earth-style chakra yet, so the detonating clay clattered to the ground, spreading into a pile of mud. No, the explosive clay itself is mud. The fourth one, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, Shihouin Naraku looked towards the famous explosion-style hunter not far away. Explosion-style carry is the captain of the Iwagakure explosion unit. This person possesses an extremely rare explosion-style bloodline limit. Unlike other rock shinobi who need to detonate clay to release secret techniques, he can directly release ninjutsu to produce extremely powerful explosions. This completely different fighting style makes the explosion-style hunting ability very powerful. Every move can pose a huge threat. Shihouin Naraku glanced over with calm eyes, and such an obvious action was naturally discovered by the enemy. The two people's eyes crossed in the air, sparks flying. Go to hell. Explosion style, Naraku punched the ground hard. Violent energy poured out. The ground under Naraku's feet suddenly exploded. Flames and smoke fell. Boom! There was an earth-shaking movement. The horrific explosion overturned the ground and knocked the nearby ninjas to the ground. Explosion-style Hunter was not sure that he could kill Shihouin Naraku with such a simple blow, so he scanned the surroundings, trying to find the opponent. Swish! Shihouin Naraku appeared behind Explosion-style Hunter, as if teleporting, and the Kurakara in his hand drew an arc, instantly leaving deep scars on the enemy's body. Severe pain spread throughout his body, and the Explosion-style Hunter wailed in agony, and his fist that was about to swing out unconsciously loosened. Stepping forward with one foot, Naraku's shoulder slammed into the enemy's chest, sending him flying into the air. Before the rock shinobi who was trying to rescue Explosion-style Sho could react, Naraku caught up with the enemy in midair at lightning speed. Kurakara pierced the opponent's heart cleanly, and the flames spread into the body of Explosion-style Sho along the blade, instantly burning all his internal organs to ashes. Explosion-style hunters only feel pain for the first time, and then die in the blink of an eye. Hole. Kill him. Revenge for the hunter. All of the Cloud shinobi from the demolition team gathered around, and the roar of the explosion echoed across the battlefield. The air was shaking continuously, deep pits were blown out on the ground, and smoke and dust were everywhere. But all these attacks were in vain, as Naraku's speed soared, like an arrow shot from a bow, and he rushed into the Cloud shinobi team in an instant. Naraku rushed into the enemy camp with violent momentum. Countless ninjas were blown into the air, shouting and wailing loudly, blood splattered, leaving only a series of whistling winds behind them. Turn left, step forward, turn around, flip. Like a beautiful butterfly dancing, Naraku, holding the Kurakara, shuttled through the enemy camp. Enemies died tragically every moment, and no one could resist even for a second. In just a few blinks of an eye, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, Naraku easily slaughtered all of Cloud Shinobi's demolition team. Die with me. Cloud Shinobi vomited blood and roared madly, completely ignoring the severe pain in his soul. The detonating clay that he had prepared long ago was about to explode. He wanted to drag the enemy who killed all his companions to death with him. Bang! Just as the bomb formed by the detonating clay was about to explode, flames began to seep out faintly. But at this moment, Naraku stepped down with one foot. With this kick, the explosive clay was directly crushed into a pile of mud in front of the dying Cloud Shinobi's incredulous eyes. With a puff, it finally burst into a bean-sized flame and then completely dissipated. Puff! The pitch-black blade swept across, and Naraku chopped off Cloud Shinobi's head, who still had a terrified expression on his face. This was the last member of the Awagakure demolition force. The explosion-style elite ninjas that Awagakure had spent countless efforts and resources to train were wiped out in less than an incense stick of time. Casually shaking off the non-existent blood drop on the Kurakara sword, Shihouin Naraku raised his eyes and looked calmly at the other rock shinobi on the battlefield. "What are you doing?" Naraku shouted. "In the last half hour, kill the rock shinobi." Boom! The violent conqueror's haki crushed towards the rock shinobi. The terrifying pressure was like a huge mountain pressing down on the enemy, making them look dazed. The sky was overcast. Shihouin Naraku's invincible spiritual willpower was unleashed. The powerful conqueror's haki continued to emerge, and a tearing sound was heard in the air. The invisible sense of oppression turned into a tangible mental shock, spreading madly forward, and black and red thunder flashed and spread. Wave after wave of fierce air waves were like waves, rushing forward with the force of thousands of troops and horses. A hurricane swept up, shaking the heaven and earth. The scene that seemed like the end of the world completely crushed Rock Shinobi's will. One after another, Rock Shinobi lost consciousness and fell down. Only those ninjas with strong strength and strong will still held on and refused to give up. Kill. Finally, Shihouin Naraku put away Conqueror's haki and swung the blade in his hand. Kill. Go. Naraku stood there, watching the Konoha shinobi pass him one by one, crashing into the Rock Shinobi troops like a surging sea wave. Even though the morale of the Konoha shinobi was high and they didn't have much strength left, they were able to eliminate all the remaining forces of the Rock Shinobi, who had completely collapsed without any surprise. At this time, the number of Rock Shinobi troops was less than one-third of the pre-war strength. Even though Huang Tu was the son of the third Tsuchika Jinoki, he was unable to explain such a horrific loss. Get lost. Get out of my way. Huang Tu burst out all his strength without caring about his life, trying to repel Jiraiya, who was entangled with him, but he was unable to do so. Watching a large number of Rock Shinobi die in the scene of the falling comet, die at the hands of Shihouin Naraku, and finally be completely destroyed by the attack of the Konoha shinobi. Huang Tu couldn't accept the nightmare-like doomsday before his eyes. Jiraiya knew what Huang Tu wanted to do, but at this time the roles of the two were completely reversed. He only needed to hold Huang Tu back. After Naraku appeared, he no longer had to worry about the situation on the battlefield, so he fought more easily. Jiraiya, who originally wanted to enter Sage Mode, simply gave up as it was no longer necessary. Especially after seeing Rock Shinobi's complete annihilation, Jiraiya had nothing to worry about, as Huang Tu's counterattack at this time would not affect the overall situation. Rasengan. With the help of Gamahiro, Jiraiya held the chakra ball in his palm and pressed it hard on Huang Tu's body. The compressed chakra instantly burst out with infinite power. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Huang Tu's spirit instantly weakened. Even though he had not given up fighting back, anyone could tell that he was already at the end of his strength. Although Jiraiya sincerely admires ninjas like Huang Tu who have strong wills on the battlefield, there's only one outcome for the enemy, and that is death. Jiraiya simply asked Gamahiro to cancel summoning and go back, and there was no need for it to participate in the next battle. Bang, bang, bang. All the battles in other directions of the battlefield have ended, leaving only the decisive battle between the two commanders, Jiraiya and Huang Tu. Crack! Shihouin Naraku slowly descended from the sky, his feet touching the ground, watching the battle between Jiraiya and Huang Tu up close. Bang! Once again, Huang Tu was knocked away by Jiraiya and rolled to the ground. After finally climbing out of the deep pit, Huang Tu saw Shihouin Naraku not far away. Without bothering to wipe the blood off his body, Huang Tu roared, formed seals quickly like a last hurrah, and then slammed his palms on the ground. Earth-style technique. The remaining chakra surged wildly, and Huang Tu desperately wanted to kill Shihouin Naraku, the culprit who caused Rock Shinobi's defeat. Naraku stood there feeling helpless. He didn't expect that he would be affected just by watching the fun nearby. Naraku, be careful. Get out of the way. Jiraiya rushed directly towards Huang Tu, trying to kill him and cancel the follow-up attack of the ninjutsu. Boom! The earth shook violently. Two huge hemispherical rocks rose from the ground. With terrifying momentum and tremendous force, they suddenly closed together, instantly squeezing Shihouin Naraku in the middle. Naraku, all the ninjas who were paying attention to the battle here, were looking at what was happening in panic. They couldn't believe that Shihouin Naraku, who had just launched a great Kimui, was ambushed by the enemy and seemed to have been crushed. The sudden scene shocked everyone. Ha! Huang Tu ignored Jiraiya, who was rushing towards him. He felt that it was worth it even if he died because of Naraku's most proud Earth-style ninjutsu. Shihouin Naraku is definitely dead. Huang Tu, who once relied on this Earth-style ninjutsu to suppress the tailed beasts, knows very well how powerful the Earth-style technique is. Of course, others don't know at this moment that the Shanda technique will unleash extremely powerful power in the future. This Earth-style jutsu can even suppress Ten Tails and Gedo statue. To be precise, the Yamatsu technique was not originally intended to be used against ninjas. This Earth style was designed from the very beginning to deal with the rampage of the tailed beasts. Huang Tu burst out his last strength and performed such a terrifying Earth-style ninjutsu in order to get rid of Shihouin Naraku in one go. Just when Huang Tu was sure that Naraku was dead and was waiting for Jiraiya's fatal attack. Boom! Orange flames gushed out from the gap between the two hemispheres of rock, and from the initial flames, they quickly grew to the level of a pillar of fire. Crack! A large number of cracks appeared on the huge rock like a spider web, and as the flames spread, more and more cracks appeared. Boom! The next second, the two hemispheres of rock exploded directly, and the shattered rocks shot out in all directions like bullets, creating densely packed tiny holes in the ground. Smoke and flames rose up, obscuring everyone's vision. At this moment, a flaming spear suddenly pierced through the smoke and dust, like an arrow shot from a bow, leaving the sound behind, and instantly pierced Huang Tu's heart. Puff! Huang Tu lowered his head in a daze, watching the flaming spear at his heart quickly spreading throughout his body. At this moment, he could no longer feel the pain, and everything in front of him gradually became blurred. Crack! Clear footsteps were heard, and Shihouin Naraku walked out of the smoke slowly, carrying Kurakara on his shoulders. Naraku's clothes fluttered, and there was not a speck of dust on his body. He appeared in front of everyone intact. Great, Lord Naraku is all right. You must be joking. I already knew that with Lord Naraku's strength, nothing would go wrong. Ha ha ha, just said it. As expected of Lord Naraku, I hope I can be as powerful as you someday. Go to bed early at night. Compared to the cheers of the Konoha shinobi, the captured rock shinobi watched in pain as Huang Tu gave up his chance of survival and released a killing move, but it had no effect at all. Huang Tu looked at Shihouin Naraku unwillingly, as he had no scars on his body. With the last bit of pain, regret, unwillingness, and madness, he completely fell into endless darkness. It seems like he really intends to take me with him to die. Naraku walked up to him and waved his hand, and the fiercely burning flames covering the yellow earth disappeared in an instant. Why put out? Jiraiya asked in confusion. It's almost charred. It would be much easier to just burn it into ashes. Holding his chin, Naraku said uncertainly, we can think of a way to see if we can find some information from the other party's body, even a little bit. Jiraiya was speechless as he looked at Huang Tu's body, which had turned into charcoal. If you're looking for information, why are you burning so hard? In this state, can still be useful? Naraku actually wasn't sure. He was just sitting there doing nothing anyway. The war was over, so he might as well find some work for the corpse disposal team. What if they could gather some intelligence? There was no way. The flames released by Naraku were of terrifyingly high temperature and spread and burned very quickly. Unless he dispersed it himself, a person would be burned to ashes in a few seconds. The reason why Huang Tu's body was barely preserved this time was mainly because Naraku was able to control the flaming spear that shot out and prevented it from completely exploding. Otherwise, the lust would have turned to ashes long ago. Youth is burning. Naraku, it's amazing. Might Guy ran over without stopping, struck a pose for Naraku, gave him a thumbs up, and laughed happily. Naraku didn't pay any attention to Might Guy's antics and reached out his palm to touch the others. As expected of Guy, he still has so much energy after such a big battle. Hatake Kakashi pulled the Genin's forehead protector to block the Sharingan, and was so tired that he almost fell to the ground. I really envy Guy, he's full of energy. Sarutobi Asuma sat on a huge rock. His clothes were torn in many places. He lit a cigarette tremblingly, put it in his mouth, and took a deep breath. Kurenai Yuhi sat next to Asuma, feeling exhausted, with a trace of scarlet seeping through the bandage that had just been wrapped around her arm. Haha! Yamasho Aoba was lying on the ground with his limbs spread out, gasping for breath. His sunglasses, which he always wore, had fallen to somewhere long ago. Throughout the battlefield, except for a few people, Most of the Konoha shinobi looked exhausted. Chakra and physical strength have been consumed too much. Everyone needs to take a good rest. The Konoha shinobi looked at each other in dismay and suddenly burst into laughter. Victory! Laughter echoed around, stirring up a cloud of dust. Naraku took out the scroll, sealed Huang Tu's body, and would hand it over to the corpse disposal team to try later. Who knows? Maybe they could really find some information. Jiraiya came over and patted Naraku on the shoulder. Luckily you came in time, otherwise we would have been wiped out. Speaking of this, Naraku looked at Jiraiya in confusion. According to the original plan, the pace of the war shouldn't be like this. It's different from the plan we discussed. With Naraku's speed, he should have arrived at the battlefield earlier. But in the end, he only arrived at the critical moment, which was a bit wrong. The war situation changes rapidly. Who can guarantee that it will go according to our plan? Jiraiya was helpless, and Rock Shinobi was out of his control, so it was normal for unexpected situations to occur. Naraku shook his head and was about to say something, but suddenly his expression changed and he looked off into the distance. Bang! The ground beneath Shihouin Naraku's feet exploded, and debris splashed in all directions. Amid the surprised looks of others, Naraku soared into the sky, and in an instant appeared high in the sky, looking down at the mountain road in the distance. More than 10 kilometers away, a large number of Iwagakure ninjas who came from nowhere formed a long line and were moving quickly towards the battlefield. The distance was too far for observation haki to see clearly, so Naraku relied on visual inspection to scan the enemy's ant-sized team formation. About 1,000 people, but I don't know their exact strength. However, Naraku did not believe how many powerful troops Iwagakure could send out. After all, there was still the most important village that needed to be protected, and the borders and other locations also needed troops. The 1,000-man ninja team in front of him might be Iwagakure's last resort. Looking down at the still-smoking battlefield, Naraku turned around and slowly landed. Jiraiya sensed something was wrong and immediately stepped forward to ask, "What's wrong?" Iwagakure sent a team of about 1,000 men. Their strength is unknown. So soon, the Konoha shinobi had just finished a tough battle and currently had no energy left to continue fighting. Jiraiya looked at Might Guy, who was resting not far away. The after effects of opening the 8 inner gates had already appeared, and he was trying to relieve the pain and fatigue. Fortunately, Might Guy only opened the 6th gate before the 8 inner gates during the battle. Otherwise, he would be lying on the ground at this time, not daring to move. As for Kakashi and others who were resting in the center of the battlefield, they were so tired that they didn't even want to move. Jiraiya smiled bitterly. How could he continue fighting in this state? Naraku understood the problem that the Konoha shinobi was facing, but he didn't intend to continue fighting, so he decided to hinder the Iwagakure ninja troops and allow the Konoha shinobi to leave, and then it wouldn't be a big deal. "Leave it to me," Naraku said simply. "Teacher Jiraiya, retreat immediately. If it's too much trouble, these Iwagakure prisoners will be lost." The meaning behind Naraku's words was obvious, and Jiraiya understood it immediately. Nodding slightly to indicate that he understood, Jiraiya quickly asked someone to tell all Konoha shinobi to gather and prepare to retreat. As for Naraku, he took off again and rushed towards the approaching Iwagakure 1,000-man army. It took Naraku less than 2 minutes to quickly cross the distance of more than 10 kilometers without the help of tying along. By this time, it was already dark, and Shihouin Naraku, who was standing above the Iwagakure army, was not discovered. With his arms folded, Naraku looked at the team below. The estimate is a little wrong. There should be less than 1,000 people. It seems that most of them are Chunin and Jinin, and there are only a few Jōnin. Although their strength is somewhat weak, their numbers are enough to make up for some disadvantages. Moreover, Naraku discovered that this team seemed to be more like carrying out a logistical supply mission. Of course, Naraku didn't know that. The rock shinobi troops that appeared now did carry a large amount of supplies in order to replenish the war consumption, and then join forces with the team led by Huang Tu, turn around and launch a sneak attack on the Land of Lightning to see if there is any advantage to be gained, etc. Observation Haki scanned the rock shinobi troops and found a familiar figure among them, the future 4th Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi. The black soil at this time is not as mature as it will be in the future. It still looks like a child, full of childishness. I just killed Haitu's father Huang too. Now it's up to you to decide your fate. If you really die, you can only blame yourself. Shihouin Naraku looked at the Iwagakure troops below with indifferent eyes. Although he did not intend to go down a fight, he prepared a gift for this team. Naraku, who was high in the sky, slowly spread out his palms, and the huge chakra that had merged into his body surged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, an ultimate compressed black chakra ball appeared, with a white star ring rotating around it. A breath of destruction spread for the chakra ball. This is a parting gift. Big spiral wheel. Naraku deflected his palm, and the black chakra ball with the white star ring rotating around it fell to the ground. 5, 4. In the dim sky, the faint white ring of stars was finally seen. What is that? 3. It seems like something fell down. Could it be a star? 2. It's too dark to see clearly. It's bright white. 1. Boom! The moment the big spiral wheel hit the ground, it exploded with a loud bang. Flames rose up, and a huge fireball bloomed into a magnificent sight in the night, accompanied by a deafening sound that shook the earth violently. The blazing flames exploded and rolled, engulfing everything around them. Screams and wails intertwined into a miserable and tragic song. The storm swept in, and violent air waves surged between heaven and earth. A powerful shock wave quickly spread in a ring shape, and dust and gravel flew all over the sky, forming a thrilling vortex. A broad ring of air, accompanied by a huge round fireball, rushed into the sky, releasing terrifying power at will. In the shocking explosion, the Iwagakure ninjas fled in panic, but most of them did not have time to retreat before they were completely engulfed by the spreading flames. At this moment, the world seemed to be plunged into chaos. Shihouin Naraku stood high in the sky and quietly watched the scene that was like a nuclear explosion. Even at such a long distance, he could feel the hot breath constantly coming towards him. It's quite powerful, and the explosion scene is even more spectacular than the tailed beast bomb. A dozen kilometers away, the Konoha shinobi who had cleaned up the battlefield were evacuating quickly under the leadership of Jiraiya. At this time, they could already feel the ground shaking slightly. Looking up, I saw a huge fireball exploding in the distant sky. What happened? Naraku did this? What a horrible explosion. It's so far away, but the vibration can still be heard. If it were to see this, the Konoha shinobi knew that Naraku had left, but only a few high-ranking officials knew what Naraku had gone to do. Jiraiya looked off into the distance and clicked his tongue. Looks like we don't have to worry about Iwagakure's reinforcements. This commotion is really outrageous. Jiraiya, who had participated in many wars, looked at the great fireball exploding in the distance, as if he felt an unbearable burning pain. It's more powerful than the tailed beast bomb. How did Naraku do that? Jiraiya had long felt that Naraku's strength had surpassed his own, but every time he saw the other party take action, he would be frightened. In particular, he was horrified to discover that Naraku's strength growth not only did not slow down, but instead showed signs of accelerating. Naraku is the child of destiny who can change the world? Yeah, isn't it? Jiraiya muttered blankly, his expression becoming a little dazed. Jiraiya had not yet recovered by the time the Konoha shinobi returned to their well-defended positions. Naraku came back quickly, and after feeling the power of the big spiral wheel up close, he flew away with satisfaction. As for what happened to the Iwagakure ninja after it was blown up, he didn't care at all. After Naraku came back, he discussed with Jiraiya, Kakashi, and others for a while, then refused their request to stay and turned back to the border of the Land of Lightning. It hurts. Where are my hands? Where are my hands? What happened? What happened? Whoa, I can't see. Who's there? Help me. It hurts. It really hurts, Mom. The flames that had not yet been extinguished illuminated the surroundings, as if it were daytime. Corpses were scattered all over the ground, and blood flowed like a river on the smoke-filled battlefield. The wounded survivors lay on the ground, their wails echoing everywhere. A biting cold wind blew across the earth. The scorching heat gradually dissipated, and the battlefield began to be filled with a desolate atmosphere. The tattered corners of clothes hung on the scorched branches and fluttered in the wind. In the dark night, the terrified Awagakure ninjas were completely shocked by the sudden attack and fell into a state of collapse. Haito raised his trembling hands, which were stained with bright red blood, and looked extremely glaring. In extreme fear, Haito couldn't even control her body to stand up. She pressed her trembling hands on the ground, but she tried hard for a long time, but still couldn't stand up. Tick-tock, blood dripping. Kuratsuchi sat on the ground, her left leg lying limply on the side, covered in blood. Her right leg below the knee, along with the clothes, had disappeared, and the only thing that could be seen was the Madara bloodline. What's going on? What am I doing? What happened? Haida looked blankly at the hellish scene around him, muttering to himself as if he had lost his memory. She kept trying to stand up, but it was in vain. Haida never realized what was wrong with his legs, and just tried in vain to stand up. Help, help! Woo-woo! Hurry up and save us. Don't be afraid. It's okay. The rock shinobi, who luckily escaped the explosion, finally reacted and began to save their companions and relatives while suppressing their panic. The rock shinobi were trembling with fear in the dark night, but they did not wait for the enemy's second attack until dawn. The morning, which should have been full of life, was now filled with a dead silence. A super huge pit with a diameter of more than 500 meters appeared in front of everyone, allowing the rock shinobi to understand the scale of the attack they suffered last night. After a night of relief, some strong-willed rock shinobi finally came to their senses. Captain Rock Shinobi arranged for the faster ninjas to return to the village to report the news, while at the same time sending people to find the location of Huang Tu's troops. Could it be a tailed beast bomb? Impossible. The tailed beasts are so huge that we should be able to find them. Why didn't Lord Huang Tu send anyone to check? The supply team's marching route has been informed in advance. Besides, there was such a big commotion last night, but no one has come to investigate until now. Captain Rock Shinobi was too horrified to think further and just tried to comfort himself as best he could. After the battle, Awagakure finally learned that the attack was done by Shihouin Naraku. Of course, everything now is still in the mist. As for Shihouin Naraku, he had already returned to the border of the Land of Lightning. Seeing Naraku return safely, Nara Shikaku and others breathed a sigh of relief. How is it, Naraku? The situation over there? Naraku picked up the water cup and said calmly, "It's over." The rock shinobi troops led by Huang Tu were completely wiped out, and he himself died in my hands. Shikaku then nodded in relief. "That's good. By the way, are you okay?" "What can happen to me?" "Nothing." After taking a sip of water, Naraku ordered, "Send someone to inform the negotiators in Cloud Shinobi Village tomorrow that a peace treaty must be signed within 3 days. If this fails, I will personally bring the peace treaty to Cloud Shinobi Village in 3 days to find someone who can make up his mind to sign it." Well, there's no point in delaying any further. Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka and Noichi looked at each other and immediately agreed. To be honest, Cloud Shinobi Village really went too far. They had already admitted defeat, but they were unwilling to give up even the slightest bit of benefit. They didn't look like a defeated country at all. Not to mention Shihouin Naraku, even they felt a little annoyed. They couldn't fight, and it was a waste of time to stay here all the time. And Naraku thought for a moment and continued to give orders. Start to close the field hospital now and send all the wounded back to Konoha. Let me think. There's not much to do next. There's no need to continue wasting manpower and resources. Just leave half of the people behind. It just so happens that these people can escort the wounded and medical ninjas back to the village in batches. Shikaku, I leave this matter to you. Yes, even if Naraku threatens Cloud Shinobi Village, it is unlikely that war will break out again, so there is really no need to continue wasting so many people garrisoning there. Konoha village still has a lot of things to do. So under Naraku's order, the Konoha shinobi began to reduce the frontline personnel and escort the wounded and medical ninjas back to the village. And after Cloud Shinobi Village learned of Shihouin Naraku's threat, although they hated it, they did speed up the negotiations. Just 2 days after the ultimatum, Cloud Shinobi Village reached a final peace treaty with Konoha. Although the person in charge of the negotiations on Konoha's side was Mitokado Hamura, the person who signed the contract with Toshiro, who came from Cloud Shinobi Village, was Shihouin Naraku. In the quiet meeting room, Konoha Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi occupied the two sides clearly, watching Shihouin Naraku and Toshiro sign their names on the armistice agreement, and then the two exchanged the armistice agreement and shook hands to end it. The war is over. From this moment on, the land of fire, Konoha, and the land of lightning, Cloud Shinobi Village enter an era of peace again. But having said that, Shihouin Naraku clearly felt the murderous intent that the Cloud Shinobi could not conceal at all. If looks could kill, Naraku would have been torn into pieces long ago. A low laugh echoed in the conference room. The Konoha Shinobi couldn't help but twitch their lips, while the Cloud Shinobi stared at Naraku with murderous eyes. Cough! Toshiro turned around and gave his subordinates a warning look, and the Cloud Shinobi then withdrew their gazes in grief and anger, not daring to look at Naraku again. They were afraid that they would not be able to resist and would destroy the peace that was so hard to obtain after sacrificing a lot of resources. Shihouin Naraku showed no intention of hiding the smile on his face. What's wrong? The war was started by Cloud Shinobi Village. Konoha and the Fire Nation were simply forced to fight back. Now that you're defeated, just admit defeat. After putting away the armistice agreement, Naraku stood up and prepared to leave. Adult Naraku, Todai quickly raised his hand to stop him and wanted to say something. The Konoha Shinobi immediately jumped out, standing in front of Naraku, looking at Toshiro warily. The Cloud Shinobi were not slow to react either. They stood up and started a tit-for-tat confrontation. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. Misunderstanding, Toshiro hurriedly explained and asked the Cloud Shinobi to step back, indicating that he had no hostility. Naraku was certainly not afraid of anything. He pushed aside the subordinates who were blocking him, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Toshiro, not knowing what the other party was going to do. It's like this, the flames. The flames near Jinglei Gorge are too terrifying. If they continue to burn, it will cause irreparable damage to the ninja world. So, if you can, Lord Naraku, can you please help put out that fire? Put out the fire? Shihouin Naraku looked at Toshiro curiously, and the other person had a bitter look on his face. Since the birth of the Flaming Mountain, this miraculous scenic spot has attracted the attention of countless people. Even before the war was over, a large number of tourists came to visit. Especially after Shihouin Naraku's fame spread throughout the ninja world, people came to Flame Mountain in an endless stream. The Flaming Mountain instantly became the most popular check-in destination in the ninja world. However, it is difficult for Cloud Shinobi Village and the Land of Lightning to be happy. Even though they have made a lot of money from the arrival of tourists, they do not want the mountain to continue burning, because they already knew that the Flaming Mountain would erupt every once in a while. The Kingdom of Thunder has relocated all the villages and towns near the Flame Mountain to avoid being affected. The most important thing is that no one knows whether the current volcanic eruption is the limit or whether its power will be even greater in the future. If the power is stronger, the losses to the Thunder Country will be enormous. Not to mention the energy and resources required to relocate the civilian population in the towns. Large tracts of land will be left barren. According to the worst-case scenario, the losses from defeat may not be greater than the consequences caused by the Flaming Mountain. Therefore, the Flaming Mountain must be extinguished. The problem is, neither the Land of Lightning nor the Cloud Shinobi Village can put out the Flame Mountain. Now Cloud Shinobi wanted to flatten the Flame Mountain with a tailed beast bomb. Even if the entire mountain was gone, He didn't want the flames to continue burning. Unfortunately, the two-tails Jinchuriki died in battle, and eight-tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee was seriously injured and in a coma, so they couldn't do it. It is precisely because of this that Toshiro endured the humiliation in his heart and approached Shihouin Naraku to find a way to solve the problem of Flame Mountain. Even if it meant paying something for it, Cloud Shinobi Village could accept it. Everything is for the Kingdom of Thunder. I see. Shihouin Naraku suddenly realized something and rubbed his index finger and thumb slightly. A cluster of flames suddenly ignited and turned into a thumb-sized phoenix that flapped its wings and flew. The tiny phoenix let out a clear cry, flew around Naraku, and finally hopped onto his shoulder and began to comb its wings formed by flames. Such a magical scene attracted the attention of everyone present. I'm sorry, but I can't put out that volcano. Of course Naraku could do it, but he didn't want to go. Upon hearing this, Todai opened his mouth, but ultimately did not continue begging. Regardless of whether Shihouin Naraku was really unable to extinguish the flames or he simply did not want to go, the other party's refusal was obvious, so Toshiro gave up. Let's go. Naraku led the team away first, the tiny phoenix chirping on his shoulder. The war is finally over. The Konoha shinobi troops began to break camp and leave, with the Cloud Shinobi following to escort them, the two sides tacitly maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. The Cloud Shinobi did not stop until all the Konoha shinobi had left the border of the Land of Lightning. The Konoha shinobi kept moving along the way. After quickly passing through the Land of Hot Springs, they soon returned to the Land of Fire. Returning to their own territory, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Now, there was no need to rush, and everyone began to move towards Konoha Village at a normal pace. The Land of Grass. Third Tsuchikage, Ninja Inoki, flew through the sky at high speed. Since receiving the information that Rock Shinobi was attacked, he rushed to the Land of Grass as fast as possible. Because he left in such a hurry, Inoki didn't even have time to take his guards with him. Hoo-hoo! High in the sky, Inoki was like a gust of wind, completely disregarding his own consumption, and rushed towards the battlefield at an astonishing speed. That is, even though the distance was far, Inoki in the sky could still see a huge semicircular pit. Tail Beast Bomb. Meteorite? What was the cause of this attack? Swish! Inoki's figure appeared on the ground, looking at the simple camp with a look of regret. The Rock Shinobi were busy rescuing their injured companions. Tsuchikage is adult. Tell me what happened. The appearance of Inoki was like hope, and Rock Shinobi's morale, which had sunk to the bottom, began to rise again. In response to the third Tsuchikage's inquiries, Captain Rock Shinobi reported everything that had happened to Inoki in detail and told him news that could not be any worse. The frontline troops were completely wiped out, and Huang too died in battle. This sudden blow made the elderly Inoki dazed for a moment. The pain of losing his son in old age was too much for him to accept. Inoki was particularly heartbroken when he saw his beloved granddaughter Karatsuchi's legs were severely injured. She was lying on a simple stretcher with a gray and silent face. However, although Inoki looks short, he is as tough as a rock. Such continuous blows did not make him lose his instinct as Tsuchikage. After taking a final look at the expressionless Karatsuchi, Inoki turned and left. Where are the Konoha troops now? Blackrock Forest. After regaining his composure, Inoki heard his subordinates' answers and immediately realized that Jiraiya had no intention of pursuing the victory. Otherwise, Rock Shinobi's frontline troops would have been wiped out and the support supply team would have suffered a serious blow. If Jiraiya wanted to, he would have led his troops to the Land of Earth. Thinking about the information from the Land of Lightning and Jiraiya's personality, Inoki suddenly smiled bitterly. He should be thankful that Shihouin Naraku was not the commander of this Konoha force. Send someone to inform Konoha immediately that a Wagakure is willing to cease fire, and both sides can begin peace talks. Yes, there is nothing wrong with Inoki's decision. Even if he reached the front line, he could not change a Wagakure's disadvantage. In this case, he might as well admit defeat. Soon, Jiraiya received the message of peace from Onoki. Without even sending anyone from Konoha village to negotiate, Jiraiya and Onoki directly started discussing a ceasefire agreement. Both sides wanted to end the war as soon as possible, so the negotiations proceeded at a very fast pace. As Tsuchikage, Onoki had the power to decide the treaty on his own, and Jiraiya's prestige and status were no problem. So after just one day, the two of them quickly cut the Gordian knot and reached a ceasefire agreement. Jiraiya did not lead his troops to attack the land of Earth, so it would have been difficult to gain much benefit. However, in the battle on the front line, Konoha captured a large number of rock shinobi. As a condition, Iwagakure paid a considerable price to redeem these people. Although there are still many follow-up events, the war between the Fire Kingdom and the Earth Kingdom has indeed ended. Such shocking news naturally spread throughout the ninja world very quickly. Many people thought that Konohagakure would decline after the death of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Konohagakure won 2 decisive battles, declaring that its strength had not weakened but had become stronger. Counting from the time point of Konoha's collapse plan, Konohagakure fought alone against Sunagakure, Cloud, Shinobi Village, and Iwagakure, and although he inevitably suffered losses, he won the final victory. Suppressed the ninja world with the power of one village. Konohagakure's momentum is unmatched. It's Naraku-sama. Mr. Naraku is so handsome. I like him so much. Fisk, stop being such a fangirl. Lord Naraku already has a girlfriend. Really? That's fine, I don't mind. Shihouin Naraku led the ninja team through the avenue, passed through the Konoha gate, and came in front of 5th Hokage Tsunade amid the enthusiastic welcome of countless people. Tsunade and a group of Konoha village leaders stood at the end of the road. Thanks for your hard work. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission. Naraku smiled, and his handsome face caused the crowd on both sides of the road to cheer again. Standing in the welcoming team, Mao Yugao secretly gave her boyfriend a thumbs up. After the welcoming ceremony, Naraku went to the Hokage building to report more detailed war intelligence to Tsunade, and Konoha village fell into a sea of joy, especially with the news that Jiraiya led his team to victory over Iwagakure. The joyful atmosphere in Konoha village reached a new level. As expected of one of the Sannin, Jiraiya-sama, I said it's all right. In fact, Lord Naraku is more powerful. The war ended first. If Cloud Shinobi Village hadn't been dithering and refusing to sign a truce agreement, the war would have ended completely long ago. Fisk, Jiraiya-sama, also taught Naraku-sama, so the teacher must be more powerful. Hokage-sama is Naraku-sama's teacher, right? Idiot, you don't understand anything. What did you say? I heard that Lord Jiraiya was able to win the war against Iwagakure because Lord Naraku also contributed. You didn't know that, did you? Is this true or false? Both wars were won, which made the civilians of Konoha village feel relieved. They finally had the mood to celebrate with 8 trigrams. The perennial topic of who is stronger naturally arises, and the protagonists this time are naturally Shihouin Naraku and Jiraiya. Everyone is curious about who is the stronger commander of the two teams in Konoha village this time. Many people support Jiraiya. After all, he is one of the famous Sannin in the ninja world and has been famous for a long time, which leaves a deeper impression on people. However, there are more people who think that Shihouin Naraku is powerful. Many people nowadays have only heard of Jiraiya's deeds and have not experienced them personally, but it is different for Naraku. In addition, many businessmen and civilians from the Fire Nation went to the Lightning Nation to see the Flame Mountain, and they praised Naraku's strength without reservation. As people from the same village, everyone would naturally feel proud and agree with this. So from this perspective, Naraku still has the upper hand in the argument. Although Shihouin Naraku and Jiraiya don't care about this kind of argument, it doesn't stop the 8 trigrams from being very happy. As Konohagakure's popularity grew, Shihouin Naraku became known to everyone in the ninja world. Strong strength, terrifying fire style, superb swordsmanship, rare flying ability. The rising tide pushes Shihouin Naraku's power even higher, and in the eyes of many people, Naraku is now the #1 in the ninja world. Some people directly call Shihouin Naraku the new god of the ninja world. Some people gave Naraku many nicknames according to his fighting style, such as Phoenix, God of Fire, Swordmaster, and so on. Some people even secretly called him the Shura of the ninja world, and their meaning was obvious. They hoped that Shihouin Naraku and Konoha would fall out. It would be even better if he could drag along first Hokage Senju Hashirama like the previous Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. No matter what nickname the 8 trigrams of the ninja world gave to Naraku, whether it was well-intentioned or malicious, Naraku himself was speechless. But these things are not based on Naraku's opinion. As time goes by, his nickname is really accepted by many people. Although there are many nicknames, the most popular ones are Phoenix, Shihouin Naraku. Maybe it's because Naraku's fire style is so eye-catching, and the news that he can fly has spread, so this nickname has become deeply rooted in people's hearts. What's more important is that Naraku himself often transforms fire style into a phoenix to fight, which is even more beyond words. As for the titles of God of Ninja World and Shura of Ninja World, although some people also use those titles, older ninjas will be reminded of 2 powerful men who suppressed the ninja world for their entire lives. They don't want to experience that feeling again, so they instead agree more with the title of Naraku Phoenix. Even if Shihouin Naraku's strength really crushes the ninja world, everyone would rather deceive themselves. Of all the shinobi world, the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas have personally experienced Naraku's power, and the Flame Mountain is still burning. Iwagakure was not only hit by a meteorite, but also hit in the face by a large spiral wheel. As for Sunagakure, they had nothing to say. Naraku fought alone against more than 100 elite sand ninjas and defeated them completely. The only ones who didn't fight with Naraku were Kirigakure. They were so caught up in their internal fighting that they didn't care what happened in the ninja world. In general, although the rumors were true and false and very outrageous, unexpectedly, gradually everyone began to agree with Shihouin Naraku's title of the strongest in the ninja world in the silence of the major ninja villages. So, after many years, Konoha and the Fire Nation once again experienced the sense of honor and pride that came from suppressing the ninja world. And secretly, both Konoha and the Land of Fire received countless hidden benefits because of Shihouin Naraku's reputation. Konoha Village. That's weird. Why do I feel like the Fire Nation and Konoha weren't so powerful when the first Hokage was here? It's like people from other countries are trying to curry favor with us? Is it my illusion? No, you're right. This is a place where the older generation of ninjas from Konoha Village hang out. Ever since they felt the benefits Shihouin Naraku brought to Konoha and how their family's younger generations benefited from it, these stubborn old men's views on Naraku have changed drastically. Some of these old men had lived through the first Hokage era, so they were excited, skeptical, and a little surprised at the impact Naraku was having now. Because even the first Hokage of that year did not cause such a big wave of turmoil after the honorary ninja world. So everyone is confused about the difference. Of course, some people saw the problem. Midokado Hamura, who was sitting at the top seat, looked at everyone present calmly and said, "The reason for the change in attitude of various countries is because Shihouin Naraku is Shihouin Naraku, not first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. Isn't this nonsense?" But the old people who were quick to react understood that, indeed, Shihouin Naraku is Shihouin Naraku. Senju Hashirama back then was certainly very powerful and had a bold and open-minded personality. Sometimes he was willing to bow his head and even sacrifice himself for the sake of the overall situation. Although such people will not be bullied, they are relatively easier to deal with. Uchiha Madara, who is also very powerful and can easily make people feel scared and frightened, is restrained by Senju Hashirama. Therefore, the ninja world is very stable. The problem is that the current Shihouin Naraku is much more powerful, and if his personality was similar to Senju Hashirama, then it would be fine. If it's more like Uchiha Madara, there's no Senju Hashirama to help contain the opponent. What's worse is that Shihouin Naraku is Shihouin Naraku. The unknown is more likely to make people feel afraid, which is why everyone is scrambling to please the Fire Nation in Konoha Village. Shihouin Naraku knows how crazy famous he is right now, but he still underestimates his popularity. Even though he was just strolling on the street with Yuzuki Yugao, he felt that everyone was looking at him as if he were a god. Everyone almost offered incense to Naraku. However, unlike looking at Naraku, what Yuzuki Yugao felt was the murderous gazes of other women who wanted to strangle her to death. Let's go eat first. Good idea. Naraku would rather fight the tailed beast than endure everyone's gaze here, which gave him goosebumps and made him feel very uncomfortable. The two of them found the hotel in a panic, and as soon as they approached the lobby, they clearly felt the same gaze and attention. A private room, please. Nai. Lord Naraku, this way, please. At the invitation of the enthusiastic waiter, Naraku and Yuzuki Yugao walked into the private room in silence. After the waiter left, the restaurant owner appeared soon after. Facing the famous and influential Shihouin Naraku, the restaurant owner was so excited that he said directly that he would pay for the meal and that this private room would be exclusively for Lord Naraku and would never be charged. After sending off the boss who was about to watch the chef show off his skills, Naraku sat down speechlessly. There's nothing we can do in the short term. Naraku, you better just bear with it. Yuzuki Yugao advised and poured tea for Naraku. Naraku had no choice but to stay quiet during this period. It was not suitable for going out, but he immediately laughed. Shien, do you feel the murderous looks in those women's eyes? You have to be careful. They might throw hidden weapons at you when you are not paying attention. Naraku's tone was completely gloating, and Yuzuki Yugao heard it immediately, but she was not scared and said directly, "What are you afraid of? In order to get you, I even gave up my best friends. How can I be afraid of them?" Naraku gave Shien a thumbs up, saying that she was amazing and was worthy of being the woman who could win him over. Back then, Shihouin Naraku wasn't as popular as it is now, but it was not much less popular. A student of Konoha Sannin, a top medical ninja, an outstanding Jōnin, and with a handsome appearance, Shihouin Naraku is definitely a super hot commodity in Konohagakure. As a result, Naraku has long been ranked first in a list of handsome male ninjas in Konoha, first in the list of good boyfriends in Konoha, and many other honors. In this regard, only Hitaki Kakashi can compete with Naraku, but because he always wears a black mask and does not show his face, and later Kakashi's dead fish eyes, his ranking plummeted. But in the Konoha Best Boyfriend ranking and Konoha Most Affectionate ranking, Kakashi still has a fighting chance. Especially the latter, Kakashi is simply invincible. The main reason is that Kakashi would appear at the memorial every now and then to commemorate Noara Rin and Uchiha Obito, which made it very easy to win sympathy votes. Until someone maliciously reported that Kakashi missed Uchiha Obito more than Noara Rin. He was kicked off the list of good boyfriends. As for the ranking of Konoha's most affectionate ninjas, Kakashi's position is quite secure, as a wave of male ninjas strongly stood out to support him. Shihouin Naraku and Yuzuki Yugao chatted about the past while eating, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. However, before the pleasant meal was over, there was a knock on the box door. "Naraku, where are you, kid?" "Tsunade-sama, keep your voice down. Someone is watching you. What are you afraid of? Naraku is now more famous than me. I just can't understand it." Shihouin Naraku and Yuzuki Yugao looked at each other. It was obviously the voices of Tsunade and Shizen. Why were they here? Yuzuki Yugao stood up and just opened the door of the box. Shizen didn't have any support and fell in with Tsunade. Yuzuki Yugao was not paying attention and was also implicated, causing the three women to fall to the ground. What is this for? Naraku watched in silence. He couldn't help either. He could only watch the three women struggle for a long time before finally sitting down peacefully. "Teacher, if I'm not mistaken, you should be in the office processing documents now." Naraku looked at Tsunade, who was holding a bottle of wine. His face was starting to turn red. Drinking so much in the broad daylight, It would be a disaster if the advisor caught you. Hee ha! Tsunade grabbed the bottle and took a big gulp, then waved his hand cheerfully and said nonchalantly, "Hiccup, I'm the Hokage, and there's no such thing as a consultant. It's me." Naraku opened his mouth, but in the end, nothing came out. He could only sigh that the date with his girlfriend that he had finally freed up today was completely ruined. I noticed that you were very popular with girls back then, but I didn't expect that you even have a girlfriend now. My vision is right. I actually taught a new god of the ninja world. Grandpa will definitely be scared to death. Ha ha. It's really troublesome. I have so much work to do every day. I'm so busy that I don't have time to gamble. Naraku, I know you have money. Can you lend me some money to make a comeback? The drunk Tsunade didn't care about others and shouted carelessly. It seems that the pressure after becoming the 5th Hokage is really not small. After winning 2 wars, she finally found a chance to vent. So Naraku and the others did not stop Tsunade from drinking, and they did not end the dinner until he was completely drunk and let Shizen take Tsunade away. Although the date had its ups and downs, everything went smoothly when we got home that night. The war begins. Overnight, the red waves. The relaxing and enjoyable short rest day passed, and as Shihouin Naraku gradually began to adapt to the life of Konoha's senior advisor, Jiraiya finally led the team back. Konoha village was once again filled with joy, which meant that all wars had finally ended and everyone could continue to enjoy peace. However, Jiraiya does not intend to stay in Konoha to enjoy the treatment of a hero, but is ready to leave and continue his journey in the ninja world. Konoha Training Ground. Tsunade, Shihouin Naraku, Hatake Kakashi, and Jiraiya stood in the woods, watching Uzumaki Naruto training desperately in the training grounds. Boom! The Rasengan blasted into the ground, creating a new crater in the training grounds. Jiraiya scratched his head and said in a low voice, "How long has he been like this?" "It has probably been like this since I brought it back." Tsunade looked at the necklace Naruto was wearing around his neck and replied. Naruto was a bit upset, just like you were back then, hating himself for not bringing his companions back. Jiraiya fell silent, thinking about how he chased Orochimaru back then, and then about the scene where the Sannin completely broke up. It's my fault. As a teacher, I didn't teach my students well. Hatake Kakashi admitted his mistake. Compared with others, he was more depressed, especially when he thought of the passing away Uchiha Bido. He felt very uncomfortable. Shihouin Naraku looked left and right and found that the 3 of them were a little depressed. He just stood there without a care in the world, not quite fitting in. The Uchiha Sasuke defection incident has already broken out. Although there are some changes in time, and the ninja who lured Sasuke to defect is different, the final result of the incident is still the same. The number of people chasing Sasuke not only did not decrease, but increased. But this time, the one who picked up Uchiha Sasuke was not Kagaya Kimimaro, but Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. Under the hands of these 2 people, the Konoha pursuit team naturally failed in its mission, even with the support of the 3 Sunagakure siblings. Originally, with Yakushi Kabuto's ability, it would be no problem for him to defeat these people. However, Gaara was quite powerful at this time, and he cooperated with the Konoha shinobi to make Yakushi Kabuto very embarrassed. In fact, it would not have been a problem at this point, but at the critical moment, Tsunade finished dealing with the things at hand and arrived with the team. Tsunade, who has recovered from his hemophobia, has completely restored his strength after training for a period of time, and with the help of what Naraku told him about Yakushi Kabuto's fighting style and weaknesses. As a result, as soon as Tsunade appeared, he punched Yakushi Kabuto with super strong force, causing him to vomit blood and be seriously injured. This was considered revenge. However, because he was worried about Uzumaki Naruto, who was chasing Sasuke, Tsunade did not make the final move. Instead, he handed Yakushi Kabuto over to others and led his men to find Naruto. According to subsequent analysis, although Yakushi Kabuto was seriously injured and stabbed by Konoha shinobi and Gaara in succession, and was finally buried hundreds of meters underground, Gaara used sand to search the underground but still could not find Yakushi Kabuto's body. so the other party still escaped. As for Tsunade, who went to find Naruto, he directly encountered Orochimaru with many strange subordinates, and the two sides directly started a life-and-death battle. Tsunade beat up Orochimaru, whose right hand could not be used, and the Konoha shinobi wiped out the monsters that were completely unlike humans due to cruel experiments. But Orochimaru's goal was achieved, and Sasuke voluntarily left with him. In the end, Tsunade just brought the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto back to the village. After waking up, Naruto screamed and wanted to find Sasuke, but was beaten by Tsunade's iron fist before he barely calmed down. After being silent for a while, Uzumaki Naruto began to practice madly, which is the scene that Naraku and the other four are seeing now. The four of them stood at the edge of the woods, watching Uzumaki Naruto's desperate training. Kakashi and Jiraiya both planned to step forward to dissuade him, but they didn't know how to convince Naruto for the time being. One of them in particular is currently feeling very uncomfortable as he associates Uchiha Obito's death with Sasuke's defection. Another person understood Naruto's feelings better because his former companion and friend Orochimaru had done the same thing. So I can't say anything to persuade her for now. Then Kakashi left alone. According to his previous habit, he might be going to the memorial to mourn his former friend. Tsunade, Shihouin Naraku, and Jiraiya arrived at the Hokage's office together. After a while, two other high-level Konoha advisors, Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura, arrived on time. The meeting begins. What? You're taking Nine Tails Jinchuriki away. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Nine Tails is the village's last resort in case of an accident. Uzumaki Naruto must not leave Konoha. As soon as the meeting started, Jiraiya brought up the idea of taking Uzumaki Naruto on a trip. This suggestion was immediately strongly opposed by Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura. Even Jiraiya's suggestion that a Wagakure's two-tailed beast Jinchuriki were away for a long time failed to convince the two advisors. Uzumaki Naruto is still young. If something unexpected happens, who will be responsible? I'll do it. I'll do it. Tsunade and Jiraiya answered in unison. Shihouin Naraku remained silent because he didn't actually see any need for Uzumaki Naruto to follow Jiraiya out. Naruto finished his 2.5 years, or 1 Koen year, travel abroad, and his strength did not improve much after returning to the village. Especially compared with Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke not only greatly improved in various qualities, but even began to develop a series of ninjutsu suitable for himself, such as Chidori, and finally even a killer move like Kirin was born. Although he is still a little lacking when compared to top ninjas, Sasuke's growth over the past few years is visible to the naked eye. Even though Naruto and Jiraiya have been training for such a long time, he still doesn't know anything about the nature of chakra. Kakashi and Yamato even have to teach him again, urging Naruto to practice nature transformation related to wind style. So Jiraiya didn't teach Naruto the basics, nor did he teach him Sage Mode. So what did he do during those years he was away? In fact, the main reason is that Jiraiya has been away for a few years, teaching Uzumaki Naruto how to control Nine Tails chakra. When 4th Hokage Namake's Minato sealed the Nine Tails, he deliberately left a backdoor so that Naruto could control this power in the future. Jiraiya saw Namake's Minato's intention, so he specially trained Naruto to let him master Nine Tails chakra. There's nothing wrong with this, as most of the tailed beast Jinchuriki rely on the power of the tailed beast themselves. If Naruto can really control Nine Tails chakra, according to his later combat performance, both Nine Tails chakra mode and Nine Tails mode are incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, mastering the power of Nine Tails is not that easy. Jiraiya risked his life and spent more than 2 years just to keep Uzumaki Naruto in the half-tailed beast state, and there was also the risk of losing his sanity. In general, Uzumaki Naruto's strength improved only slightly after being away for 2.5 years, but he also became a normal and qualified ninja under Jiraiya's guidance. He knows how to work as a team, analyze battle situations, and even makes his signature multiple shadow clone technique more versatile. So Naraku was also hesitating whether to let Uzumaki Naruto follow Jiraiya away. At the meeting, Tsunade, Udatain Koharu, and Midokado Hamura were arguing with each other, all loudly expressing their opinions. On the contrary, Jiraiya, who was about to take Naruto away, had shut his mouth and watched the three people arguing in front of him. Okay. Naraku slapped the table, barely stopping the quarrel between the three and taking a break. It's a good thing that Jiraiya-sensei wants to take Naruto out for training. Hearing this, Tsunade laughed triumphantly, while Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura's faces darkened. Glancing at everyone's reactions, Naraku continued. According to Naruto's age, he has reached the time when he must come into contact with and control Nine Tails. The Hokage also said that Naruto had already erupted Nine Tails chakra when he fought Sasuke in the Valley of the End. This is already a dangerous sign, but if Naruto is allowed to stay in the village to learn how to access Nine Tails chakra, and something unexpected happens and the tailed beast goes berserk, even if we seal Nine Tails again as quickly as possible, losses will certainly be unavoidable. If Jiraiya-sensei teaches Naruto outside how to access Nine Tails chakra, it won't be a big loss. On the contrary, Jiraiya-sensei should worry about whether he will die at the hands of the rampaging Nine Tails. Naraku's words made everyone think seriously. This is indeed a key question. Midokado Hamura glanced at Jiraiya and Naraku and hesitated. That's true, but if we train in the village with style ninjas and Naraku here, Nine Tails shouldn't be in any trouble. Naraku simply stated, I don't have that much time to watch Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade also added, Naraku is the senior advisor of the village. He has a lot of things to do every day. If he only goes to take care of Naruto, it would be a waste of his reputation as the #1 in the ninja world. As he spoke, Tsunade raised his eyebrows at Naraku, with an obvious teasing implication. Tsunade, Shihouin Naraku, and Jiraiya were on the same team. And even if Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura didn't want Uzumaki Naruto to go out, there was no way. So that was decided. But Naraku also reminded Teacher Jiraiya, although everyone hopes that Naruto can master Nine Tails chakra as soon as possible, don't forget that Naruto's basics are ridiculously poor. Remember to help him solve this problem when you go out. Leave it to me. The matter was resolved. Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura left, and Tsunade put away the smile on her face. Now Shihouin Naraku and Jiraiya in the office are the people she trusts the most, so Tsunade told them the information that Uchiha Itachi passed to her without hiding it. Although Naraku already knew this information, he pretended to be shocked, as if he was hearing this secret news for the first time. Uchiha Itachi turned out to be a spy. Akatsuki Organization. Jiraiya, who travels abroad for many years, is not the first time to hear this name, especially when he was investigating Orochimaru's whereabouts. He unexpectedly discovered that the other party had joined this organization. However, after repeated investigations, Jiraiya still did not understand the specific situation of this organization. Now he finally understood that the Akatsuki organization was so powerful that it had secretly gathered many powerful rebel ninjas from various villages. No wonder even he did not understand the details of this organization at that time. Is it in the Rain Country? In a trance, Jiraiya thought of the 3 students he had taken in and taught. He heard that they had died in the civil strife in Rain Shinobi Village. Well, thinking of the child who had the same eyes as the Sage of 6 Paths, Jiraiya felt a little depressed. Maybe he should go to the Rain Country this time? Bang! The pen thrown by Tsunade woke up Jiraiya, who was lost in thought. She pointed her finger at him and warned him, I told you this information so that you could be careful when you go out. If you really run into someone from this organization, you could be prepared. It's not to let you really investigate, especially since you brought Naruto with you this time. If anything happens to him, you know the consequences? Huh? A pair of white hands were presented to Jiraiya, and then suddenly clenched. The crackling sound made Jiraiya jump back involuntarily. I know. I have something else to do. I'll go get busy now. Jiraiya opened the door and rushed out, almost bumping into Shizen, who was holding documents, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This guy, Tsunade frowned a little uneasily, hoping that Jiraiya would realize the seriousness of the matter and not really go to the Akatsuki organization. Putting aside his worries for the moment, Tsunade motioned to Shizune, who was standing at the door, to put the documents in first, and then waited for her to go out before discussing other things with Naraku. Naraku, does Uchiha Itachi really trust Konoha? Although he got a lot of key information from Uchiha Itachi, Tsunade's trust in Uchiha Itachi was not very good. After all, Tsunade would not dare to trust a ruthless person who could kill his father and mother with his own hands, even if there were other secrets. Shihouin Naraku had no doubt about Uchiha Itachi's loyalty to Konoha. Just look at the fact that before he died, he left behind Uchiha Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan to prevent his brother Uchiha Sasuke from attacking Konoha, and then relied on the distinguished heavenly gods to change Sasuke's mind. You said that Uchiha Itachi has gone to this extent, so there's really no reason to doubt his loyalty. No need. So Naraku answered, Uchiha Itachi must have a lot of trust in Konoha, and his attitude is obvious when he tells him the information. I fought with Uchiha Itachi once before, so I could vaguely tell that he not only had physical problems, but also had bigger psychological problems. It could even be said that he had a death wish in his heart. Uchiha Itachi is waiting for Sasuke to grow up, and is looking forward to dying at his hands. This, Tsunade sighed. So why did the third-generation old man and Danzo do that? They all belong to Konoha. Well, at this point, Tsunade suddenly scratched his head in embarrassment. Uchiha Itachi just informed him of the information, but before long, Orochimaru snatched Uchiha Sasuke away. In fact, I really wanted to take him back, but Uchiha Sasuke voluntarily followed Orochimaru and left, and I couldn't do anything at that time. It's okay. Naraku waved his hand, indicating that Tsunade didn't need to worry. Orochimaru has changed into a new body. According to my guess, he won't be able to take over Uchiha Sasuke's body within 3 years. That's good news. Tsunade nodded. This way she could barely explain to Uchiha Itachi. In fact, to exaggerate a little, Orochimaru has a great chance of successfully taking over the body of any ninja in the entire ninja world, but Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are the only 2 people he absolutely cannot take over. Not to mention the Ashura and Indra Chakra in Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. The Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land alone may pop out at any time and give Orochimaru a big fight. Sage of Six Paths would not care if his 2 sons fought to the death. After all, they were both his biological sons, and he did not want to favor either one. As for Orochimaru, an outsider who took over the body, Otsutsuki Hagoromo would slap him and say, "Who are you? Are you trying to steal the bodies of my 2 sons' chakra reincarnations? Are you tired of living?" Although the Sage of Six Paths is said to be dead and has no power, this can only fool children. Therefore, Shihouin Naraku was not worried at all that Orochimaru would take over Sasuke's body and affect the subsequent development of events. This was simply impossible. Even if 3 years had passed, Orochimaru would not have succeeded. If we take into account the fact that Orochimaru spared no resources in training Uchiha Sasuke over the past 3 years, this matter has absolutely no disadvantages. There are some things that Naraku cannot possibly tell Tsunade, but the only intelligence information he has indicates that Sasuke will be fine for the short term, and that is enough. The 2 continued to discuss other matters for a while, and then Naraku turned and left. The next day, the morning dew had not yet dried. Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto had already packed their bags and stepped out of the gate of Konoha to travel. The only ones standing behind to see them off were Tsunade, Shihouin Naraku, and Hatake Kakashi. Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto's figures gradually disappeared at the end of the road, and Shihouin Naraku and his group prepared to go back. At this time, shouting was heard from the village. "Naruto, Naruto!" Several people present looked back and saw Haruno Sakura running around the street corner, holding a package. Kakashi-sensei, where's Naruto?" Haruno Sakura ran up to everyone out of breath, without time to say hello. He looked around and didn't see Uzumaki Naruto. so he immediately looked at Hatake Kakashi. Ah, well, Naruto's gone. Hatake Kakashi scratched his head and looked at the road in the distance outside Konoha village with some regret. Is that so? A trace of imperceptible loss flashed across Haruno Sakura's eyes. He tightened the package in his arms and glanced in the direction Kakashi was looking. Sadly, there is still nothing there. Tsunade looked at the girl in front of her with great interest, finding it very interesting. That guy Naruto can actually attract girls? No, the expression in this little girl's eyes did not show any emotion like love. How interesting. Hokage Tower. In the office, Tsunade was instructing Nara Shikaku about the affairs of all the Jōnin in Konoha when there was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Come in. That's it. I want to see the results tomorrow at noon. After Tsunade gave instructions for the task, he signaled Nara Shikaku to leave temporarily. Yes, Hokage-sama. I will. Nara Shikaku promised that he would complete the task ahead of schedule, but was suddenly dumbfounded while he was speaking. Tsunade looked even more confused as she watched Naraku and two other people walk into the office, looking completely at a loss. Okay, just put the files here. Yes. The two subordinates carefully put down the documents that were almost high up in their arms. The slight vibration caused the top piece of paper to fall down. Naraku, what are you doing? Tsunade looked at Naraku blankly as he ordered his subordinates to put down the documents, then waved them out, blinking her beautiful eyes in confusion. Oh, let me see. Yes, this is it. Shikaka happens to be here too. Don't leave yet, wait. Shihouin Naraku took out a few papers from the pile of documents, took a look at them, and then handed them to Tsunade and Nara respectively. Regarding the adjustment plan for the Konoha Village Barrier Class, a proposal to professionalize the Konoha Village Garrison, Version 1. Details of the changes to the second phase of the Medical Emergency Team Split Plan. Application for reconstruction of the Konoha Police Department. Proposal for the establishment of a General Staff. Konoha Logistics Department Improvement Ordinance. Tsunade and Nara Shikaku's expressions became more and more solemn, and the more they looked, the more sweat oozed from their foreheads. What is Naraku planning to do? If the changes he proposed were to be made, the entire Konoha village would be turned upside down. Moreover, even the Hokage Tsunade could not decide on such a major change. It was necessary to gather the Konoha high-level officials and the patriarchs of the major ninja families in the village before it could be passed. What does Naraku want to do? Of course it's a promotion. As a ninja with a promotion system, of course the purpose of all actions is to find ways to obtain more positions and get more rewards. Of course, if Shihouin Naraku's proposals are really implemented, Konohagakure will gain countless benefits. But both Naraku and Tsunade knew that this was impossible. It would be a miracle if even half of these plans were passed. However, as long as the proposals that Naraku cares about are passed, it doesn't matter if the others are abandoned, etc. Tsunade rubbed her head in pain as she looked at the documents in her hand. So all that stuff was your suggestion? Oh, not all of them. Naraku explained seriously. The teacher is holding a catalog of proposals, and the pile of documents are the specific implementation details, reference materials, notes, etc. Tsunade slapped the documents on the table, stood up suddenly, stared at Naraku with his eyes, and yelled frantically, "Why don't you just be the Hokage? How long will it take me to deal with so many documents? Do you know how long it has been since I went to gamble? Even when I wanted a drink, I had to go secretly. And you actually took your girlfriend on dates everywhere." The shouting like a lion's roar echoed in the office. Naraku and Shikaku couldn't help but shake their heads. The decibel level was a bit off the charts. After Tsunade sat down angrily, Shikaku put down the documents with a wry smile. Naraku, this is too sudden. It will be difficult for others to accept so many plans without giving everyone some preparation. After saying that, Shikaku gestured to the frantic Tsunade and said, "If even your teacher can't accept it, how can you expect others to agree? You should at least give everyone some buffer time, so that the new 5th Hokage won't be scared away before the plan is passed." Naraku gave Shikaku a look in return. What was there to be afraid of? Where could teacher Tsunade run to? Hey, what are you two doing? Tsunade noticed the eye contact between Naraku and Shikaku and looked at them both with dissatisfaction. What are you whispering about? The office returned to silence, and Tsunade told Naraku directly. Even if I only took a rough look at your proposals, I understand how beneficial these plans are to the development of Konoha Village, but I can't pass all of them. Although I haven't read all the documents yet, I still have to say that you are much more qualified as a Konoha consultant than some people. Anyone who can come up with these suggestions must be full of love for Konohagakure. This is not only Tsunade's recognition. Nara Shikaku can also see Naraku's feelings for this village from the lines. This is a very good point. Now, it was Shihouin Naraku's turn to be confused, especially when he saw the two people in front of him with an expression that said, "I'm very optimistic about you." He became a little nervous. No way. Has my desire to get promoted been discovered? It shouldn't be possible, right? Tsunade clenched his fists and placed them under his nose and began to think about how to make those old, stubborn people more accepting of these proposals. The benefits of these plans to Konoha were obvious. At first, she was very reluctant to become Hokage, but now that she has taken this position, she must lay a better foundation for the development of Konoha Village. This is the treasure left by her grandfather, and Tsunade sincerely hopes that the village will develop better. Hokage adult, Naraku. Narashikaku pondered for a long time, then said, "First of all, it is impossible for all these plans to pass. But if you want them to pass more easily, I suggest not to separate them, but to announce them all at the meeting." Before he finished speaking, Naraku and Tsunade reacted immediately. "Got it. If you want to open a window, can you first suggest removing the roof?" What a joke. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why so suddenly? Nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. Who on earth came up with these plans? That's not the case. Some of the suggestions do make sense. If possible, there's no harm in trying them. These plans are sheer nonsense. If this continues, Konoha Village will surely face civil unrest. What use are these proposals, and what use can they have? They are really ridiculous. Actually, I think we should focus on the basic issues within the village. There is no need to implement such dramatic changes right away. It will make it difficult for everyone to adapt. Rebuilding the Konoha Guard? Isn't this a bit? Logistics really needs to be changed. The logistics department made a lot of mistakes in this war. We must focus on dealing with them. Do you really want to do this? Why hasn't the split of the medical emergency class been completed yet? It's been so long. We are still too hasty. Why are we in such a hurry to change so many departments and institutions? If we take it a little slower, the village will be more stable and there will be no unexpected situations. I don't admire these plans, and no one knows what will happen when the time comes. Making so many changes at once would have too much of an impact. I have to say that some of the suggestions are good, but there are only a few of them. Forget about the others. Too much, too much. Hokage-sama, please think about this carefully. These things cannot be decided all at once. That's right. We still need to think about it carefully. Everyone has different opinions, so... Lord Naraku, please say something. How can this matter be treated so frivolously? It's too outrageous. Hey, what are you talking about? How can you possibly agree to this? Bullshit, why not? I think now is the best time. ****. Say another word. The barrier protecting the village really needs to be adjusted. Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi have repeatedly led people to break into the village quietly. This kind of thing must never happen again. I agree. Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi are very familiar with the passwords and methods of entering and exiting the barrier. They are also familiar with the methods and habits of guarding within the village. This cannot go on. From the attack on the Chunin exam, perhaps Sunagakure has also learned these secrets, so the adjustment of the barrier squad and the garrison must be accelerated. The garrison troops are relatively easy to deal with, but if we want to set up a new barrier, it will cost a lot of money. What a mess. Why do you care about funds at this time? Damn it. Who are you calling confused? During the meeting, the top leaders of Konohagakure were arguing with each other, and the patriarchs of the major families also spoke up and exchanged different opinions. Most people expressed implicit resistance to the proposals that needed to be discussed at this meeting. Basically, no one is willing to accept all the proposals. Even Tsunade and Naraku's companions in the same camp were hesitant to support these proposals. At this time, no one knew that these proposals were made by Naraku, so they were all trying to persuade Tsunade, thinking that she was just making the first move as a new official. Since Tsunade took office, he has won 2 foreign wars. With such power, it is really difficult for ordinary people to express their opposition. Therefore, everyone can only express their opinions through the discussion in the meeting. If they can change Tsunade's decision, that would be great. Especially when they saw that Tsunade did not seem stubborn in the face of everyone's objections. Everyone became more enthusiastic in refuting. Of course, it was impossible for everyone to oppose it. If it was a truly appropriate proposal, someone would still agree after some debate. No one knew that the scene that was unfolding was what Naraku and Tsunade wanted to see. Since there were so many proposals that needed to be discussed and negotiated this time, it took 2 days of intense debate before everyone finally decided on these things. To Naraku's surprise, he originally thought that it would be good enough if 1/3 of his proposals were passed, but who knew that more than half of the proposals were passed? After thinking about it later, Naraku guessed that this might be the inevitable result of winning 2 foreign wars. Tsunade has proven that even though he has just taken office and encountered a sudden war, he can handle it well. Naraku led his army out and won the war against the Land of Lightning, which was a great deterrent. The older generation of ninjas suddenly found that Konoha could develop well even without their participation, which made them feel very uncomfortable. That is why they have no room or confidence to object. I wanted to oppose it, but I didn't dare to deny it completely. So after 2 days of heated debate, some of Naraku's proposed plans were temporarily rejected, while more were confirmed. Ding! Host becomes the leader of the Konoha barrier class. Congratulations to Host for winning 2 draws. Current draws, 6. Friendly reminder, it is easier to get magical items if you draw 10 times in a row. After Shihouin Naraku's several proposals were passed, Tsunade directly appointed Naraku as the leader of the barrier team, responsible for building a new barrier to protect Konoha Village. As soon as he received the appointment, a system notification sound rang in Naraku's ears. He qualified for 2 more draws. The next 10-pull sequence is getting closer. As expected, if I create positions that Konoha doesn't have or have disappeared, I can also get rewards. This makes things a lot easier. As long as he can continue to obtain new positions, Naraku can break through the limitations of his own strength and reach a new level. This is the basis for his foothold in the ninja world. After becoming the leader of the barrier class, Naraku temporarily focused his energy on this aspect. The work of the medical department has long been familiar to them. As long as there are no unexpected situations, the subordinates promoted by Naraku in the past are enough to complete daily affairs. In addition, many members of the Shihouin clan worked in the medical department, so Naraku rarely paid attention to matters there. Even the deputy director of the medical department at this time was Shihouin Chunyuan. Although Uncle Chunyuan was not good at medical ninjutsu, as the deputy minister, he did not need to rescue the patients. As long as he could manage the administrative work of the medical department, there would be no problem. Therefore, Naraku doesn't worry too much about the problems in the medical department, and even his plans to leave the medical department. After all, Shihouin Naraku is not only the director of the medical department, but also a high-level consultant of Konoha. If he also has the position of leader of the barrier class, even if Tsunade intends to promote him, it would be difficult for him to be overly biased. There are so many positions in Konoha, and it would be ridiculous for Naraku to take them all by himself. Considering Naraku's needs, there is no need to keep the position of director of medical department. Anyway, even if he leaves, the new director of medical department will not dare to cause any trouble. The title of the #1 in the ninja world is still there. Who dares to act rashly? Naraku's own idea was that once the mission of the barrier class was completed, he would resign from all positions except that of Konoha's senior advisor. This way, Tsunade can consider transferring him to another department, and Naraku can get a new position and qualify for the lottery. Konoha Village Barrier Department. In a huge room, a large number of complicated scrolls were placed everywhere, and the Konoha shinobi were busy with their own work. Okay, send the scroll over. Yes. The subordinates carried away a large pile of scrolls and left the room quickly. Someone come. Yes. How is the task of making the talisman going? Reporting to the Lord, the production of the talisman is going smoothly, and we will definitely be able to complete the task within the specified time. Yeah, that's good. Are there any material shortages? Reporting to the Lord, setting up a new barrier requires a total of 2,713 kinds of supplies and materials. We have already collected 1,989 of them, and the remaining 724 are still in the process of being collected. Assign someone to post the mission and hurry up to get the village's ninjas to help collect the items. Yes. The subordinates around Shihouin Naraku who were following his orders saluted respectfully, then quickly left and got busy. Glancing at the busy ninjas in the wide room, Naraku tossed a scroll up and down in his hand, yawned, and headed for the Hokage building. Thanks to Naraku, there were more ninjas busy coming in and out of the Hokage building. The funds will be allocated soon. Please remember to keep good records. Let Lu Jio come over. The deployment of Jōnin needs to be accelerated. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade was checking documents for signatures while issuing orders to his subordinates who were busy running back and forth. Teacher, Naraku stepped forward and placed the scroll in his hand on Tsunade's desk. As soon as Tsunade saw Naraku, he was furious. This guy made him so busy that he didn't even have time to get a good night's sleep, but he seemed to be taking it easy. He quickly signed the document and handed it to his subordinate, motioning him to leave. Tsunade then complained to Naraku, "Look at my face. I'm almost getting wrinkles. If it weren't for the plans you proposed, would I be so tired now?" Naraku smiled awkwardly, then said seriously, "Who said there are wrinkles? Teacher Tsunade is so beautiful. How could there be a single wrinkle? Who is spreading rumors?" Looking at the thumbs up in compliments in front of her, Tsunade reluctantly let Naraku go. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" "Teacher, this is the location I picked as the location for the new barrier. Please see if there is any problem." Tsunade immediately became serious upon hearing this, reached out to open the scroll on the table, and carefully checked the location marked on it. All is fine, but let's change the 6th location to an alternative location. Although there is no one left in the village from the Uchiha family, there is no need to take back the entire clan land. Naraku nodded, indicating that he understood. He had specially prepared an alternative location just for Tsunade to take his place. With the defection of Uchiha Sasuke, there is no longer any member of the Uchiha family in Konoha, so according to common sense, the Uchiha family's land, including Sasuke's residence, should be taken back by the village. This means that even if Uchiha Sasuke returns to the village in the future, he will have to find a way to rent or buy a house on his own. This is also the reason why Sasuke and little Sakura got married and had a daughter, but still had to work hard to pay off the mortgage. Sasuke was away from home all day, and little Sakura, as the pillar of the family, had to bear the heavy pressure of the mortgage. It seems that no matter which world you are in, you can't escape from mortgage loans. Uzumaki Naruto was smart and finally married Hyuga Hinata. With the help of the Hyuga clan, he could afford any big villa. However, this time at Naruto's request, Uchiha Sasuke's residence was preserved and the other party's clan land was not completely taken back. TSK, this is a bond. Uzumaki Naruto has made preparations in advance for the crown princess' future life. Haruno Sakura shouldn't have to worry about paying the mortgage this time. But it's hard to say. With his incredible strength, he might smash the house to pieces at any time. By then, the mortgage will definitely be paid. Thinking of this, Naraku looked back as he left the Hokage building with the scroll. It seems that my current teacher has no plans to accept Haruno Sakura. as his disciple. And Naraku didn't hear which medical institution Haruno Sakura entered. So was there some butterfly effect going on? What would happen if Haruno Sakura couldn't become a medical ninja? Compared to the dislike he had for Haruno Sakura when he was watching the anime, Naraku now neither hates nor likes her. He just treats Haruno Sakura as an ordinary girl. So Naraku's priority is whether the changes in little Sakura's life will affect his own plans. Let me think. Not mentioning other aspects, Haruno Sakura's most important role should be punching Kaguya, causing him to be sealed by Naruto and Sasuke. However, this scene was created to force Team 7 to fight together and emphasize their bond, so it is impossible for it to actually happen. Naraku thought again, if he really had to fight Kaguya in the later stage, according to that time point, his own strength would have been improved to an unknown level, and there was no need to worry about Haruno Sakura's problem. Maybe even Naruto and Sasuke don't need to take action. He can deal with Otsutsuki Kaguya by himself. From this perspective, there is no need to pay too much attention to Haruno Sakura's problem. Naraku, who has figured it out, no longer cares about this matter. Whether Haruno Sakura can become Tsunade's student depends on her own luck. He doesn't care. The Land of Thunder, Turtle Island. A white-haired old man with a cane and Todai crossed the real waterfall and walked into the secret building hidden behind the waterfall. This is where the tailed beast Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village train, and it is here that the two wooden golem and killer be reconciled with the tailed beasts in their bodies, becoming truly perfect Jinchuriki. The two reconciled with the wooden golem and the two-tailed Nakomata, but due to their strength differences, they are not considered truly perfect Jinchuriki. This secret residence is located on the back of a giant sea turtle. Since sea turtles can carry buildings and wander in the sea, few people outside know about this place. Even within Cloud Shinobi Village, the number of people who had ever known about this place could not exceed 2 hands. Wow! Accompanied by the roar of flowing water, 2 Dais supported the old man and walked forward, and soon they saw a house that was obviously newly built not long ago. The few medical ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village are all busy here, and the one lying on the bed receiving treatment is the unconscious Killer Bee. The old man and Toshiro took a few steps closer before Cloud Shinobi knelt on one knee in front of the two with a serious expression. "Elder, Lord Toshiro," the old man asked anxiously, his voice revealing a sense of vicissitudes. "How is Killer Bee? Is there any sign of waking up?" Reporting to the elder, Master Killer Bee is still unconscious. "Even though we have tried everything, nothing works. Even a few days ago, we risked 8 tails going berserk and stimulated Master Killer Bee's body, but still got no results. A bunch of rubbish." The elder of Cloud Shinobi Village slammed his cane, pointed his index finger at the Cloud Shinobi in front of him, his anger evident in his expression. Cloud Shinobi, who was kneeling on one knee, didn't tell the difference and lowered his head in shame. "Notify everyone to assemble. We want to hear the most detailed report." "Yes." Cloud Shinobi quickly stood up to gather the medical ninjas while Toshiro helped the elder to sit down. "Toshiro, do you think our medical ninja can cure Killer Bee?" Todai shook his head and said bluntly, "To be honest, the medical level of the village is indeed lacking. One of the purposes of our launching the war this time is to develop relatively backward medical care. Unfortunately, the war was lost. No matter how good the pre-war plan was, everything was in vain without victory. The top management of Cloud Shinobi Village can see what they lack, but medical standards cannot be improved just by wanting to. The Land of Lightning does not have the favorable conditions of the Land of Fire. And secondly, it does not have medical ninjas with extraordinary talents and superb skills, so it is extremely difficult for it to develop medical care." The elders of Cloud Shinobi Village and Toshiro sighed. This was not the only problem facing Cloud Shinobi Village. The medical ninjas that gathered soon began to summarize the treatment results over the past period of time to the 2 Cloud Shinobi Village bosses. "Although the effect of our treatment is not very obvious, we have found out that Master Killer Bee is indeed in a coma due to the damage to his soul. If we can solve this problem, there will be great hope for recovery. After listening to the medical ninja's summary, a look of worry emerged between Toshiro's brows. This was not good news. The Cloud Shinobi Village elder frowned, showing obvious dissatisfaction. So that's it? The end? I'm sorry, Elder. Our capabilities are limited, and we can only do what we have so far. The medical ninjas were too ashamed to raise their heads and could only accept the blame from their superiors. We can't go on like this. Todai shook his head, suppressed his inner dissatisfaction, and ordered, "Continue the treatment and make sure Killer Bee recovers as soon as possible." Yes. After watching the medical ninja leave, Toshiro and the elders also left the place and returned to the Cloud Shinobi Village for a meeting. Before the 5th Raikage took office, the high-level meeting was responsible for a series of important affairs in Cloud Shinobi Village. Those who participated in the meeting included not only the heads of various departments, but also experienced elders, consultants, and other persons. After the signing of the Armistice Agreement, the Fire Country border has returned to normal, and there are currently no signs of large-scale shinobi mobilization. Don't worry about Konoha for now. Hiragakure is still in the midst of internal strife, so the Water Country will be no problem either. The key is Awagakure. That old B******************* D. Onoki suffered a great loss at the hands of Jiraiya and Shihouin Naraku. He might want to get some benefits from us. Well, be careful of that sneaky B********************* D. Onoki. We must have a ninjas responsible for border defense pay attention to Awagakure's movements. If any unexpected situation occurs, they must pass on the information as soon as possible. Don't worry, it has been arranged. What's Killer Bee's condition like? Can he recover in a short time? It's a bit serious. We must prepare for the worst. Damn it. The Two Tails and the 4th Raikage died in an accidental battle. Killer Bee is now unconscious, and Cloud Shinobi Village has lost 3 top fighters all of a sudden. The situation has become so dangerous. It will take a few years for the Two Tail to be revived. So let's choose a new Jinchuriki first. What about 8 Tails? Killer Bee is in this state now. Release 8 Tails early? Absolutely not. Killer Bee will definitely die if that happens. But if something happens to Killer Bee, 8 Tails will die as a result, and Cloud Shinobi Village will be left without any tailed beast to use in a few years. That's too dangerous. I won't allow that to happen. No, your plan is totally untenable. First of all, how can you find a Jinchuriki suitable for 8 Tails in such a short time? If 8 Tails goes berserk, who will stop him now that the 4th Raikage has unfortunately died? How much damage will we suffer? Also, Killer Bee is the most perfect Jinchuriki that Cloud Shinobi Village has had in years. His and 8 Tails' good relationship is rare to see in a century, and even Wooden Golem and 2 Tails can't match their tacit cooperation. If we replace 8 Tails with another Jinchuriki, are you sure we can still bring out 8 Tails' strength? Even if we can, do we really have so much time to waste waiting for the new Jinchuriki to build rapport with 8 Tails? Let's find a way to wake up Killer Bee. I agree. I have a suggestion. According to the information we got before, Konoha's rebel ninja, Orochimaru, once fought with Shihouin Naraku, and Orochimaru was killed at that time. With Shihouin Naraku's strength and status, I believe Konoha has no need to lie. But Orochimaru was resurrected. So does this mean that Orochimaru knows something about Shihouin Naraku's methods, and that he might be able to solve the Killer Bee problem? The Cloud Shinobi Village high-level meeting was still going on, and the head of the intelligence department suddenly proposed a candidate that made the eyes of the high-level officials present light up. Yes, since Orochimaru can be resurrected, maybe he can fix the soul trauma that Shihouin Naraku inflicted on Killer Bee. However, someone soon raised a new question. Orochimaru is a traitor to Konoha. Even if we don't consider Konoha's attitude, we may not be able to convince him. Persuade. Send someone to bring Orochimaru back immediately. Don't be so tough. Send someone to persuade the other party first. If Orochimaru refuses to accept my toast, There's no need to be polite. Okay, let's do it. Before Orochimaru comes, send Killer Bee back to the village from Turtle Island. The information about Turtle Island cannot be leaked. That's right, this point cannot be ignored. After the top leaders of Cloud Shinobi Village confirmed it, they immediately sent people out to start looking for Orochimaru. However, the meeting is not over yet, and the top leaders of Cloud Shinobi Village are still discussing the candidate for 5th Raikage. Each village has its own troubles, and the Wagakure on the other side also has its own problems. The loss of a large number of manpower caused Iwagakure's combat power to be greatly weakened. The demolition team that had been trained at great cost was completely wiped out, and the top combat forces led by Huang Tu died. All of this caused an uproar in Iwagakure. If it weren't for the unshakable prestige that Inoki had established as Tsuchikage over the years, anyone else would have been condemned by the entire village long ago. But Inoki felt even more distressed inside. The loss of the village, the death of his son Huang Tu, who he had high hopes for, and the serious injury of his granddaughter Karatsuchi, who had just stepped onto the battlefield, the continuous blows caused Inoki to feel extremely painful. Although he did not completely fall into despair, Inoki did begin to wonder if he was still suitable to be Tsuchikage. Maybe it's time for him to retire? Especially when he saw his granddaughter lying on the hospital bed. Losing hope, Inoki finally made up his mind. Huxia, from today on, you are the 4th Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. Yes, thank you for your trust, 3rd generation. I will definitely not let you down. The Jōnin of Iwagakure, Five Tails Jinchuriki, the famous steam ninja, Han, officially becomes the 4th Tsuchikage of Iwagakure from today. Han took off his red hat, bent down to take the Tsuchikage hat handed to him by Inoki, and put it on his head. Watching Han turn around and face the many Iwagakure members downstairs, with deafening cheers everywhere, Inoki finally felt a little comforted. Maybe he should have made this choice a long time ago. Han will surely become the most competent Tsuchikage. In this way, the news of the birth of the 4th Tsuchikage began to spread quickly. Just like a small stone falling into the water, it creates ripples. With the retirement of Inoki, the older generation of ninjas in the ninja world gradually began to withdraw from the power centers of each village, and a new generation of ninjas stepped onto the stage. The time for renewal has come. Inoki is coming to Konoha to discuss a truce? No, the armistice has already been signed, and it was signed by Inoki himself and Jiraiya-sensei. So what is he doing here? Shihouin Naraku raised his head and looked at Tsunade in confusion. Tsunade was also confused. Who knows what happened, but this matter was passed on by Iwagakure through official channels, and the time was about a week later. In such a hurry, and the team is led by the former Tsuchikage, Inoki himself? Looking at Naraku, who was also confused, Tsunade simply waved his hand. Forget it. When Inoki comes, you'll know what's going on. How was the barrier setting work going? The manpower and material resources consumed by the barrier class during this period are simply alarming. The Umbu members have begun to go out to perform tasks to collect materials. I finally understand why everyone knows that the barrier should be replaced, but no one can make up their mind. So, when can you finish re-establishing the barrier here? If nothing unexpected happens, it will probably be the night of 2 days later. Naraku thought for a moment and said, take advantage of the late night to quietly complete the barrier replacement, so it won't cause too much impact. But at that time, a large number of Konoha shinobi will be needed to be on guard. It is best to clean up the Konoha village as the center to avoid being caught by the enemy. I understand this. 2 days later, late at night, Schwa, as the breeze blew, several dark figures shuttled through Konohagakure, patrolling again and again to protect the safety of everyone. A large number of ninjas with excellent perception abilities, such as the Inazuka clan, Hyuga clan, Yamanaka clan, Aburame clan, etc., were deployed on the outskirts of Konoha village to monitor possible enemies appearing from all directions. There were more ninjas, and although no one understood what was going to happen, they still surrounded the village as ordered. 5th Hokage Tsunade stood on the rooftop of the Hokage building. gazing at the vast expanse of Konoha village with a serious expression. Shihouin Naraku was in the Konoha barrier squad, watching his busy subordinates making final preparations. It's about time. Everyone get ready. The room fell into silence, and everyone was waiting for Naraku's order. Close the barrier. Inside the huge building guarded by the barrier squad, a large amount of water was gathering in a semicircular pit in the room, accompanied by a splashing sound. At the same time, a large, nearly transparent water ball floated above the deep pit. This large water ball was the embodiment of the perception barrier surrounding Konoha village. If a ninja with an unfamiliar chakra broke into Konoha, he would be instantly detected and marked on the water ball. Konoha will be able to discover the enemy's invasion location and number in the first time, make quick judgments based on this, launch timely combat responses, and reduce unnecessary casualties. Although it has no ability to stop the enemy, just for the sake of early warning, this barrier that can monitor around the clock is worth a huge cost for each ninja village to set up. As a result, the huge cost meant that even the 5 major ninja villages could not bear to build the barrier. For example, Sunagakure, who were so poor that they had to sell sand, had no idea of the existence of the barrier. Although it was partly due to the terrain, the main reason was that they could not even collect all the materials to set up the barrier. Clatter! The big water ball floating in the air suddenly trembled and then collapsed, and a large amount of water fell into the deep pit. There were a dozen ninjas sitting cross-legged around the semicircular pit with their hands in seals, and they all opened their eyes at the same time. Untie! In the outside world, a huge circular perception barrier surrounding the entire Konoha village suddenly appeared in the night sky. A transparent white light flashed and disappeared in an instant, returning to the dark night again. It turns out that they want to set up the barrier again. Among the ninjas on guard, some quick-witted ones reacted immediately. Indeed, it was time to replace Konoha's barrier. The defection of Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, and others meant that the previously complete perception barrier was no longer so safe, and it was only natural to replace it with a new one. Swish! A glittering white light suddenly rose from the ground, and in the process of mutual reflection, it began to quickly connect lines, forming a large number of complex formations. As the nodes quickly closed, a new barrier was formed quickly every second. Good. The next step is to close it up little by little, and then sense that the barrier is completely formed. Shihouin Naraku suddenly appeared high above Konoha village, watching with his own eyes as the barrier quickly spread across the night sky. This is the weakest and most critical moment of the barrier. If the enemy finds the location where the barrier talisman is buried at this time, it can easily destroy the formation of the barrier, and even the materials that Konoha village had previously spent a lot of manpower and material resources to collect will be completely wasted. When the barrier is completely closed, the barrier talisman will have the effect of disrupting space and perception. Except for Shihouin Naraku and Tsunade, who know the burial site in advance, outsiders will have no way of finding the location. Time passes by bit. The closing of the sensing barrier has entered the final stage, and the ninjas on guard outside are also on high alert, not daring to let any accident happen. Swish! In the blink of an eye, several hours passed, and the attack that made everyone alert did not occur, and the perception barrier finally closed. The moment the barrier was set up, a dazzling white light flashed, making people close their eyes involuntarily. But it was only in this second, and then the perception barrier quickly dimmed and disappeared completely. Everyone knows that the new perception barrier has been successfully established. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Naraku was not done yet. After returning to the barrier class, he looked at the reappearing water ball and immediately ordered, "Immediately start testing the key nodes of the perception barrier. The next experiment must be completed as soon as possible." Yes, the barrier class was busy again, checking whether there were any problems with the barrier's nodes, and whether they could detect the existence of strange chakras. These tasks will take at least half a month to test before we can finally determine the functionality of the new barrier. As the testing of Konoha's perception barrier progresses, Onoki, who has resigned as Tsuchikage, leads the team to Konohagakure. Even though the two villages had fought to the death on the battlefield some time ago, Tsunade still brought people to the gate of Konoha to welcome Onoki's arrival. After all, the other party was the former Tsuchikage, so this courtesy was still expected. Seeing Tsunade and his men coming to greet them from afar, Onoki sighed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's good student. Thinking back to the last time he met 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Onoki couldn't quite remember the exact time. Perhaps he should have given up the position of Tsuchikage long ago and made way for the younger generation, so that a Wagakure could develop better than it is now. However, it seems that Konoha does not attach as much importance to his arrival as imagined. Although Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, is present, apart from her, the only other person present is Konoha consultant Mitokado Hamura, and the rest seem to be ordinary ninjas. Shihouin Naraku, whom Onoki was most looking forward to seeing, did not show up, perhaps because he is no longer Tsuchikage and is therefore looked down upon so much. Actually, Tsunade would be fine, but I wonder if he has the time and energy to help treat his granddaughter. Onoki glanced behind him and saw Kuratsuchi lying half dead on the guard's back, with no desire to live at all. This is why he appeared in Konoha. It's not to cause trouble, but to see if there is any way to make my granddaughter Haida recover. At least she can't just lie there like this. As the host, Tsunade did not continue to stand there waiting for the guest, Onoki, to approach, but took a few steps forward. Tsuchikage, welcome. Onoki looked at Tsunade's young and beautiful face and felt his own age. You are welcome, Hokage. I have resigned from the position of Tsuchikage. The 4th Tsuchikage of a Wagakure is Han, so just call me by my name. Onoki is just an ordinary retired ninja from a Wagakure now. The meaning behind Onoki's words was very clear. He explained that he had resigned and a Wagakure had a new Tsuchikage, so he was not coming here on behalf of a Wagakure, but as a private visit. Mitokado Hamura, who was standing behind Tsunade, frowned slightly. Why did Onoki's words sound a bit humble? It seemed like the other party was trying to please Konoha, or is he trying to please Tsunade? No matter what, it is an honor for Konoha village to have Lord Onoki here. Tsunade responded very well. After greeting everyone, he motioned for everyone to enter the village first. Please, Konoha is ready to host Lord Onoki. Please. Tsunade and Onoki walked into Konoha village together. Although he was short in stature, Onoki exuded the power of a top strong man, and no one dared to ignore his presence. Even though the war that just ended with a Wagakure's defeat, Onoki didn't want Konoha village to look down on a Wagakure, so he had to save face. Even though his waist was in severe pain, Onoki kept his head held high and walked with Tsunade, and his momentum was not inferior to Tsunade at all. Onoki is here already? Shihouin Naraku stood up curiously and walked to the window, but it was a bit far away and he couldn't see anything. Observation haki poured out, covering the direction of the Konoha village gate. He really arrived, and he only brought 2 subordinates with him. No, why is this person carrying another person on his back? The key is that the other person's life breath is a little weak. Oh, so that's how it is. Naraku immediately understood that Onoki had brought people to Konoha to seek medical treatment in a private capacity. This is normal. The reputation of Konoha's medical institutions has long been well known in the ninja world. Nobles and daimyos from the 5 major countries often come to Konoha for treatment and recuperation. Even the residents of Konoha were used to it and were deeply proud of their village's medical ninjas. Because medical institutions make so much money, the entire Konoha benefits from it. The most obvious thing is that the cost of seeing a doctor for Konoha residents is very low, and all these costs are borne by outside patients. Therefore, everyone does not reject outsiders seeking medical treatment. The more people come, the better. The more Konoha earns, the more money Konoha makes, and everyone can benefit from it. The impact of these cases even goes beyond that. Naraku never treats those who follow him unfairly, and the profits earned by the medical institutions are also fed back to all medical ninjas. To put it bluntly, the remuneration earned by normal ninjas for performing missions is not even close to the remuneration of medical ninjas. With such generous treatment, the residents of Konoha really hope that their children can become medical ninjas. Not only are there no dangers that ordinary ninjas face when performing missions, but the pay is also better. Who wouldn't be envious? The current Konoha village is still somewhat short of top medical ninjas, but the mid-level and lower-level medical ninjas are sufficient. As time goes by, top medical ninjas with outstanding talents will surely emerge from these low-level and middle-level personnel. It's a very virtuous cycle. Even if the other 4 major ninja villages are envious and jealous, it is difficult to replicate. Just as I was thinking about it, an Umbu knocked on the door of the barrier class. Master Naraku, the 4th-generation master's request that you proceed to the Konoha Sanatorium Hospital. Got it. I'll go right away. So fast. Inoki had just arrived in Konoha, and he was already anxious to seek medical treatment. It seems that the person who was seriously injured was undoubtedly Haitu. After dropping the large spiral wheel, Naraku just admired the power of the explosion and turned around and flew away without carefully checking the casualties of the Iwagakure team. According to the information Konoha Village received afterwards, Naraku knew that Iwagakure's losses were very serious. Holding his chin, Naraku thought. The observation Haki just now only saw that Kuratsuchi's life breath was very weak, but the specific extent of his injuries was not clear. However, judging from Inoki's anxious attitude, the situation is probably not optimistic. You continue to test the barrier. If you find any unexpected situation, notify me immediately. Yes, the test results over the past few days have been very good. The new perception barrier is running smoothly, and the barrier team has not found any problems. His subordinates were busy with the specific work, and the main reason why Naraku stayed here was to prevent accidents. As the only person in the barrier team who knew the location where the barrier talisman was buried, he could make adjustments at the first moment when an accident occurred. But the chances of this happening are very small. Naraku walked towards the Konoha Sanatorium Hospital while thinking about what to do next. Now that my mission in the barrier class is complete, I will be resigning from my position. It will depend on which organization Tsunade-sensei will assign me to work in. In fact, this can be considered a form of training. If Naraku holds positions in all the major institutions or departments in Konoha, he will inevitably become Hokage. Thinking about his next job change, Naraku soon arrived at the newly built Konoha Sanatorium. This hospital was specially prepared for nobles, daimyo, and village leaders from various countries, and its service target was directly aimed at these guys who had no shortage of money. It goes without saying how much profit this hospital can bring. So Naraku specially arranged a ninja from the Shihouin clan to be the dean. While replying to the greetings from the passing medical staff, Naraku walked into the hospital and asked where Tsunade was, and he walked straight over. However, Naraku had just found the place and stepped into the ward before he had time to speak. Tsunade called him over. Naraku, come take a look. It's you. I'm going to kill you. Kuratsuchi, who was originally lying on the hospital bed with lifeless eyes, suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Naraku, who walked into the room. What's going on? Kuratsuchi's muscles tensed, completely ignoring the pain from his broken legs, and pointed at Naraku angrily and shouted, Grandpa, it's him. Kill him. There was fear in his slightly trembling tone. The veteran ninja, Inoki, who had experienced many battles, looked at his granddaughter and his lips trembled unconsciously. You don't come over here. Get out of here. Naraku had just taken a few steps closer when Kuratsuchi began to struggle hard, trying to curl up in the corner. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Inoki quickly moved over, using his short body to block Kuratsuchi's view, trying to calm his granddaughter's nervousness. Naraku shrugged nonchalantly and walked out of the ward briskly. Perhaps because the culprit had left, with everyone's comfort, Kuratsuchi slowly calmed down and accepted the examination of the medical ninja, but he still sobbed from time to time. Huh, you haven't left yet. Tsunade walked out of the ward and turned around to see Naraku with his hands in his pockets, his back against the wall, blowing the loose hair on his forehead out of boredom. How about it? Seeing that you left a shadow on such a cute little girl, do you feel a little bit sorry for it? Tsunade patted Naraku's shoulder, a playful look in her eyes. You can't bear it? Why can't you bear it? Naraku instead looked at Tsunade curiously. To be merciful to the enemy on the battlefield is to be cruel to your own people. Since she has decided to go to the battlefield, she should be aware of the cruelty of war. She's not the only one injured on the battlefield. With so many casualties among Konoha shinobi, who should we feel sorry for? If she really wants to blame someone, she should blame her grandfather Anoki, because it was not Konoha village that started the war, but a Wagakure. To be precise, it was her relatives who started the war and pushed her into the battlefield. So the only person she has the right to hate is a Wagakure third Tsuchikage, Ninten Shinoki. Naraku's voice was not low, and these words were undoubtedly transmitted to the ward, and the sobbing inside obviously began to weaken and disappear. Tsunade dropped her playful expression. Naraku's opinion was also hers. As a ninja of Konoha village, Shihouin Naraku is actively killing enemies, and there is nothing wrong with that. Tsunade, who has participated in the war, is not a soft-hearted woman. Her brother and lover both died on the battlefield. Who can she blame? She has to bear all this pain by herself. So Tsunade didn't care about Kuratsuchi's pain. The other party came to seek medical treatment, and Konoha treated him for profit. It was that simple. Motioning for Naraku to leave with him first, Tsunade said as he walked away, the girl's legs were badly injured. Although a Wagakure also treated her, the best he could do was to prevent her from getting worse. The opponent's left leg has multiple comminuted fractures and nerve ruptures. This is the conclusion I came to after a rough examination. The specific severity cannot be estimated for the time being, but it's not a big deal. I am confident that it can be cured, but her right leg was blown off below the knee. I can't fix that. According to Anoki, she doesn't want any prosthetic limbs, but a pair of legs that truly belong to her. I see. Naraku suddenly laughed. He was the only one who could heal Kuratsuchi. If that's the case, the price is a bit high. Oh, right. Naraku almost forgot about Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. If these two work together, they might be able to cure Kuratsuchi. Unfortunately, Anoki won't trust Orochimaru, so he still only has one choice. We have to be more ruthless this time. Anoki is not short of money. This guy has more money than you can imagine. In the following days, after Anoki generously donated money, Tsunade began to treat Kuratsuchi's injuries. However, before the treatment process began, Tsunade gave Anoki a vaccination in advance. She can only solve the problem of Kuratsuchi's left leg at present. As for the broken right leg, there is no way to do it. If he wants to recover as normal, he can only go to Naraku. At this time, Anoki could only believe and tell Tsunade to do the treatment, and he would go to Naraku to discuss it personally. The initial treatment began quickly. Tsunade and his men pushed Kuratsuchi into the operating room, cut open his left leg, which was beginning to heal, removed the bone fragments that had pierced into the flesh one by one, and then sutured the broken nerves, straightened the bones, and so on. If it was Tsunade who hadn't returned to the village yet, there would be less than a 50% chance of completing the treatment for an injury of this severity. Nowadays, this kind of operation is no longer a big deal. Having absorbed the medical ninjutsu and methods developed by Konoha village over the years, Tsunade's current medical level is completely able to surpass herself if she had not yet returned to the village. The operation was successfully completed. Call. Seeing Anoki's worried look, Tsunade took off her mask and smiled. It's okay. The next step is recovery and recuperation. With Kuratsuchi's physical condition, it will take about a month. Thank you. Anoki expressed his sincere gratitude. It's okay. Just follow the doctor's instructions and recuperate. If Inoki hadn't given her so much, Tsunade wouldn't have performed the surgery herself. After all, as the Hokage, she still had her full-time job to attend to. Following the instructions of the Konoha medical ninja, Kuratsuchi began to actively complete various rehabilitation exercises, and the injury to his left leg was recovering rapidly. Inoki was relieved to see this, and began to think about how to impress Shihouin Naraku and get him to treat his granddaughter. Although he didn't know much about medical ninjutsu, looking at his granddaughter's right leg that was broken at the knee, he knew how difficult it would be to restore it to its original state. So Inoki was in a headache. Given Shihouin Naraku's status in Konoha village, how could he convince the other party? Putting aside Inoki's troubles, the barrier team that Naraku was in charge of finally completed the testing of the perception barrier during this period of time. During the testing process, the perception barrier worked well, and no other problems occurred. So this mission was completed perfectly. Hokage Tower. The mission was accomplished well, but Naraku, are you really planning to resign as squad leader? Tsunade closed the file and asked seriously. Now that the mission is over, it's fine for me to continue staying in the barrier class. Under normal circumstances, the barrier class only needs Chunin to watch over it. The teacher is really planning to let me stay. That's true. As the Hokage, I would be very ignorant of you if I put you, the strongest person in the ninja world, in the barrier class. As a super strategic figure of Konoha village, Naraku's current status is even higher than Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, it is impossible to rest. Since Naraku doesn't want to continue to be the leader of the barrier class, it doesn't matter. There are many positions in Konoha village that are suitable for him, and Tsunade just so happens that he does intend to adjust the positions of the heads of various departments in the village. But before Tsunade could say anything, Naraku spoke up again. By the way, I'll also resign as the director of the medical department. What? Tsunade was stunned for a moment. Why? What happened? Why are people suddenly applying to resign as Minister of Medical Affairs? Everyone in Konoha village knows about Shihouin Naraku's contribution to the medical department, and no one is more suitable for the position of director of the medical department than him. Even after Tsunade returned to the village, she never intended to take action against the medical department. Compared to Naraku, she was more like a pure medical ninja. But this is not the case with Naraku. Not only does he have superb medical ninjutsu, he also possesses extremely good management skills, and the rapid development of Konoha's medical institutions is proof of that. What on earth do you want to do? This joke is not funny at all. Tsunade stared at Naraku suspiciously, really not understanding what the other person meant. Shihouin Naraku rolled his eyes and said very clearly, I'm not kidding. It's true. I really want to resign as the director of the medical department. No. Finding that Naraku was indeed not joking, Tsunade rejected his resignation application without even a second's hesitation. Forehead. Although he knew that Tsunade would not easily agree to his resignation, Naraku did not expect his teacher to be so decisive. Actually, it's like this. Naraku knew he had to explain. With the division of the medical emergency team, Konoha's medical facilities are already very complete. As long as things go according to plan, even if I resign as minister, it won't have any impact. And now is the best time for me to leave. Whether Konoha's medical institution can develop a good self-cultivation cycle mechanism depends on its performance in the future. After all, I can't be the director of the medical department forever. Naraku's words seemed to make sense, but Tsunade was still a little hesitant. After all, the medical department involved considerable interests, and if a big problem occurred, that would not be what she wanted to see. What you said makes sense, but no. Before I agree, you're absolutely not allowed to mention resignation without permission. Okay. Naraku raised his hands in surrender. Teacher is already like this. What else can I say? But I still want to mention that the success of Konoha's medical institution is not only my credit, but also the result of the hard work of countless medical ninjas. With that, Naraku turned and left the Hokage's office. Obviously, his words still touched Tsunade. Although he did not agree to Naraku's resignation application right away, he began to really consider it. In fact, if it is true as Naraku said, it would not be a bad thing for him to resign from the position of minister. If something big happens, Naraku can still be put back in the position of minister. If you think about it this way, it's not a big problem. However, Tsunade did not make a decision so quickly. Instead, she planned to investigate the medical department in depth. If what Naraku said was true, then she would consider accepting his resignation application. Now that things here have come to an end, Naraku has some free time after resigning from the position of leader of the barrier class. Just as he said, medical institutions are indeed developing very well now, and there is no need for Minister Naraku to be busy at all. This is also a strong proof. When there is nothing to do, time always passes quickly. Shihouin Naraku gave himself 3 days off as a reward for his hard work. Even though most of the work of the barrier team was done by his subordinates, he still made a contribution. At least he was the one who completed the task of burying the barrier talisman. So take a break for a while and have nothing to say. Just as Naraku was yawning and heading towards the medical department, he was stopped by Inoki halfway. Seeing that Inoki looked a little listless, Naraku estimated that the other party must have blocked him more than once or twice, but he just met him now. What's wrong? Lord Sachikage. Naraku was not surprised by Inoki's appearance. It was no exaggeration to say that he was the only one in the entire Konoha village who could heal Kuratsuchi's broken right leg. So Inoki had no choice but to come to him. Shihouin Naraku, Your Excellency. Inoki walked up to Naraku, completely ignoring the few pedestrians on the street, and bowed to apologize. I came here specially to apologize. When we first met a few days ago, Kuratsuchi's words offended Your Excellency. I'm so sorry. Shihouin Naraku watched third Sachikage Inoki abandon his dignity as a strong man and bend his short body deeply. He couldn't help but sigh at Inoki's love for his granddaughter. Naraku did not directly ask Inoki to stand up, but said, Sir Inoki, you are worrying too much. It's just a little girl's complaint. There is no way I would take it to heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Naraku seemed to realize that Inoki was still bending over, and quickly asked him to stand up. Inoki straightened up after hearing that, and started to talk about their relationship as if he didn't feel at all that Naraku was embarrassing him. Now the two of them walked and chatted, and after a while the atmosphere gradually eased. It was at this time that Inoki proposed asking Naraku to treat his granddaughter and stated his conditions. In addition to the compensation that is due to Lord Naraku, the Wagakure is willing to open the medicinal materials market to the Shihouin clan for free trade and ensure that the interests of the Shihouin clan will not be harmed. What a big deal. Just like the Akamichi clan runs a restaurant, the Yamanaka clan opens a flower shop, the Nara clan raises deer and sells antlers, and the Tenin clan runs a ninja tool shop. The major ninja families in Konoha village all have side businesses that they are good at, which they use to support their large populations and cultivate talented younger generations. The Shihouin clan is no exception. They're the largest distributor of medicinal herbs in Konoha village and even the Fire Nation. Of course, if there was no Shihouin Naraku, the Shihouin Naraku family would not be able to keep this business that made countless people jealous. However, although the businesses of various ninja families are generally good, the most remarkable thing they can do is to stay in Konoha village or the Land of Fire, and they rarely make a name for themselves in other countries. Even though the Shihouin Naraku clan had a unique understanding of medicinal materials with the help of Naraku, the transaction was still difficult due to the secret boycott of various countries. After all, every country and every village has its own business. It is impossible for them to leave their own people unsupported and instead help the enemy. But now, Inoki said that a Wagakure will give up suppressing the Shihouin clan. This means that the Shihouin clan's medicinal materials business will quickly spread to a Wagakure, expanding their own channels for profit and providing countless benefits. Sir Inoki, this is no laughing matter. Naraku looked at Inoki meaningfully. Does the other party really know what he is doing? Perhaps the Shihouin clan members sent to a Wagakure were not merchants but spies, or perhaps they were on a secret mission, or perhaps they were planning to sabotage. Once some words are said, there is no room for maneuver. As a big shot in a Wagakure, Onoki was able to open channels for a Wagakure to trade freely with the Shihouin clan. There is no problem with that. Moreover, Shihouin Naraku was not worried at all that Onoki would go back on his word, because once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. If he heals Kuratsuchi's injured leg and a Wagakure dares to lie and not count his actions, then Naraku will have a reason to take action, and there is no guarantee of what will happen in the end. Please rest assured, Lord Naraku. Onoki thought Naraku was doubting him as a retired old man who no longer had any power in a Wagakure to guarantee what he said. So he quickly explained, the Shihouin clan can send people to a Wagakure now, and I guarantee that no one will stop us. I don't have anything to worry about. Lord Onoki's prestige in a Wagakure is not so high that he can't even do such a small thing. It's just a small matter. This is no trivial matter. Before coming to Konoha, Onoki knew that this trip to seek medical treatment would not go smoothly, so he made preparations in advance. He had already discussed with the current Tsuchikage Han about agreeing to lift the restrictions on suppressing the Shihouin Naraku clan, and the other party also agreed. Actually, this is not a bad thing for a Wagakure. Perhaps if the regulation of the medicinal materials market is relaxed, the Wagakure's medical business may develop rapidly. Coupled with the prestige that Onoki had gained as the third Tsuchikage of a Wagakure for many years, it was not outrageous that he could achieve this. I have already felt Lord Onoki's sincerity. In this case, Naraku's eyes slightly raised, revealing a smile that couldn't be more obvious. Then we should discuss how to treat Kuratsuchi next. Hearing this, Onoki's spirits perked up, and he stared at Naraku. Kuratsuchi's right leg is broken at the knee. Conventional treatments are definitely useless. Naraku put away his smile and said seriously, the current situation is that I have two treatments for you to choose from. The first one is to stimulate black soil cells through medical means and speed up cell division, so as to achieve the effect of restoring the growth of the right leg. However, the disadvantage of this method is that it will consume a lot of vitality, but the number of cell divisions in the human body is limited. If the division rate is too high at this time, it will definitely affect black soil's lifespan. I can guarantee that this method will have a therapeutic effect. The side effect is that Miss Kuratsuchi's lifespan will be drastically reduced. According to a rough estimate, she can only live to around 30 years old before she may die suddenly. If there was additional vitality supplementation, such as the injection of Hashirama cells, such serious consequences would not occur. However, with Kuratsuchi's physical fitness, he could not resist the erosion of Hashirama cells at all. The moment the Hashirama cells take effect, the black soil may turn into a big tree. Therefore, the consequences of this treatment method can only be endured by Haitu's own physical fitness. There is no other way. In other words, Kuratsuchi is still young now. If she were middle-aged, her legs might not have recovered completely, and her vitality would have been exhausted prematurely, and she would have died. So after learning about this serious side effect, Onoki quickly shook his head and refused. This consequence is too serious. Kuratsuchi's long life cannot stop at the age of 30. If I can only live another 10 years, then why bother treating my leg? I might as well enjoy life. Onoki said he wanted to hear the second solution. Naraku had long anticipated that Onoki would not accept this treatment method, so there was no surprise. He continued, the second method is cloning. I will collect cells from Kuratsuchi and then help her clone a right leg. When it grows to maturity, I will transplant it onto Kuratsuchi's right leg. Apart from the consumption of some vitality during the connection, there will be no other serious consequences. Good, that's it. Onoki didn't think any more about it. There were only two ways anyway. The first one had been rejected, so the only option was this cloning treatment method. Mr. Naraku, are you sure that this kind of cloning thing won't leave any hidden dangers? Onoki was still a little worried and looked at Naraku anxiously, afraid of hearing bad news. No, not at all. Naraku spread his hands and then changed the subject. The only disadvantage is that it is extremely expensive. The cost of cloning that right leg alone is not something that an ordinary ninja can afford. Of course, Lord Suchikage should not have to worry about this. Call. Oenoki let out a sigh, wondering what it was. It turns out it's all about money. How can that be considered a shortcoming? Having been at Suchikage for a lifetime, Oenoki can't say anything else, but he really makes too much money. After taking a look at Oenoki's expression, which suddenly became relaxed, Naraku's eyes curved up and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Then he whispered a number, and the moment Oenoki heard it, his scalp felt tingling and his cheeks even began to twitch unconsciously. Why? Why is it so expensive? This is simply too outrageous. If Lord Naraku is not teasing me, then I can only say that there are not many people in the entire ninja world who can afford this amount of money. Oenoki suspected that Naraku was killing people. No, it was not a suspicion. He was killing people. But what could he say, protest? Since only Shihouin Naraku could save his granddaughter, he had no choice but to accept defeat. Even though his heart ached, Oenoki still gritted his teeth and agreed. Okay, no problem. I'll have someone send the money over as soon as possible, and I hope the treatment can start as soon as possible. Don't worry. As a medical ninja, it is my duty to cure illnesses and save lives. Naraku smiled happily. Although he himself didn't spend much money, his strength was improved by the system, but the entire Shihouin clan had many places to spend money. After all, for an ordinary ninja to reach the level of a Jōnin, he needs not only talent, but also a huge amount of resources. During this period, let Haito do his usual rehabilitation exercises. When your medical treatment money arrives, I will extract cells from Haito's body and then culture his limbs. I can't help it. The cost of various materials and nutrients needed to cultivate limbs is too horrible. I don't have the money to help you pay for it. Oenoki gritted his teeth. Okay, the funds will be delivered as soon as possible. The two separated in front of Konoha Hospital. Naraku went to deal with the accumulated affairs, while Oenoki immediately sent someone back to the village to transfer funds. Oenoki also knew that Naraku would never help without money, so in less than 2 days, Iwagakure ninjas escorted the funds to Konoha. The fact that the word escort is used shows how much money this is. We can start treatment now. Oenoki gritted his teeth in hatred. Although he had a lot of money, most of it was fixed assets such as land, stores, ninjutsu scrolls, etc. It will be difficult to sell these things in the short term. Therefore, this batch of money was borrowed from Iwagakure by the newly appointed 4th Suchikage, and this money must be repaid. Iwagakure suffered a crushing defeat, and the newly appointed 4th Suchikage was still busy with various post-war troubles. But even so, in the face of Oenoki's request for help, Han still agreed to provide financial assistance. Anyway, it's not that Oenoki doesn't have money, but he can't raise that much money in a short time. After selling some assets, he can pay Iwagakure back. If it weren't for the disastrous defeat in the war, Oenoki wouldn't even have to pay back the money. Given Iwagakure's background, this small amount of money was not worth much. Unfortunately, there is no if. So the money still needs to be paid back. Shihouin Naraku watched the money go into the warehouse with his own eyes, and a large portion of it belonged to him. This money is not enough. Let me see. It's about 2/3 of the medical expenses, and we have to hurry up to pay for the rest. Don't worry. Oenoki snorted angrily. Please start the treatment as soon as possible. The remaining money will definitely be sent before the treatment is completed. Lord Oenoki's reputation is trustworthy. Naraku curled his lips. In that case, the treatment plan will begin immediately. Although Kuratsuchi still looked timid in the face of Shihouin Naraku, at least he didn't yell anymore. After extracting the opponent's cells, Naraku began to clone Kuratsuchi's right leg. No matter how many times I see it, I still think it's amazing. Tsunade and Shihouin Naraku stood in the laboratory, watching the cells belonging to the black soil inside the test tube begin to divide and grow, and then, under the guarantee of various nutrients, expand little by little, and finally grow into a complete right leg. Of course, although this process takes much longer than human growth, It cannot be completed in a short period of time. If there is a problem with any organ in the human body, a new organ can be cloned to replace it. Will human life become longer? Tsunade looked at the cells in the test tube curiously and asked her own questions. That's the theory, but even without my reward, the cost of cloning is still an astronomical figure. Few people can afford it. Naraku shrugged and gave a cruel answer. Even if cloning technology is finally fully mature, it can't be applied to everyone. Indeed, Naraku, I have no problem with this cloning technology. Organs and the like are still within my tolerance range, but if it's a human being, it's absolutely not allowed. Tsunade stared at Naraku. She didn't want to cause a conflict with her proudest student, so she reminded him in advance, "This is my bottom line. You are absolutely not allowed to clone humans for experiments. If that happens, you will degenerate into someone like Orochimaru and completely lose your respect for life. For a powerful ninja, the consequences of losing his sense of awe are extremely dangerous." I see. Naraku nodded seriously. He had no intention of cloning humans. Let the mad scientist Orochimaru do this dangerous experiment. Tsunade observed the cloning technology for a while, then prepared to leave to do something else, notifying Naraku before leaving. I am still considering your resignation as minister, but one position has been confirmed, and the appointment letter will be in your hand soon. You will be the new captain of the Konoha garrison. Ding. Host becomes the captain of the Konoha Corps garrison. Congratulations to Host for winning 2 draws. Current draws, 8. Friendly reminder. It is easier to get magical items if you draw 10 times in a row. Before Tsunade finished speaking, the system prompt sounded. The time for the next 10 draw is almost here. Unfortunately, neither the squad leader of the barrier squad nor the captain of the garrison force can be considered a promotion. According to the system's algorithm, these positions can barely be considered as lateral transfers. The position of the barrier squad leader is too low, and in the past, this position was basically held by Chunin, and Naraku only became the squad leader as a safety precaution in special moments. As for the captain general of the garrison, there was no such position before, or it could be said that the Hokage himself was the captain general of the Konoha garrison. If any other ninja were to serve as the captain general and take charge of the standing armed forces of Konoha village, the Hokage would really not be able to sleep well. Therefore, for the sake of safety, the garrison of Konoha village not only does not have a true captain, but it does not even have a deputy captain. The highest position in this troop is the squad leader, who is responsible for managing the ninja team, and his power is extremely limited. Even if Konoha village is invaded, the Hokage will only temporarily find someone to mobilize the garrison and will not hand over power to one person. For example, when the Konoha collapse plan occurred, Shihouin Naraku and Naraku were both given the power to command the Konoha garrison by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, neither of them was assigned a specific position. Naraku commanded his subordinates as the director of the medical department and the captain of the Umbu, while Shikaku issued orders as the leader of the Jōnin squad and the Hokage staff officer. From these examples, we can see the strict rules of the Konoha garrison. Although Tsunade appointed Naraku as the captain of the garrison, the power he possessed was only to adjust team members and defensive measures, etc., and did not include commanding ninja battles. Even once the adjustment is over, this position will soon be taken away from Naraku. Tsunade told Naraku all these words before leaving. Tsunade's meaning was obvious. She was worried that Naraku would think too much. In fact, she didn't know that Naraku didn't care how much power the position had. All he really cared about was sitting there, even if he was fired the next second. Unfortunately, due to these reasons, Naraku, who became the captain, was unable to obtain the highest reward for promotion, 5 lottery entries. But if it's a level adjustment, then it's a level adjustment. It's okay to give you 2 draw qualifications. 2 more times, and you can make it 10 times in a row. Naraku was very satisfied, but when Kuratsuchi, who was doing rehabilitation exercises outside, saw his handsome smile, He was so scared that he ran back to the ward and never came out again. Touching his face in frustration, Naraku was speechless. You don't even know how to appreciate such a handsome face. No wonder your leg is broken. You deserve it. The clone Karatsuchi's limbs just take a while to grow, so it won't interfere with Naraku's other tasks. So he left the hospital and went to the Konoha garrison to start training and deploying personnel. Everything went smoothly, under the leadership of Naraku and with the tacit approval of the Hokage Tsunade. Changes were made to the members of the Konoha garrison and improvements were made to the original defensive measures. For example, the composition of patrol personnel, route changes, etc. Even the secret codes and hand gestures have been abandoned and replaced with a new set of rules. Although the original code words and gestures would be changed every once in a while, the scope of the changes remained the same. If someone is familiar with Konoha village, such as Orochimaru, even if they don't know the specific code, they can guess it almost right. So all these old things need to be replaced, and the seals guarding the various secret facilities in Konoha village also need to be modified, but the changes are not as big as the code words and hand gestures. Range Shinobi Village. Inside a secret base, Uchiha Obito sat in the dim underground base with a gloomy expression. A huge monster behind him extended several long tubes connected to his body. The huge creature was actually the Geto statue, the shell of 10 tails. At this time, Uchiha Obito was completely relying on the Geto statue to maintain his life, which was as elusive as a candle flame. Just as he was gloomy and silent, a black and white figure emerged from the ground. Absolutely. Ow! Uchiha Obito's words contained no trace of emotion. No problem. Nagato and Konan have no doubts, and now they believe even more that you are seriously injured. This is barely good news. Black Zetsu stared at Uchiha Obito, who exuded a mysterious yet extremely dark aura. This aura originally belonged to the real Black Zetsu. After a fierce battle between Uchiha Obito and Shihouin Naraku, Uchiha Obito was chopped unconscious. Black Zetsu tried his best, but at most he could only delay Obito's injuries and fail to wake him up. Black Zetsu will not allow this to happen, because Uchiha Obito is related to many plans, and if he remains in a coma for a long time, many key issues cannot be resolved. So while using the Geto statue to maintain Obito's life, Black Zetsu was thinking of other ways. If it was not impossible, they wanted to find Shihouin Naraku and ask him to help wake up Uchiha Obito. Because of the fear that Uchiha Obito's identity would be exposed, Black Zetsu was unable to explain the situation to the Akatsuki organization. Nagato and Konan already had some doubts about Obito's identity. If they really knew Obito's current situation, there would be no way they could save him. They would definitely fall out. So in the end, Black Zetsu had to take matters into his own hands. Black Zetsu performed mind fusion and parasitized Uchiha Obito, infusing his own spiritual power into the other's mind, and then White Zetsu attached to Obito's appearance. Spirit, body, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu work together, and Uchiha Obito finally wakes up. But the result of doing this is that except for his head and a few organs, large areas of Uchiha Obito's body tissue are completely formed by White Zetsu's body. Even though his IQ was not high to begin with, he was still affected by Black Zetsu's spiritual power. From now on, if Black Zetsu wanted to control Obito, he didn't have to do it himself. With just a thought, Uchiha Obito would find that he couldn't even control his own body. If we add that Obito has been relying on the Geto statue to sustain his life for a long time, causing a very small amount of weak divine tree tissue to enter his body, this would be an even bigger accident. To sum up in one sentence, Uchiha Obito is no longer human. Instead, it is a strange creature composed of the body of White Zetsu, the spirit of Black Zetsu, the tissue of the sacred tree, and the brain of Uchiha Obito. In his current state, even if Otsutsuki Kagaya showed up, it would be hard to tell what Uchiha Obito was. The point is, as tragic as it is, Uchiha Obito's bad luck is not over yet. Due to his serious injuries and strange condition, Obito is now unable to stay away from the Geto statue. Last time, he just went out to have a meeting with Nagato and Konan, but he almost died. Obito fainted right in front of the Geto statue. Luckily, Black Zetsu discovered it quickly and quickly connected him to the Geto statue, so nothing serious happened. But because of this, Obito has been staying in the base since the meeting and dared not leave the base for a moment. However, after this period of dangerous experiences, perhaps because his body and mind began to stabilize, Obito gradually mastered the routine. Now, he can go out frequently, and his activities are no longer seriously affected. As long as he returns here every 10 days and connects to the Geto statue once, he can go out again. According to Obito's estimation, as long as he persists, sooner or later this time will become 11 days, 12 days, until it is no longer affected. Of course, after this serious injury, Obito gained countless disadvantages, but also gained more benefits relatively. Uchiha Obito thought back to the pain he had endured during this period of time, gritted his teeth and growled, "4. Keet. Aina. Na. Fall." The pale right hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and a sonic boom, like thunder, suddenly sounded in the air. That's right, just a simple handshake. Obito can burst out such terrifying power, which was completely unimaginable in the past. And not only that, after waking up this time, Obito found that he not only had immense strength, his chakra had become extremely abundant, and his perception ability had greatly increased. The wood-style ninjutsu even underwent a very terrifying change. To put it simply, if the power of the wood style released by Obito before was 10, now the power of the wood style he released casually easily exceeded 10,000. It's such an outrageous increase. Ever since awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito has had a question. He now understood how Senju Hashirama could fight against Uchiha Madara when the Uchiha clan Sharingan was so powerful. Such a powerful wood style is enough to compete with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Obito, whose strength has skyrocketed, once again uses his abnormal thinking and decides to settle accounts with Shihouin Naraku after he has survived this dangerous period. However, after Black Zetsu told Obito in detail what Naraku had done on the battlefield, he reluctantly calmed down. But Black Zetsu could see that Obito was not convinced and had not given up the idea of looking for Shihouin Naraku. It could only be said that Obito's brain was indeed different from that of ordinary people. Laozi spent so much energy and finally woke you up, but after you woke up, instead of saying thank you, he turned around and prepared to fight. Do you know what your goal is? Especially Black Zetsu's method of mental parasitism is also a loss to itself. If it wasn't desperate, it would never take this approach. So after seeing what Uchiha Obito did, Black Zetsu was about to collapse. The descendants of the Uchiha clan are all idiots. Even though it's a little stupid and easy to exploit, it can't be that stupid. In the end, Black Zetsu was able to persuade Obito to come down and still rely on the original rhetoric to build a new world, No Era Lin. At this time, the exhausted Black Zetsu finally saw Uchiha Obito, who had returned to normal and whose strength had greatly increased. It's bitter before it's sweet. Black Zetsu could only comfort himself in this way. Sizzle. Uchiha Obito, who was sitting there, tore off the pipes behind him and stood up. Obito, not noticing Black Zetsu's angry eyes, asked, "Has White Zetsu been sent out? Although the two tails cannot be resurrected in such a short time, we still need to prepare in advance. There are 3 White Zetsu buried beneath the forest of the dead. If the two tails is resurrected, we will definitely find them before Cloud Shinobi. If the two tail is resurrected, no matter if the plan starts or not, we must capture it first to prevent any accidents." Uchiha Obito was adjusting his clothes, his eyes flashing coldly on his face that was half angel, half devil. Just as Obito was about to go out, a White Zetsu wearing the Kiwi Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly emerged from the ground. Something happened. Kirigakure discovered that Yagura Kajira was controlled by a Genjutsu. What? I arranged for other ninjas controlled by illusions and White Zetsu to hold back the enemy. Yagura is still in our hands. Idiot! You do this, and you still hope that Kirigakure won't find out the problem. Uchiha Obito cursed a few words. When he was controlling the fourth Mizukage Yagura, he was never discovered by the people of Kirigakure. But when he was handed over to White Zetsu for control, the flaw was immediately discovered. Idiot! Give me my eyes! Obito looked at the White Zetsu wearing his Mangekyo Sharingan with a look of disgust. White Zetsu glanced at Black Zetsu, and after receiving the message of agreement, he closed his eyes and handed it to Uchiha Obito. Obito snorted and installed his own Mangekyo Sharingan. A wisp of blue smoke filled the air. In the blink of an eye, the torn wound at the corner of his eye was healed, and the Mangekyo Sharingan returned to Obito's body again. The three Magatama rotated slightly, forming a pattern similar to that of three sickle blades, which looked strange and dangerous. Black Zetsu made a sinister voice at the side. What are you going to do with Yagura? He's useless now. Now that Kirigakure has discovered that Yagura is under the control of a Genjutsu, no one will listen to what he says. Even if I try to control the future fifth Mizukage again, it will be useless. Every failure is a lesson learned. Kirigakure will definitely guard against this aspect. Don't forget, Kirigakure has a Byakugan. Black Zetsu was very satisfied with Obito's current state. He had finally returned to his former self and started to use his brain to a limited extent. So let White Zetsu evacuate. No, it's good as it is now. The White Zetsu and Mist Ninja protecting Yagura will cause more serious damage to Kirigakure. This is a deterrent. But before that, either Yagura or Three Tails, one of them must be in my hands. An accident like the second tail must never happen again. Set off. The distorted space rotated slightly, and Uchiha Obito's figure slowly dissipated. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu sank into the ground and disappeared shortly after. Only the huge Geto statue still remains at the base, sitting cross-legged on the lotus seat without moving. The country of Taki. Is this the place? This should be the place. In the quiet forest, several figures passed by. As they were getting closer to their destination, the figures stopped talking and instead used gestures to communicate information. More than 10 minutes later, the group of ninjas arrived deep in the forest. The captain waved his hand, and the ninjas dispersed immediately. No one knew what they were looking for. Not long after, a shrill howl echoed in the forest. Swish! The well-trained ninja team quickly gathered and came to the place where their companions had just been attacked. A huge pale snake spit out its tongue slightly, swept a cold gaze over everyone, and then pounced over with lightning speed. Puff! The moment a ninja pulled out the short sword, lightning exploded, strange arcs flashed, and the snake was ripped open in an instant and fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The ninja who had just been swallowed by the giant snake coughed loudly and rolled over to struggle out of the snake's body. Cloud Shinobi. What do the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village want from me? Orochimaru's signature voice sounded, and he silently emerged from the tree next to him, swinging his long sleeves. Swish! Several Lion Majesties suddenly jumped out and wrapped around the nearest Cloud Shinobi, piercing his neck with their fangs and injecting venom quickly, instantly making the Cloud Shinobi lose the ability to resist. Orochimaru. It's too late to talk about rescue at this time. Thinking of the purpose of looking for Orochimaru this time, the Cloud Shinobi leader swallowed his breath and said coldly, Orochimaru, come with us. Leave? Where to? Cloud Shinobi Village. Orochimaru chuckled a few times, licking the corner of his mouth with his long tongue, and a dangerous look appeared on his pale face. It seems that his reputation has declined quite a bit. It's really funny that Cloud Shinobi Village sent a few people and wanted to invite himself here. The Cloud Shinobi didn't think that they could persuade Orochimaru with just a few words, so they were bound to take action. The two sides confronted each other, and the atmosphere in the forest became increasingly tense. Just as the battle was about to break out, several Cloud Shinobi stood up behind Orochimaru. Before Orochimaru could react, another wave of Cloud Shinobi jumped out of the forest. A total of more than 30 Cloud Shinobi surrounded Orochimaru, and without exception, these people were elite ninjas from the Cloud Shinobi Village. Given the current situation of Cloud Shinobi Village, the fact that they were able to gather such a group of elite ninjas speaks volumes. What a big scene! Orochimaru was now somewhat curious as to why the Cloud Shinobi Village was looking for him. If they wanted to kill him, they could just do it directly without making any excuses. So, Cloud Shinobi Village really has something to do with him. Just as Orochimaru was hesitating whether to take action, an obvious leader stepped out from the Cloud Shinobi team. Mr. Orochimaru, please forgive me. My subordinates are indeed a bit reckless. Please believe that we have no ill intentions. We came to invite Master Orochimaru this time because we do have an urgent matter that requires your help. So please come with us. The Cloud Shinobi leader said he was sorry, but the surrounding Cloud Shinobi didn't even put down their weapons, still staring at Orochimaru vigilantly. How interesting. It seems I have no choice but to go. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with strange light, and the chakra in his body began to surge rapidly, which was a sign that he was about to take action. I almost forgot. This is our gift to Mr. Orochimaru. The Cloud Shinobi leader seemed to remember something, pulled out a scroll from his body, and threw it directly at the opposite side. Orochimaru, who was borrowing the scroll, was stunned for a moment, glanced at the Cloud Shinobi leader, and then opened the scroll. The moment he saw the contents of the scroll, Orochimaru's face showed uncontrollable surprise, and then the joy flashed away. Without hesitation, he stuffed the scroll into his mouth and swallowed it. This welcome gift is really unexpected. I have already felt the sincerity of Cloud Shinobi Village, so let's set off now. The Cloud Shinobi leader waved his hand, and his men sheathed their weapons. Please. Seeing that the Cloud Shinobi who surrounded him had put away their weapons, but had no intention of dispersing the encirclement, Orochimaru didn't care at all. Instead, follow Cloud Shinobi and move towards Cloud Shinobi Village. After everyone had left, Yakushi Kabuto appeared at the spot. What on earth did Cloud Shinobi Village come up with that could attract Lord Orochimaru? Yakushi Kabuto is very curious about what is hidden in the scroll that Orochimaru put away. As for Orochimaru's safety, is there any need to worry about it? In a laboratory of Konoha Medical Department, Shihouin Naraku's eyes were fixed on the limbs soaked in nutrients. The cultivation is going smoothly. It will be finished growing in the next few days. Pay attention and don't miss any important data. Yes, other assistants in a room held notebooks and recorded detailed experimental data. Every cloning was a good opportunity to collect data. Send the complete data to my office afterwards. Yes, although he is no longer the director of the medical department, Naraku has left too many marks on this institution. Everyone is more accustomed to and more willing to follow his instructions. That's right, Tsunade has accepted Naraku's resignation. Since a few days ago, he is no longer the Minister of Health. Seriously speaking, now in the medical department, Naraku can only be considered an ordinary medical ninja. Of course, even without the position of Minister of Medical Affairs, Naraku still serves as the village's senior advisor and the chief of the garrison, and there is no sign of his power being reduced. However, compared to Naraku himself, the ninjas of Konoha were still shocked by the news. Everyone couldn't understand why Tsunade gave such an order. Is there anyone in Konoha more suitable for this position than Shihouin Naraku? There were also some people who saw clearly that if Naraku was just an ordinary medical ninja, there would be nothing wrong with staying in the position of medical director. If his goal is to become Hokage, then there is really no need for him to continue occupying the position of medical director. Just like Tsunade is now frequently transferring Naraku's position, the purpose is obviously to let him understand and become familiar with how the village operates, laying a solid foundation for becoming Hokage. Anyone with a little bit of intelligence can see the intention. The current Shihouin Naraku is a well-known candidate for Hokage, and one could even say the only one. With Naraku's current prestige and achievements, even Hatake Kakashi cannot catch up. It was okay before, but now no one thinks that Kakashi is more suitable to be Hokage than Naraku. All I can say is that the reputation of the #1 person in the ninja world is too strong. This name, along with Naraku's miraculous deeds, has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. He is the phoenix and also the ninja god of this era. 3 days later, in the operating room, medical ninjas led by Shihouin Naraku began to operate on Kuratsuchi, who had been anesthetized and fell into a coma. A sharp scalpel cut opened the cross-section of Haidu's restored right leg, exposing the nerves and flesh, and then aligned the limb cultivated with cells and installed it. Other medical ninjas performed medical ninjutsu to stimulate cell division and speed up the connection and recovery of Kuratsuchi's right leg. By this time, the operation was a success. The key difficulty of cloning technology is not replacing limbs, but the difficulty of training and the resources consumed. It can be said that after the successful cultivation of Haidu's new right leg, there will be no problems with the rest. Very good, keep going. Medical ninjutsu cannot stop until the wound on the right leg is successfully connected. From an angle that no one else could see, under the stimulation of the medical ninjutsu chakra, cells divided faster, and granulation tissue began to grow in the flesh at the broken part of Kuratsuchi's right leg, gradually connecting with the cloned limb. At the same time, the nerves in the leg were also recovering faster. Half an hour passed quickly, and the operation was successfully completed. The cultivated limb was successfully connected to Haidu's right leg. Apart from the difference in skin color, at first glance, it was impossible to tell that Haidu had ever had a broken leg. How is it? Nothing went wrong, did it? As soon as Kuratsuchi was pushed out of the operating room, Owanoki jumped over and looked at the unconscious Kuratsuchi nervously, fearing to hear any bad news. The connection of the right leg is perfect. Now we just need to wait for the internal nerves, flesh, blood, and bones to fuse naturally. She will return to normal, exactly the same as before. That's good. That's good. Only then did Owanoki feel relieved. He didn't care what the cost was. As long as Kuratsuchi could get better, everything would be worth it. If the recovery goes smoothly, it may not take a week, and you can go back to a Wagakure. Thank you, Lord Naraku, for your treatment. Don't worry, the conditions I promised will never go wrong. Owanoki hurriedly made assurances, and at this moment he looked less like the famous Tsuchikage and more like an elder who cared about his granddaughter. Shihouin Naraku watched Owanoki escort Kuratsuchi, who was lying on the bed, back to the ward, and then turned around and left the hospital. He doesn't need to take any action during the subsequent recovery phase. Any Konoha medical ninja can handle Kuratsuchi's recovery, so Naraku won't accompany me anymore. The rescue of Kuratsuchi came to an end. During this period, Naraku also completed various tasks of the Konoha garrison and returned the position of Captain General. In general, Naraku is now free from his official duties. That's not right. Naraku has another identity, a high-level consultant of Konoha. But this position is just a nominal one, with no specific work. The main task is to assist the Hokage in managing the Konoha village. Theoretically, you can manage everything, but theoretically, you are not qualified to manage anything. Hokage's office. Tsunade handed a handwritten letter to Naraku. The establishment of the general staff is timely. In the past, a temporary general staff was only established when a war broke out. Shikaku has been the chief of staff so many times that he doesn't know how many times. I have asked someone to prepare a place for your general staff. From today on, this department will be a permanent institution. It will not be set up temporarily until the war starts. Shihouin Naraku, you will be the chief of the general staff. Ding. Host becomes chief of staff of Konohagakure General Staff. Congratulations to Host for winning 2 draws. Current draws 10. Friendly reminder, it is easier to get magical items if you draw 10 times in a row. Before Tsunade could finish his words, the system's notification sounded in Naraku's ears, and he once again completed 10 consecutive draws. This also means that we can start drawing again soon. Shihouin Naraku looked at the handwriting calmly, while Tsunade continued. You are the chief of staff. Naraku is the chief of staff. The remaining personnel have not yet been determined. We will discuss it after Lu Jiu arrives. After reading the handwritten letter, Naraku added, when it comes to the composition of the staff, you don't need to place too much emphasis on strength. Anyone with a sharp mind and good at making plans and combat strategies can join. Well, I understand what you mean. The general staff is not a combat unit, so there is no need to cram in a lot of experts. Moreover, a ninja with outstanding strength may not necessarily have a good brain. For example, without mentioning a single-celled ninja who is good at physical skills. This type of ninja has no problem fighting the enemy to the death, but if they encounter a task that requires thinking, they may become very embarrassed. Naraku and Tsunade were discussing who would be suitable to join the general staff. As they were talking, Naraku knocked on the door and walked in. Now the three of them gathered together and began to think about the right candidate. Kakashi can. He's good at battlefield analysis and making plans. Okay, what about Hai? Of course, Hai can do it. He is very good at understanding people's hearts. I also recommend one. How about Chun? Chun? That Chunin. Yes, when there is sufficient intelligence, Chun can formulate the most appropriate battle plan in the shortest time. Count him in. How is Elder Mito Kato Hamura? Elder Mito is indeed good, but he is not suitable to join the general staff. I don't think he is willing to do so. Now that you put it that way, you're right. Tsunade, Shihouin, and Nara are discussing the selection of new department members in the office. In fact, there are many candidates who are suitable to join the general staff, but considering various realistic factors, some people may not be selected. After spending half a day, the three of them finally finalized the list. The staff department was barely set up, and the details were also being perfected. There is not much to do in the newly established department, mainly because everyone is still in the familiarization stage and has not started work yet. Although small, it has everything. Tsunade is very supportive of the general staff and basically gives them whatever they ask for. Speaking of it, the establishment of the general staff was originally to decentralize power from Tsunade. Although it reduced his workload, it also took away some decision-making power. On the surface, the general staff only has the power to discuss combat plans and make strategic decisions. Ultimately, everything needs to be decided by the Hokage, but being able to make suggestions is already a manifestation of decentralization. It's just that Tsunade doesn't care much about this, so she agreed to set up the general staff so readily. Okay, that's it for now. We will give you plenty of support so that you can get familiar with your work as soon as possible. Since the general staff was newly established, there was not much for it to do, especially since there was no war breaking out yet. So in the following time, Naraku and Shikaku, in addition to gathering the personnel and informing everyone that they had been selected for the staff department, familiarized themselves with the department's rules and regulations. Of course, there are still some personnel who have not been notified because they are performing tasks outside and have not received the news yet. Naraku, who suddenly felt relaxed, did not rest, but took this opportunity to go home and start his 5th 10-draw streak. System, start the lottery. Ding. Do you want to start the 5th 10-pull draw? Open. The familiar scene appears again. All kinds of strange rewards flash by, and each reward contains the power to break the limit, attracting Shihouin Naraku's mind. Even though he has already started the 10-draw combo 4 times, Naraku still gets nervous every time during this process. The system seemed to know Naraku's nervous anticipation, and the lottery was completed quickly. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations to host for receiving the following rewards. 1. Senza beans, 20 pieces. 2. Specially made Hokage divine robe. 3. The spleen is strengthened by 10%. 4.3 Tails Isaba Chakra, 1,000th. 5.4 Tails Sun Wukong Chakra, 1/7. 6. Devil Fruit. 7. Turtle Wave Qigong. 8. Water Style Hard Vortex Waterblade. 9. Perfect Sage Mode Ryuchi Cave. 10. Chakra Perception. A dazzling array of rewards lay before Naraku's eyes, making him breathe faster, uncontrollably. I tried to eat one of the senza beans I drew last time, and there are still 9 left. I'll give you 20 this time. This thing is totally useless. With my current strength, unless I encounter the big bosses at the end, no one can force me into a desperate situation. The chakra and physical strength consumed can be replenished by Kurakara anytime and anywhere. Naraku shook his head and put the senza bean behind his head. To be honest, it was not as worthwhile to draw a powerful ninjutsu. Let me see the Hokage's divine robe. If I add the Hokage hat I drew earlier, I will now be fully equipped. Is the system encouraging me to rebel and become Hokage? And the spleen has been strengthened, as usual. Now the only thing missing is the lungs and kidneys. This time, 2 types of tailed beast chakra appeared. 3 tails and 4 tails chakra appear together. Once the chakras of all 9 tailed beasts are gathered, I will be a little 10 tails myself. I wonder what will happen then. Hey, why is there another devil fruit? Although it's not top-notch, the power of the heat-hot fruit is not bad at all. System, can I eat devil fruit again? Will the heat-hot fruit and the Maramara fruit conflict and lead to a dangerous situation? Want. The system's answer reassured Naraku, and he asked directly, "Can you just give me the power of the devil fruit? I really don't want to eat that disgusting fruit. It tastes too horrible." Can. Naraku, who was sitting in his room, felt his whole body getting warm, and a force was born out of nowhere and merged into his body. Uncontrollable heat radiated from his body. Naraku could clearly feel the temperature of the surrounding air rising rapidly. Some furnishings in the room were gradually deformed due to the high temperature. Seeing this, Naraku stood up, opened the door, and prepared to go out. If he stayed in the room any longer, he was worried that his house would be set on fire. Call. As soon as Naraku's right hand touched the door handle, orange-red flames suddenly jumped out and quickly spread on the door. Bang! Naraku clenched his fists, and the flames gathered in his palms like flowing water. However, even with such a quick reaction, many parts of the door had been burned black, and strands of ashes fell down. This door is no longer available. Whoosh! A figure soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 10,000 meters in the air, Naraku sat cross-legged on a white cloud, waiting for his body to return to normal. The fusion of the heat fruit and the Maramara fruit is really powerful. Naraku raised his index finger, and a cluster of light blue flames appeared, and the hot breath spread in all directions. Such a small flame has a temperature of no less than 2,000 degrees, and this is the result of my failure to deliberately control it. Chakra surged rapidly, and physical strength was consumed at the same time. The flames on Naraku's fingertips jumped more vigorously, and the light blue color began to change. As the temperature rose rapidly, it soon reached a high of 5,000 degrees. At this time, the flame turned completely blue. Although it was just a tiny flame, the energy contained in it was extremely terrifying. However, Naraku continued to output chakra and physical strength. In a blink of an eye, a cluster of white flames appeared in front of him, and the temperature had reached 8,000 degrees. A flame of 8,000 degrees is simply the fire of hell. Any ninja who encounters such a flame will not be able to survive, even if he is touched by it. Not even ashes will be left. The key point is that this is not the limit of Shihouin Naraku. Shihouin Naraku stared intently at the white flames dancing on his fingertips. A hot breath filled the surroundings, and a violent storm in the sky could not blow out the seemingly weak flames. With a wave of his hand, flames shot out. In an instant, the flames pierced through the piled-up white clouds and disappeared into the distance. Until a few seconds later, the flames that were no longer under Naraku's control suddenly exploded in the sky, and the terrifying flames released extremely powerful energy in an instant. The powerful shock wave swept away all the white clouds in the range. The high temperature burned the sky red. The dazzling white light flashed, making people want to close their eyes to avoid the glare. Naraku sat cross-legged on the white clouds, his chin supported by his left hand, and tilted his head to watch the flames in the distance completely release all their powerful energy before gradually dissipating. This power is pretty good. Putting aside the greatly increased power of fire style for the time being, Naraku focused on other rewards. Kamehameha from Dragon Ball. I remember imitating the movements of Kamehameha when I was little. I never thought I could really master this ability now. Master Roshi used Kamehameha to destroy the moon in the early days of Dragon Ball. Although it was a funny thing, and there's no need to take it too seriously, it still shows how powerful Kamehameha is. Naraku stood up on the white cloud eagerly, put his hands together in the shape of a calyx on his waist, and as the huge chakra in his body surged rapidly, an energy ball began to condense in the palms of his hands, and a faint and terrifying energy diffused out. But at this time, Naraku was a little confused. What was he going to fight? Moon? Sun? Standing high in the sky, Naraku looked up at the universe, the energy balls between his palms eager to try. Forget about the sun. It's too far away, and I don't think it can be destroyed. As for the moon, there's a 1,000-year-old woman sealed in there, so let's not cause any trouble. I really want something to appear so I can blast it. Looking around, there were only white clouds floating around and strong winds blowing in the face at an altitude of 10,000 meters. For a moment, Naraku had no target to attack. What a pity! Naraku sighed with some regret, but his chakra was all gathered and he had to let it out. At this time, the power gathered in the energy ball in the center of both palms became more and more terrifying, a pressure as heavy as a mountain spread, and the air 10,000 meters above the ground began to vibrate violently. Whether it was the white clouds under Naraku's feet or the white clouds within a 1,000-meter radius, they all collapsed in an instant and disappeared without a trace. With his feet apart and placed high in the air, Shihouin Naraku's handsome face revealed a serious expression. Turtle wave Qigong! Both palms were suddenly pushed forward, and a violent energy ball turned into an incomparably majestic Qigong wave that surged against the wind, with dazzling white light blooming across the sky and earth. Boom, boom. The Qigong wave cleared the sky all the way to the distance. A huge, white, dazzling light ball exploded in the distance. The ring-shaped shock wave dispersed all the white clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters, forming a huge vacuum zone. The dazzling white light is like the sun, releasing lines at will and illuminating the entire sky. Such a terrifying movement was noticed by people in Konoha village on the ground, even though it was 10,000 meters in the sky. Many people looked up in surprise at the muffled thunder coming from the sky and the exploding ball of light, having no idea what was happening. What is that? Thunder, it's going to rain. Bullshit, it's definitely not thunder. Look at the sky to see if there are any clouds. It seems like something exploded in the air. You can see clearly from such a long distance. Is there anyone fighting up there? Call! The storm swept towards him. Naraku raised his hands to cover his eyes and looked into the distance at the center of the explosion until everything returned to calm. But it was only at this time that Naraku discovered that Yun, who had been sitting, was shaken away by his momentum just now. It's a bit embarrassing. Now, there's nothing to sit on. Although the clouds were not able to support Naraku's weight, he was able to sit on them only by relying on the air dance technique. But it looked more natural. Glancing around, the turtle wave Qigong explosion just now directly blew away all the clouds within the field of vision. That's a bit too much. Naraku scratched his head and flew quickly into the distance. After a long time, he encountered a large white cloud and sat on it. I feel like I'm not used to being in the sky without something to sit on. Let me see what other rewards there are. Water style, hard vortex water blade. Looks like it's the powerful ninjutsu of second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. And the last one, chakra perception. It's also Senju Tobarama's ability. There is nothing much to say about this water-style ninjutsu. It is very powerful. The only seemingly insignificant chakra perception was the reward that surprised Naraku the most. Despite its ordinary name, Senju Tobarama's chakra perception can easily detect the number and strength of enemies thousands of miles away. 1,000 miles is 500 kilometers, 500,000 meters. This distance is a bit too exaggerated. Currently, Naraku's observation haki cannot see that far. But after gaining the chakra perception ability, Naraku could clearly feel the observation haki and integrate it, which greatly increased the range of observation haki. As soon as his eyes moved, observation haki spread out silently, as if there was no limit, and quickly spread towards the distance. 100 meters, 500 meters, 3,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Observation haki didn't seem to be stopping and kept going further away. 500,000 meters, 700,000 meters, 1 million meters. Finally, Naraku's observation haki reached its limit, an ultra-long distance of nearly 2 million meters, which is a terrifying distance of 2,000 kilometers. If it is farther away, observation haki can continue to move forward, but what it sees will be a little blurry. This is amazing enough. Everything within a range of 2,000 kilometers was reflected in Naraku's pupils, and nothing could obstruct his vision. Even standing high in the sky, he could clearly see what was happening in the peaceful Konoha village. Children were running and playing, merchants were setting up stalls and hawking their wares, lovers were looking at each other with sweet smiles, and ninjas were sweating on the training grounds after hard training. Observation haki at this moment is like a miracle. Naraku reluctantly took back the observation haki. The feeling just now was really intoxicating. Fortunately, it was him. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have such a strong spirit to process the large amount of information they saw. Next is the final reward, Sage Mode. I originally wanted to go to the Wet Bone Forest to practice Sage Mode, but who knew the system would directly reward me with one. It's still the perfect Sage Mode for Ryuchi Cave. Calming down, Naraku put his hands together and activated Sage Mode. There may be 3 types of Sage Mode in the ninja world. The Sage Modes of Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave have both appeared, but the Sage Mode of the Wet Bone Forest has always been mysterious and unknown. Judging from Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave, the Wet Bone Forest should also have a unique Sage Mode. The problem is that no one can be sure, so we say it is probably possible. This time, Shihouin Naraku won the Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave. Naraku puts his hands together and activates perfect Sage Mode. In an instant, light blue eyeshadow appeared on Naraku's eyes, making her look gorgeous and mysterious. Natural energy, spiritual energy, and physical energy are harmonized in the body in perfect proportions, condensing into a special fairy chakra. Surrounding Shihouin Naraku's entire body, several dragon-shaped, transparent chakras constantly rose and fell, and their ferocious shapes were clearly visible. Naraku raised his hand, and a dragon-shaped shadow appeared and circled around his palm. This looks a bit like Mitsuki's Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode during the Boruto era, and it doesn't look like the one that Yakushi Kabuto trained in at all. Logically speaking, Mitsuki's Sage Mode is more cursed, and Yakushi Kabuto's Sage Mode is the authentic one. These issues were temporarily postponed. After some experiments, Naraku found that he could freely control these dragon-shaped chakra phantoms, which was very convenient for both attack and defense. After thinking for a while, Naraku's body began to sink rapidly and fell towards the ground. Because Naraku had been flying a high altitude for a while, he had already left the area of Konoha village and was now above a lake. Clatter! Amid the clear sound of flowing water, Naraku's figure descended from the sky, his feet stepping on the water. Through the reflection on the water, Naraku saw the changes on his face. There are no strange marks on his face, just a pair of light blue eyeshadows. Not much change. It's indeed not like Yakushi Kabuto's Sage Mode, but Mitsuki's Sage Mode has a snake-like shadow surrounding his entire body, while mine is a dragon-like one. So what I have mastered is the perfect Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave. Thinking about the speed of turning on Sage Mode just now, it was almost a second, plus the dragon-shaped chakra phantom surrounding the whole body. This is very telling. In that case, Let's try and see how powerful it is. Swish! Under Naraku's control, a dragon-shaped chakra wrapped around his arm suddenly leaped out and plunged into the lake not far away. The next second, boom! A powerful explosion was released underwater. The lake water rushed up into the sky, splashing everywhere, and the strong impact created ripples that spread out. The waves formed by the explosion rose up in circular waves, stirring up the calm lake's surface, which began to surge wildly. A large number of fish and shrimp floated to the surface of the water, with their bellies turned upside down, indicating that they were killed by the explosion. Water splashed down from the sky, and Naraku stood still on the lake. The dragon-shaped shadow swimming around him automatically blocked all the water for him, and not a drop of water fell on Naraku. It can control the attack and automatically defend. This is quite convenient, but the power of this explosion is a bit small. Naraku was a little dissatisfied with the commotion caused by the dragon-shaped chakra just now. This was normal. With his attack methods, he definitely looked down on this power. But for ordinary ninjas, the explosion just now was not that simple. At least according to the ability of ordinary Jōnin, no one dared to ignore the attack of the dragon-shaped phantom. Maybe it's because I just mastered Sage Mode not long ago, so the power is a little weak. Maybe it will become stronger as I become more proficient. After thinking for a while, Naraku began to release fairy technique. Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation. The huge chakra surged, and the calm lake in front of Naraku suddenly became turbulent without wind. In the blink of an eye, the lake water receded like the tide, as if it was accumulating strength. Immediately afterwards, a wave hundreds of meters high gathered in the center of the lake, rushing forward with a terrifying impact force. Under Naraku's deliberate control, the power of the waves never dispersed, but continued to pour energy madly onto the earth. Boom! The waves, like a tsunami, instantly broke through the embankment on the shore, releasing powerful impact force on the ground. Countless flowers, plants, and trees were crushed, and huge rocks were shattered. Amid the deafening roar, the waves rolled wildly, like an evil dragon sweeping across the coast with the force of thunder. Tall trees were uprooted, huge rocks were overturned and smashed into the water, splashing huge amounts of water, and the waves destroyed all tangible objects. Looking at the earth-shattering scene happening before his eyes, Naraku was now satisfied with Sage Mode's performance. After he withdrew his control over the lake, the water that had rushed ashore began to slowly recede back into the lake, and the waters returned to calm again. My guess was right. Yakushi Kabuto can use magic to manipulate stalactites, causing them to change and pierce Uchiha Itachi. If so, water, which is also an inorganic substance, can also be manipulated. If you have enough chakra and perform this move well, it can have a very powerful effect. For example, Yakushi Kabuto controls stalactites, but Naraku can directly overturn the entire lake and condense a wave hundreds of meters high. And this was just Naraku's casual move. If he really wanted to, it would not be impossible for him to create a world-destroying tsunami in the sea. The main reason is the difference in ninja strength. Boom! Naraku threw a punch casually, and the raging flames came down like a giant pillar reaching to the sky. Steam filled the air, flames shot out, and a powerful hole was blasted on the lake's surface. The water waves rolled, and with the sound of rushing water, the hole was quickly filled. This feeling, Senjutsu Chakra, probably increases the power of fire style by dozens of times, which is incomparable to the explosion in normal state. Naraku used very little chakra when releasing the fire fist just now, but it was still able to cause such terrifying power. This is enough to show that the enhancement of Senjutsu Chakra to fire-style ninjutsu is like a leap forward. Very good. The surprise brought by Senjutsu Chakra exceeded Naraku's expectations. The key is that this power has not been eliminated until the future. Even at the final decisive battle, the power of Senjutsu still plays a very important role. That's it. Ryuichi Cave's perfect Sage Mode is already strong enough. I wonder what the sage mode of Wet Bone Forest is like. Since the sage mode of the Wet Bone Forest has never appeared, Naraku doesn't understand its function. However, after returning to Konoha village this time, Naraku planned to find Tsunade to ask about the sage mode of the Wet Bone Forest. Anyway, no one said that you can only learn one sage mode, and Naraku really wants to know what will happen if he masters all 3 sage modes of the 3 holy places. When I think about it this way, I am indeed looking forward to it. The experiment is over, and Naraku is released from sage mode. The dragon-shaped shadow surrounding his body gradually disappeared, and through the lake surface one could see that the light blue eye shadow was also fading rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Naraku returned to his original state. Shihouin Naraku soon returned to Konoha village. On the way to the Hokage building, he could vaguely hear passers-by talking about the strange sight that had appeared in the sky before. Thinking back to the scene of releasing his ability at high altitude, it's no wonder that the scale of the explosion could be seen by people on the ground. Although the noise was a bit loud, the villagers of Konoha village were not panicked. Are you kidding? With the phoenix, Shihouin Naraku here, no enemy would dare to come to Konoha village to seek death. Listening to the Konoha villagers' discussion about the wonders in the sky and their boasting about themselves, Naraku arrived at the Hokage's office. I was just about to ask someone to teach you, and then you came. Seeing Naraku's appearance, Tsunade's eyes lit up. There is an S-rank mission for you to perform, Naraku. What? Naraku was about to ask Sage Mode, but Tsunade threw a task at him, which surprised him. The ninja stationed at Naruto Bridge in Wave Country reported that they have discovered a large number of Kirigakure ninjas appearing in Wave Country in recent days. The intentions of Water Country are unclear for now, but this information needs to be taken seriously. Also, the border garrison along the coast of the Land of Fire seems to have discovered signs of tailed beast activity. A ninja even witnessed a tailed beast bomb exploding in the ocean yesterday, but it's not clear which Jinchuriki it was. The ninjas in the border garrison are very experienced, and some of them have participated in many ninja wars, so they should be right. Whether it's the Water Country planning to destroy the Naruto Bridge, or the Kirigakure tailed beast going berserk, this involves the tailed beasts, and the situation is urgent. You're the most suitable person for Konoha Village right now, both in terms of strength and speed. Go and see what's going on. If the situation is too dangerous, Naraku, I allow you to decide whether to start a war. Tsunade told Naraku the details of the mission and gave him great freedom. Good. After accepting the mission, Naraku temporarily put aside the matter of Sage Mode and turned to leave. Regarding this mission, Naraku had no idea what was going on. Kirigakure has 2 tailed beasts. One is 3 tails Isobushi, which is currently sealed in the body of Yagura, the 4th Mizukage, but the other party has long been controlled by Uchiha Obito's illusion. As for 6-tailed Saiken, the current Jinchuriki seems to be Yugao. There are 2-tailed beasts, and no one knows which one is going berserk. While thinking, Naraku returned home. After changing his clothes, Naraku rushed straight into the sky and flew towards the Water Kingdom. Although this mission is dangerous, Konoha's forces have not been attacked, so it is not too urgent, and Naraku can just fly there by himself. If the 2 countries had already started a war, Naraku would have summoned the Sky Comet Dragon and would have been able to reach the front line in a few minutes. However, although his flying speed cannot catch up with the Sky Comet Dragon, it is not slow either. Even if he does not travel at burst speed, he can still reach his destination in a short time. Whoosh! Shihouin Naraku left a long trail in the sky, like a shooting star flashing by. In less than half an hour, Naraku appeared near the coastline of the Land of Fire. Swish! Who is it? A****hole. How dare you break into Konoha? Enemy attack. Naraku's figure suddenly appeared at the Konoha border troop station. The frightened Konoha shinobi nervously picked up his weapon and pointed it at the newcomer. You newbies, stop it. This is the Sir, the legendary ninja, the famous phoenix, Shihouin Naraku, sir. Salute now. Naraku felt a little uncomfortable being called like that in person. It was so embarrassing. He really couldn't say anything. These subordinates were too enthusiastic. They all looked at him with admiration. Naraku opened his mouth, but in the end didn't say anything. Master Naraku, welcome. Naraku adult. Lord Naraku. Hello. A group of Konoha shinobi greeted them respectfully, with excited expressions on their faces. It felt like seeing a living Shihouin Naraku for the first time, full of wonder. After all, this is the new god of the ninja world, who cannot take a few more glances. The burning gaze of the Konoha shinobi was too much to bear. Naraku quickly inquired, I'm here to carry out a mission. Where is the person in charge? Reporting to the Lord, the captain went to inspect the border this morning and has not returned yet. As they were talking, a figure walked in. Naraku-sama. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. As soon as the captain of Konoha's border troops appeared, he saw Naraku surrounded by all his subordinates. The other party's figure was so eye-catching that he could be recognized at a glance. Naraku is for adults. Hey, get back to work and don't hang around here and waste the adults' time. Gently scolding his subordinates, who were full of admiration, the captain quickly stepped forward to report his work to Naraku. So you're in charge of this area. No wonder I haven't seen you in the village recently. You were transferred here. Naraku looked at the man with a hideous scar on his face. He was the special Jōnin of Konoha village and the guard of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. After the third Hokage died in battle, Naraku never saw the other man again. Heizuleto is a super unlucky guy. He once formed a guard team with Shiroku Jinkama and Daiwashi, responsible for protecting the safety of 4th Hokage Namake's Minato. As a result, in the blink of an eye, Namake's Minato died at the hands of Nine Tails. Although the death of the 4th Hokage had nothing to do with them, they did not do their guard job well after all, and the 3-person guard team was demoted. After so many years, they were finally promoted again. All 3 of them had just assumed important positions. Not to mention Daiwashi and Shiranui Gama, they were all promoted directly to the 3rd Hokage's side to serve as bodyguards, right during the Chunin exam. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen died directly at the hands of Orochimaru. Although this time it was still not related to the guard Bingzu Leitong, Orochimaru was not an enemy he could deal with. But the Hokage you were protecting is dead, so you are responsible no matter what. Therefore, Bingzu Leitong was sent to the border between the Fire Kingdom and the Water Kingdom, responsible for managing the defense of this area. Speaking of this, Naraku wanted to laugh. Tsunade probably got a headache when she saw the similarities as soon as she took office. My goodness, as a bodyguard of the Hokage, he killed 2 Hokages in succession. Tsunade was afraid of such a person and quickly sent him away. Anyway, don't stay in Konoha. Tsunade is afraid that he will be killed. In fact, Bingzu Leitong was an excellent special Jōnin and did his guarding job well. But when faced with an accident like Nine Tails and Orochimaru, no one could guarantee their safety. So this unlucky guy, back to the present, Bingzu Leitong could of course hear the joking meaning in Naraku's words, and an awkward smile appeared on his face. Lord Naraku, please. Bingzu Leitong cheered up and led the way, bringing Shihouin Naraku into the office. It seems that the task is not urgent. If something big really happened, it would be impossible for him to be so idle. I guess you know what my mission here is, so do you have any other clues recently? How much information have you collected about the land of water and Kirigakure? Shihouin Naraku didn't care about anything else, but wanted to know what happened in the land of water. In particular, he knew very well that the 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure, Yagura, had been controlled by Uchiha Obito with illusions for a long time, and the riot might have been caused by this. According to the plot in my memory, it was around this time that the truth about Yagura being controlled by illusion was discovered by Kirigakure. But still uncertain. Naraku's question is also very similar. He had reported all the intelligence he had gathered last time to Konoha village. In such a short period of time, the garrison did not obtain any more intelligence. Besides, their main mission is to guard the border of the Fire Nation. It is not their responsibility to gather intelligence. This incident just happened by chance. Reporting to Lord Naraku, we don't have any more information at the moment. But ever since I noticed the unrest in the Land of Water, I've always had a feeling that I don't know what's right or wrong. What does it feel like? The ninjas in Kirigakure seem to be deliberately controlling their behavior and have no intention of provoking us at all. While the Mist Ninjas are covering up their actions, they're also trying their best to control the scale of their battle. This shows that they are indeed in trouble, and before they have solved the problem, they don't want to involve us and make the situation more complicated. Although Bingzu Lidong was unlucky, the fact that he could become the Hokage's bodyguard twice despite having a stain on his reputation was enough to show that his various qualities were indeed excellent. Even though there is a lack of intelligence at present, we can still analyze a lot of useful intelligence based on very little information. Naraku nodded thoughtfully and asked, "If I ask you to guess, how many forces do you think were involved in the riot in the Water Country this time?" "There are at least 3 parties." "3 parties?" Bingzu Leitong knew that this was the time to show his ability. Naraku was not an ordinary person, so he continued to explain. "At first I thought that only the runaway-tailed beasts and the Kirigakure ninjas were fighting, but after thinking about it for a few days, I suspect that there are others behind the scenes. It's just that there is too little information. We can't figure out where the third party came from." "This is already amazing." Naraku gave a thumbs up to Bingzu Leitong, very satisfied with his performance. Then Naraku also started thinking. According to his understanding of the plot, it was already certain at this time that the runaway-tailed beast Jinchuriki was the 4th Mizuka Jigura, and the Mist Ninja was not chasing Yagura, but wanted to take him back. No matter what, Three Tails Kirigakure will not give up. However, due to Yagura's status as the 4th Mizukage, the Mist Shinobi team must still be somewhat restrained and unable to succeed for the time being. As for the third party, Naraku guessed it was Uchiha Bido. The last time Naraku fought a Bido, although he succeeded in severely injuring the other party, he also knew very well that such an injury would not take a Bido's life. No matter whether it is Uchiha Madara's backup plan or Black Zetsu's Black Hand, a Bido will not die at this time, so he will definitely survive. Of course, what Naraku didn't expect was that because Uchiha Bido had been in a coma for a long time, Black Zetsu could only send White Zetsu to use illusion to control Yagura, and, as expected, an accident happened. In addition, Uchiha Bido had treated Kirigakure so badly that the Mist Ninja had long been suspicious of the Mizukage. Combining the two factors, it was normal for him to be discovered. Coming out of the Konoha garrison's base, Naraku soared into the sky and flew towards the sea. They all looked at Naraku's departing figure with envy. There was only one ninja in the entire ninja world who could fly. It was really something to be yearned for. A strong wind blew across the sea surface. The waves surged, and the salty and humid air hit us in the face. Using his observation haki, Shihouin Naraku searched for the target in the sky. However, the ocean is vast, and even though Naraku's observation haki has an ultra-long-range observation range, it still hasn't found the correct target. Fishermen, tourists, boats, it's strange. In such a large area, there are no people to be seen. Naraku's figure flashed in the sky and flew towards the direction of Wave Country. According to the report from the Konoha shinobi guarding the Naruto Bridge, the Mist Ninjas have appeared here. Although they are definitely not here now, maybe we can find some traces of them. Naraku flashed by like a shooting star and soon appeared in the Land of Waves, standing high in the sky and looking down at the Naruto Bridge with a constant flow of people below. Compared to the past, life in the Wave Kingdom is much more prosperous now. The islands are connected to the mainland by bridges, and even if a little bit of the prosperous economy of the Fire Kingdom leaks out, it is enough for the civilians of the Wave Kingdom to live very well. Of course, the price is that the Naruto Bridge was built by Wave Country, but the ownership is in the hands of Konoha Village. There is no free lunch in the world. Naraku's eyes swept over the Konoha shinobi stationed on the bridge below. Because of the riots that occurred in the Water Country not long ago, The Konoha shinobi were now warily watching all the people coming and going to prevent any accidents. Yes, you're doing your duty, but there's no sign of the mist ninja here, let alone Yagura Kajura and Uchiha Obito. Naraku looked up into the distance and could vaguely see scattered islands on the boundless ocean. Could it be hidden on those islands? Although ninjas can fight while standing on the sea, they always need time to rest and recover, so they must have a place to stay. Thinking about it this way, it is possible that these people are hiding on some islands overseas. Then go and have a look. Naraku turned around and flew overseas, with the beyond visual range observation haki pouring out. With the help of observation haki, he didn't even need to go to the island. Naraku's search speed was very fast, and he searched dozens of small islands in the blink of an eye. These small islands all belong to the Water Kingdom. Some of them are sparsely inhabited due to their harsh environment, while some islands have superior environments and are home to many civilians. Occasionally, Naraku could see a few mist ninjas appearing on certain islands, but they were all Jōnin or Chunin performing simple tasks, not a single Jōnin. Obviously, these people were not the ones he was looking for. Naraku's search never stops. Far away from here, on a barren island, rocky mountains stand in the center of the island. From deep within the perfectly hidden cave, there were faint groans and beast-like howls. Occasionally, there are doubtful voices echoing in the darkness. Who I am? What happened? Where is this? My head hurts. It really hurts. Something is coming out. It hurts. Along with the sound of falling to the ground, a short figure rolled wildly on the ground. Against the wall next to him was a stick weapon with a curved hook at the front. As time passed, the roars coming from the cave became more and more terrifying. An aura of the top of the food chain filled the air, and large numbers of insects, rats, and other creatures fled the cave in panic, as if they were avoiding some ferocious monster. At this time, the space on the shore of the island appeared distorted, and a mysterious man in a black robe and a mask suddenly appeared. The mysterious masked man stood on the shore, looking up at the barren mountain in the center of the island. Three Tails Jinchuriki is in a deep cave in the mountain. Zetsu emerged from underground and told Uchiha Obito the news he had gathered. There are mist ninjas lurking on the southeast coast. They should have discovered it. Should we go and deal with them first? Need not. Uchiha Obito's sinister tone made people shudder. Three Tails is more important. As for the mist ninja, Obito's tone was full of disdain. The mist ninja was totally ignored by him. The distorted space reappeared, and Obito headed towards the mountain. On the other side of the coast, the mist ninjas were still gathering. This is the island where the fourth Mizukage family lived. As the environment deteriorated and fresh water became difficult to obtain, all the people here moved away. The mist ninja subordinate explained as he looked towards his leader, a beautiful woman in a blue tube top dress with long curly reddish-brown hair falling behind her. So there's a good chance that Mizukage will return to this island. The person who spoke was a skinny, white-haired man with a sickly aura and a loose bandage around his neck. Behind his back were two strange swords wrapped in bandages. Yes, Master Mangetsu. Even though the thin, white-haired man looked seriously ill and as weak as if he could die at any time, none of the mist ninjas present dared to be negligent in the slightest. After all, the name of Kirigakure Mangetsu's genius has long been known to everyone, but it is a pity that Kirigakure's genius will not live long. Even so, in the last moments of his life, Mangetsu Kizuna's strength cannot be underestimated. Mangetsu, you don't have to come along. If we're lucky, we can bring the fourth Mizukage back without a fight. The one who was speaking was the sexy lady with long, curly hair, who was looking at the mountains in the distance. It's okay, Terumi, may I cough, cough, cough. Manu coughed for a long time before he took a deep breath. It is my luck that I can sacrifice my life for the village at the last moment. As the Umbu captain, if I had noticed something was wrong with the fourth-generation masters earlier, so many tragedies wouldn't have happened in Kirigakure. I am atoning for my negligence. Terumi May shook her head and sighed. If the full moon of Hozuki didn't come, she could still live, although in the end it wouldn't last much longer. Who made the other party feel uncomfortable? the Umbu who failed in his duty, the Mizukage who was manipulated, and the miserable Kirigakure for many years. These things are really a headache. Just as Terumi Mei was deep in thought, one of the mist ninjas suddenly spoke. One of the other person's eyes was wearing an eye patch and was heavily sealed. And under the eye patch is a white eye with strategic value. The Byakugan, which belongs to the Konohagakure Hyuga clan, can function perfectly and is not affected by the cage bird. He is none other than the veteran Jōnin of Kirigakure, who was once on the wanted list of Konoha village, Ching. Ching raised his sword and used his Byakugan's ultra-long-range vision to look at the high mountain in the center of the island, and soon caught sight of the fourth Mizukage Yagura. It's just that the chakra flow in Yagura Kojima's body is abnormally disordered, which means that his condition is very bad. Just when Ching was about to report, he was shocked to see a figure suddenly appear in his sight, approaching Yagura deep in the cave. "Sir, we found someone. The enemy has appeared too." The fourth-generation masters are in a very dangerous situation. Hearing this, Terumi Mei's face turned serious, and he immediately ordered, "Let's go." Yes. All the mist ninjas spread out their bodies and ran quickly towards the mountains. At this time, Uchiha Obito was approaching the depths of the cave step by step, and his black robe perfectly blended into the environment. Maggots are perfect for hiding in places like this. Obito sneered, not worried at all about being discovered by Yagura Kazutachi. In Obito's eyes, the other party was just a lamb to be slaughtered and had no ability to resist at all. If he wasn't worried about the safety of Three Tails, he wouldn't worry about Yagura Kirigakure. In Obito's eyes, everyone in Kirigakure deserves to die anyway. Black Zetsu's deep voice sounded. Years of illusion manipulation have caused Yagura's sanity to become unstable. Now his mind is on the verge of collapse, and he can't distinguish between reality and illusion at all. The illusion on Yagura Kujira has been lifted long ago, but he can no longer tell the difference between reality and illusion. This is why Yagura stays away from Kirigakure. He is worried that if he stays, it will cause more serious harm to Kirigakure. Call! Uchiha Obito stopped as a gust of hot wind blew in his face. A small fire lit up deep in the cave. Tail Beast Bomb. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the terrifying explosion poured powerful energy into the cave, and raging flames shot out directly from the cave entrance. Violent earthquakes spread throughout the entire mountain, numerous cracks spread, and countless rocks rolled down. Quick! The mist ninjas dodged the falling boulders while quickly approaching the cave. A large amount of flames and smoke rose out from the cracks that appeared on the mountain wall, like a destructive scene of a volcanic eruption. Boom! Countless pieces of rubble flew everywhere, and two figures suddenly jumped out of the cave that had turned into ruins. They did not end the fight, even in midair. Bang! Yagura fell to the ground, and it was difficult to see his human form now. The scarlet-tailed beast draped over his coat, and his three long tails swung while his roar echoed in the air. Half-tailed beast transformation. After rolling a few times and smashing a few boulders, Yagura got up on all fours. He has indeed lost his mind and turned into a beast. Uchiha Obito stood calmly not far away, his black robe without even a wrinkle. Roar! The half-tailed beast Yagura Kujira's speed increased dramatically, and he appeared in front of Obito as if he had teleported, and slapped Obito fiercely with his sharp claws. Obito didn't even think of dodging. The sharp claws came at him with terrifying momentum, but they pierced through Hollow's body, creating a deep crater in the ground and sending up smoke, dust, and rubble. Bang! A seemingly ordinary wooden stick appeared in Obito's hand, and then it smashed hard on the half-tailed beast body of Yagura Kojima, knocking the opponent away in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Yagura flew in the air and slammed into the ground. It rolled over and smashed all the objects that blocked its path, leaving a deep ditch behind as it disappeared into the distance. Uchiha Obito clenched his fist nonchalantly and walked slowly towards Yagura Kujira. Bang, bang, bang. The wind was howling, and uprooted sturdy trees were rushing towards Obito one after another. The terrifying impact force caused a strong wind to blow the corners of Obito's clothes. But in the hollow state, these big trees did not play any role. Roar. Wood-style technique. Uchiha Obito opened his palm and aimed it at Yagura, who was rushing towards him fiercely. A large number of sharp wooden thorns appeared and shot towards the opposite side. Roar. The tailed beast let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The horrifying sound waves instantly deflected some wooden thorns. Yagura dodged in the nick of time and swung his claws down again. Boom! The heartbeat sounded suddenly. Boom! His heart started beating suddenly, and Yagura paused. The inhuman head turned around and found several wooden thorns stuck in its swinging tail, quickly absorbing the chakra in his body. This is the restriction that wood-style ninja places on the tailed beasts. Uchiha Obito was unable to achieve this level before. Although he could still release the piercing technique, the wooden spikes he shot out did not have the ability to absorb chakra. After waking up from serious injuries this time, Obito's abilities became dozens of times stronger than usual. Wood-style ninjutsu has become stronger as a result and can now easily suppress the tailed beasts. Wood-style King Kong moves wood. As Obito formed a seal, several lush tree trunks grew out and surrounded Yagura Kojima, and the absorption capacity of wood-style increased again. Roar! Yagura struggled frantically, but his strength became weaker and weaker, and he was soon restrained. The easiest ways to deal with the tailed beasts are one is the Sharingan, the other is the wood-style, and now Uchiha Obito has both abilities. Since you are so afraid of Sharingan's illusion, then sleep in it forever. Uchiha Obito slowly approached, 3 seductions spinning in his scarlet pupils, and he aimed at the bound Yagura, ready to release an illusion. Roar! As if hearing the taboo words he least wanted to hear, Yagura Kojima burst out with strength again, twisting his body continuously, trying to break free from the wood-style. It seems that you are very reluctant to fall into the beautiful world I have woven for you. This is not your choice. Before the final illusion comes, please experience it carefully. This is my kindness to you. The power of his eyes exploded, and Obito's Sharingan illusion was released. Yagura's struggle slowed down, and he was about to be controlled by the illusion again. Double blades, flatfish. Liberation. Manzuki clenched his hands into huge and strange double swords. The bandages floated in the air. The power of his body exploded. The chakra spread, and he bombarded down violently. Boom! The light cannon formed by chakra exploded suddenly, destroying the wood-style that bound Yagura Kojima, and the tailed beast escaped. Water-style mist shinobi technique. The moment Mangetsu succeeded, he quickly jumped away, and Terumi made behind him spit out thick fog like waves from his mouth, completely covering the surroundings. The thick fog spread very quickly and immediately surrounded Obito. The thick fog blocked his vision, making it impossible for Obito to chase. Terumi Mei's attack is not over yet. Boil-style smart mist technique. The thick acid mist that was enough to evaporate and melt everything gradually merged and rushed towards Obito. Obito immediately entered the hollow state and saw with his own eyes that the tough wood-style at his feet was melted in the blink of an eye. What a terrifying escape technique. While the strong acid mist has not yet spread completely, Obito retreats quickly. His hollow state cannot continue indefinitely, and he must stop temporarily after maintaining it for 10 minutes. This is an increase after his strength skyrocketed. Before, Obito could only maintain the hollow state for 5 minutes continuously. Quickly withdrawing from the range of the acid mist, Obito began to take action without waiting for the mist ninja to counterattack. Fire-style, explosive wind dance. The moment Mangekyo Sharingansai technique, Kimui distorted space, a violent wind swept in, followed by a fire snake, and the extremely powerful fire style instantly enveloped and spread towards the surroundings. The scorching high-temperature flame evaporated all the mist in a very short time, revealing the real scene. Tail Beast Bomb. At this time, Obito was surprised to find that Yagura in the distance maintained his half-tailed beast state, and a small-tailed beast bomb had been condensed. Whoosh! The tailed beast bomb was launched towards Obito, hitting him as fast as an arrow. Idiot! Boom! A deafening roar exploded in my ears. Flames from the explosion shot up into the sky, and the entire island began to shake violently, as if a natural disaster had occurred. Thick smoke billowed up, seeming to dye the sky completely black. A huge mushroom cloud stood between heaven and earth. The pale white shock wave madly crushed everything that stood in its way, and even the mist ninja who had dodged early was knocked over by the hurricane. Time passed little by little, and the surroundings finally calmed down. There was smoke rising from the battlefield, and tiny sparks of fire were still burning. A semicircular deep pit appeared in front of everyone. This is the power of the tailed beast. The mist ninja who saw the tailed beast bomb for the first time was stunned and could not believe what was happening before his eyes. The experienced mist ninja remained calm. They had seen bigger explosions than this one, so this was nothing. Yagura Kujira has not yet completely transformed into a tailed beast, and the tailed beast bomb he released when he was half-tailed beast was relatively weak. So it's here. High in the sky, Naraku folded his arms and looked at the battlefield below, which had just subsided. No wonder there was no trace of them before. We are already in the heart of the water country. The distance is too far. Naraku watched the battle below leisurely. Although the tailed beast bomb's explosion was powerful, Obito's Kamui was too buggy and did not cause any damage at all. The fight has begun. Obito walked out of the explosion unscathed and immediately began to launch a sneak attack on the Mist Ninja. 3 Mist Ninja were caught off guard and died instantly. But before the remaining Mist Ninja could fight back, Yagura Karatachi rushed over. The key point is that the half-tailed beast Yagura Karuta seemed to have lost his mind due to the illusion just now, and he completely ignored whether his attack would affect the Mist Ninja. In an instant, the remaining Mist Ninjas suffered another severe blow. Obito deliberately lured the mad Yagura Kuji to the side of the Mist Ninja, and the losses of the Mist Ninja suddenly increased. In this chaotic scene, Terumi Mei and Mangetsu Hozuki, the strongest among the Mist Ninjas, were unable to fight back at all. No matter whether it was Yagura Kujitsu or Obito Uchiha, the speed of these two was too fast, and they could not be locked on and attacked. If you release a big move, it will affect your companions, which makes things very troublesome. Scatter. Everyone scatter. Hozuki Mangetsu smashed out the double swords. The powerful chakra burst out, and the exploding flames engulfed Uchiha, Obito's figure. Puff! Before he had time to check on Obito's condition, Mangetsu Hozuki spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale in an instant. His body can't hold on any longer. If the fight continues, Mangetsu Hozuki will die instantly without Obito having to do anything. Regardless of the risk of being defeated one by the enemy, the other members of the Mist Ninja spread out to avoid the mad Yagura. Taking this opportunity, Terumi Mei began to show her power, alternating between lava style and boil style, dealing powerful damage while covering most of the battlefield. Highly corrosive acid and mist were everywhere, and Obito released fire style to disperse them while moving away. Did you notice that the enemy's ability to ignore all physical attacks has a time limit? Mangetsu Kizuki tried to calm her rapid breathing, stood aside, and whispered a reminder to Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei watched Obito's every move warily and said, "I saw it too. The last time he dodged it was about 4 minutes. This time it was 6 minutes. That is to say, if you want to cause damage to the enemy, you must attack them continuously for at least 6 minutes. Yes, at least 6 minutes. And this is an optimistic estimate. If this time exceeds by too much, we will have no way to deal with them." Terumi Mei and Mangetsu are unaware of the existence of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but are able to see the strange pattern on Uchiha Obito's right eye. Considering the Uchiha clan's famous bloodline limit, Sharingan, both of them guessed that this somewhat rogue move was the enemy's eye technique. This is a very accurate guess. However, neither Terumi Mei nor Mangetsu Hozuki have figured out the cooling time of Obito's eye technique, as well as other possible flaws. I know its style, and I have a Sharingan. Who the hell is this guy? Why do the abilities of Senju Hashirama, the god of Ninja World, and Uchiha Madara, the Shura of Ninja World, appear in one person at the same time? What is the purpose of the other party hiding? Did the Uchiha clan take away the Senju's abilities, or did the Senju clan take away the Uchiha's abilities? Terumi Mei and Mangetsu Hozuki are trying hard to find the flaws in Uchiha Obito's abilities in order to defeat him. Shihouin Naraku, who was standing high in the sky, watched the three-way fight with some surprise. He was not surprised that Obito could suppress the other two parties. But there's something wrong with how long Obito maintained the hollow state just now. Naraku knew that Obito could only maintain the hollow for 5 minutes continuously, but in the battle below, the hollow time had exceeded 7 or 8 minutes. This is a bit unexpected. Watching Uchiha Obito's battle, Naraku always felt that something was wrong. Has the opponent become stronger? Is this true or false? Naraku clearly felt that compared to the last time the two fought, Obito's strength this time had increased by more than an order of magnitude. The wood style released by Obito is not only powerful, but also has the function of absorbing chakra. Yagura Kuji was beaten badly, so Naraku was wondering what happened to Obito after he chopped him half to death that caused him to change so much. Want to go down and help? Naraku was a little hesitant. He had nothing to do with Kirigakure. At most he was hostile to Obito, but it was this often silly guy who took the initiative to attack him, which caused the two to become hostile. There is no need for him to go down and help the Mist Ninja right now. As a high-ranking official of Konoha, since the two villages had not signed any treaty, it would not affect Naraku at all if he just stood by and watched. Besides, the mission Tsunade gave him wasn't to help Kirigakure. Instead, be careful of Kirigakure starting a war. Naraku frowned as he watched the battle below. Mangetsu Kizuna was already at the end of his strength, and the two swords in his hands were swinging slower and slower, with less and less power. Obito no longer even paid attention to Mangetsu Hozuki, but instead set his sights on Yagura Kagawa and Terumi Mei. Something was also not right with Yagura Kojima, and he was about to lose his mind. Terumi Mei was even worse off. Under Obito's special attention, Terumi Mei was in danger of death several times and looked extremely miserable. As for the other Mist ninjas present, they were completely unable to intervene in a battle of this level, and they could not play any role at all. Water style, Water Dragon Bomb. While Obito was entangled by Yagura, Terumi Mei quickly released Water style, and the mighty Water Dragon roared and crashed into Obito's position. Boom! Water splashed and passed through Obito's body. Yagura smashed out with a sharp claw, and the terrifying force blasted a big hole in the ground. Whoosh! Obito threw a wooden thorn at Terumi Mei and rushed towards the beautiful lady like an arrow. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Yagura's claws hit the ground, Obito quickly took a few steps forward. The power under his feet exploded, and he rushed to the half-tailed beast Yagura and stabbed the wooden thorn in his hand into the opponent's chest. Ouch! The deafening sound echoed. Swish! A long tail came towards Obito with a shrill whistle. With a bang, the attack missed. At the same time, Obito seemed to teleport and appeared behind Yagura Kujo. Wooden thorns appeared in his hand again and stabbed Yagura's body. Immediately afterwards, several more wooden thorns pierced down, and Yagura was completely nailed to the ground, unable to move. Wood style, Eternal Burial in a Tree. A large number of saplings grew out from the ground and quickly grew into a big tree. It quickly wrapped around Yagura's body and bound him again. Be thankful, beast. If it weren't for the possibility that you could become a tool, you would have died in my hands long ago. A sealing spell appeared in Obito's hand, and he applied it to Yagura Kujura's half-tailed beast body. The opponent's struggle instantly weakened, and he began to return to human form. Swish! The power of Mangekyo Sharingan is activated, and a strong gravitational force is transmitted in the distorted space. Yagura Kujura is about to be taken into the Kamui space by Obito. seeing that Obito is about to succeed. Water-style water array pillar. A ball of water spurted out from Terumi Mei's throat, swelled up in the wind, and in the blink of an eye it expanded to the size of a giant meteorite, crashing towards Obito. Even before the water ball landed, the strong wind had already caused Obito's face to change. He had no choice but to stop absorbing Yagura Kuji. Boom! The moment the huge water ball landed on the ground, the entire island began to shake violently. The powerful impact instantly pushed Yagura, who was restrained by the wood style, away, and widened the distance between him and Obito. "Woman, it seems you really want to die." A cold light flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes. He ignored Yagura and slowly sank into the ground. Oh, where did he go? Manu Kizuna was leaning on the enlarged double-bladed flounder, breathing heavily, looking around, sweat dripping from his forehead. Who knows? Such a man is really unpleasant. Terumi Mei's breathing was also a little rapid. Relatively speaking, several bloodstains tore through her skirt, revealing deep wounds that could be seen to the bone. Not only did her body bear marks of being burned by the fire style, but there were also many wooden thorns piercing her flesh. Terumi Mei was in a very bad condition, but even so, Obito kept most of his attention on Yagura and rarely attacked Terumi Mei. But even so, it still caused her serious problems. Be careful, he's not easy to deal with. I know. Just as Terumi Mei and Mangitsu Hozuki were looking at the surroundings vigilantly, Obito quietly emerged from the ground behind Terumi Mei. "Adult, behind me!" Ao yelled in the distance, and the Byakugan spotted Obito's trail for the first time. Mangitsu Kazuki had the fastest reaction. Being skilled in swordsmanship and physical skills, he immediately mobilized his remaining chakra and physical strength, swinging his two swords and slashing hard. Judging from his momentum, he seems to be ready to cut off Terumi Mei as well. Water-style water barrier. Terumi Mei's reaction was equally quick. Before she could turn around, a large amount of water spurted out of her mouth, forming a rapidly rotating water ball that surrounded her. Too late. The huge blade of the bream carried terrifying power and slashed through Obito's body, just like cutting through flowing water, without causing any harm. At this moment, the wooden spike in Obito's hand was already against Terumi Mei's fair neck and would pierce her skin in the next second. You missed. Ninjas deserve to die from this ability. Obito's exposed Sharingan showed no emotion at all. He exerted force in his hands, and the swirling water rising from Terumi Mei's feet only rose to her knees. It's too late. Bang! Bang! At the critical moment, a strong hand grabbed Uchiha Obito's wrist, making him unable to move. The terrifying force exploded, causing Uchiha Obito to scream in pain. It happened so quickly that before Obito could react, the man kicked Obito directly, kicking him away, making him slide in the air and finally fall heavily to the ground. Shihouin Naraku suddenly appeared and slowly retracted his legs, looking at the figure lying on the ground in the distance. The attack just now seemed slow, but it was actually just a moment, and Obito had no time to use Hollow to avoid the attack. Who are you? A man from Konoha? No, he's Shihouin Naraku. Phoenix Shihouin Naraku. The Lord will be with you. Why is Shihouin Naraku here? By this time, Naraku's fame had already spread throughout the ninja world, and even Kirigakure, which was isolated overseas, had heard of his deeds. Naraku's photo was circulated widely in secret. After all, if you met him while out on a mission and recognized him in advance, you might be able to escape with your life. Call. The breeze blew by, ruffling the slightly messy hair on Naraku's forehead. Her eyes, as bright as stars, sparkled, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Is he really Shihouin Naraku? Looking at the handsome guy who appeared in front of everyone showed a look of doubt. There is no haki on the other person's body, only a gentle temperament and a handsome face. This is somewhat inconsistent with the rumored amazing strength that allowed him to single-handedly defeat Cloud, Shinobi Village, and crush Iwagakure. Terumi Mei, who was standing nearby, stared at Shihouin Naraku with her eyes fixed on him. She looked at the man who had saved her and screamed in her heart, "I finally met the best man." Naraku glanced at Terumi Mei thoughtfully. Why was she staring at him so closely? Didn't you see that Uchiha Obito had already stood up? Phone. Yuan. Nah. Luo. Uchiha Obito completely lost his mind, and his vicious gaze seemed to scare Naraku to death. During the previous battles, Obito always had the upper hand. Even when he was besieged, there was not a single wrinkle on his black robe. But now, as soon as Naraku appeared, he taught Obito a lesson. Hearing Uchiha Obito's cold voice, Observation Haki sensed the obscure and crazy aura from the other party. The moment Naraku raised his eyes, his gaze was like ice that had not melted for 1,000 years, falling coldly on Obito. "It seems that you haven't suffered enough in the last battle." Naraku put his right hand on his waist, Kurakara appeared, and took a step forward with his left foot. His body was like a taut bowstring, ready to go. The terrifying aura was like a continuous mountain range, pressing down on everyone present, making them afraid to move for fear of provoking Naraku's fierce attack like a volcanic eruption. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito seemed to recall the blow he suffered last time and took a step back involuntarily. Crack! The sound of branches breaking could be heard, and several eyes turned towards Uchiha Obito. "You were quite arrogant just now. Why do you become so cowardly so quickly when you meet a tough guy?" Could this be the spirit of Shihouin Naraku, the #1 ninja in the world? Even before the battle began, the powerful deterrence scared the enemy back. The Mist Ninja looked at the scene in front of him bitterly. The battle scene just now formed a sharp contrast with the current scene. Naraku didn't know what Obito's current condition was because he couldn't see the expression on his face because of the mask. But it's easy to guess. Obito wouldn't blush when he was frightened by his simple action. "Damn it!" Furious, Obito screamed. "This is all fake. I will never be afraid. If I kill you, I can build a new world." "Really? That's great," Naraku said in a light tone. "But before that, you must survive." Swish! The moment the body flicker technique was deployed, Naraku rushed out at a speed that was difficult for others to see and turned into a white line in the air, aiming at Uchiha Obito. Obito's pupils shrank rapidly, and the Sharingan, which could see through physical movements, could not keep up with Naraku's speed at all. In an instant, Naraku rushed in front of Obito and drew his black sword. The miraculous swordsmanship burst into brilliant light, and the moment the air was torn apart, the blade pierced Obito's body. Puff! Blood splattered, and Obito only had time to slightly turn sideways. In just one round, he was seriously injured. What a terrifying speed. There is actually such a thing. Hollow can't keep up, but such means can no longer kill him. The black robe was torn, revealing Obito's injured body. His pale body returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just one breath, it was as good as new. Naraku, who had his sword drawn, did not continue attacking, but watched Obito's injuries heal. As expected, Uchiha Obito is having health problems now. "Ha ha ha, see? This is my strength." Obito's crazy shouting. This is one of the 4 laughing Uchiha. Naraku's eyes didn't waver at all. He looked at the other person as if he was a fool. Physical injuries are easy to recover from, but what about the soul? What should you do? Obito, who was laughing wildly, suddenly covered his head. Zanpakuto's soul-killing ability had worked. At this time, at the edge of the battlefield, Black Zetsu, who was hiding and peeping, felt intense pain emerging deep in his soul and almost couldn't help shouting out. "What's going on?" Black Zetsu's hoarse voice sounded. This was the first time since his birth that Black Zetsu felt the pain of humans. In order not to affect the plan to save his mother, Black Zetsu used his special mind fusion ability to revive the unconscious Obito. Although the means were good and the effect was good, on a special level, Black Zetsu had absolute control over Obito. But it is also because of this that when Obito suffers soul trauma, Black Zetsu will also be affected. This, *****. Since you've already lost to Shihouin Naraku once, why don't you run away? Black Zetsu doesn't understand why Obito is so stubborn. He was chopped so badly by the enemy last time. Why hasn't he learned his lesson yet? Sure enough, the only person you can trust in this world is yourself. Naraku watched Obito, who was covering his head, quickly recover as if nothing had happened, and it seemed as if the trauma to his soul had not had much effect. He didn't know that Black Zetsu took on most of Obito's soul damage, which was why Obito returned to normal. As a product created by Otsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu's combat power is almost non-existent, but it possesses various strange abilities. For comparison, if Black Zetsu's combat power is only 5, then its survivability and perception abilities are 1,000. Coupled with other strange abilities, this is why Black Zetsu can hide in the ninja world. At the moment, Naraku doesn't know the reason why Obito recovered, but that doesn't stop him from knowing that he can't defeat the opponent with one sword. It's okay, just give it another shot. The battlefield was filled with murderous intent like a dense web. The momentum was like a rainbow, and powerful force was pouring out, shaking the heaven and earth like a natural disaster. Naraku tightened the black knife in his hand and raised the corner of his mouth with a nonchalant smile towards Uchiha Obito, who was ready for battle. Although he was smiling, there was no emotion in his eyes. Uchiha Obito's fingertips hidden in the black gloves trembled slightly. His heart was beating violently, and his eyes were fixed on Naraku's movements. I'm scared," Obito sneered, as if to say you must be kidding. But Naraku spoke without waiting for his answer, and rushed out before he finished speaking. The air suddenly stagnated, and a tremendous force crushed the ground, blasting Madara marks on the ground. At such a close distance, Naraku's speed was no different from teleportation, and the pitch-black blade slashed through Obito's body in an instant. As expected, Obito's hollow state has been activated. Naraku's swift swordsmanship did not cause him any harm. But at this moment, the ground beneath Naraku's feet suddenly rose slightly, and then the light of the explosion filled his vision. Obito had planted a powerful bomb under his feet at some point, so he was standing there waiting for Naraku to rush over. Not good. Something happened. The mist ninjas present cried out in shock, unable to believe that Shihouin Naraku had fallen into the hands of the enemy like this. I didn't expect that even the number one in the ninja world would be careless. Everyone began to doubt Naraku's reputation. Could it be that the legend was false? Wrong. Ching, who had his eyes rolled back, noticed something was wrong the first time. A flash of cold light appeared, and the sharp tip of the knife moved like a dragon swimming across the sea, stirring up the fire and smoke in the sky, and pierced Obito's heart with incredible precision. Naraku's figure appeared soon after. He took a step forward, burst out with strength, completely ignoring Obito's grabbing hand, and drew his sword to slash the opponent's neck diagonally. With a sudden force, Kurakara cut a scar on Obito's body from top to bottom. But Obito dodged all these attacks with hollow. Naraku's attack had not stopped yet. The moment he stepped out with his right foot, his body tilted sideways, and flames danced on Kurakara's sword, which cut Obito's neck fiercely. The blade is sharp, flashing cold light. The moves are brutal. Naraku's swordsmanship has reached perfection. His power is fully displayed in every move, and he stabs Obito's vital points with incredible precision. Obito's taijutsu is certainly good, but it depends on who he's competing with. At least in front of Naraku, Obito has no right to be arrogant. As the battle lasted longer, Naraku's offensive became more fierce, and he used his powerful strength without any reservation. Obito didn't understand why Shihouin Naraku's black knife could always hit him no matter how he dodged. This is the result that only occurs when there is a gap as huge as a chasm. At this time, Obito was already nervous because the hollow state had a time limit, and he could only hold on for 10 minutes at the moment. The reason why Naraku didn't stop attacking was to prevent Obito from refreshing the duration of the hollow state. As long as he keeps attacking, Obito will be dead in 10 minutes. Of course, Naraku still has countless ways to kill Obito, but now he only uses swordsmanship. Boom! The rubble and soil on the ground exploded, and continuous tremors spread across the entire island. The dazzling battle between the two stunned the watching mist ninjas. The fight on the line of death at this moment was truly terrifying. Whether it's Shihouin Naraku or the mysterious masked man, none of them can be fooled. Cough, cough, cough. Mangetsu Hozuki sat on the ground with a look of exhaustion on his face, leaning against the big rock behind him. Even though his vision had begun to blur, he still stared at the direction of the battle between Naraku and Obito. What perfect swordsmanship! He also wanted to participate, but his body no longer allowed it. As someone who is proficient in the 7 special ninja swords of Kirigakure, Mangetsu Kizuki greatly admires Shihouin Naraku's healthy physique. That's what he longed for. Ahem, to suppress the masked man with just swordsmanship. What a powerful strength that must be. Mangetsu, who was in his last moments, said with blood foaming from his mouth, "It's a pity that such a ninja is not from Kirigakure. Kurumi-me, remember, don't mess with Konoha. Miss Shinobi right now is not qualified to fight Konoha. It would be best if we could establish a good relationship with them." I see. Kurumi-me smiled bitterly in her heart. How could Kirigakure have the capital to provoke Konoha now? The normal order was about to collapse. Cough, cough, cough. Shihouin Naraku, worthy of being the god of ninja realm. Hozuki Mangetsu struggled to stand up with the help of the double sword flounder. Looking at the fighting Naraku and Obito with fanatical eyes, I will not die from illness. Like a last ray of light, Manzuki felt the fullness of the chakra in his body, his energetic body, and his strong and solid power. At the very least, we should set a good example for Shueisue. Manu Kizuna smiled happily, revealing a mouth full of serrations, then grabbed the double-bladed bream and rushed into the center of the battlefield. Boom! A new force joins the fight. Court death. Obito glanced at Mangetsu with disdain, thinking how naive he was to dare to get involved in the battle between him and Shihouin Naraku. But it's also good. Mangetsu Kizuki's chaotic behavior gave him a little breathing space. Maybe he can pause his hollow state. So in the next battle, Obito deliberately approached Mangetsu, hoping to take the opportunity to get rid of the heavy pressure on him. Naraku knew the condition of Mangetsu Hozuki very well. He looked half-dead just now, but now he looked energetic and full of vitality. It was obvious that this was his last burst of vitality. Mangetsu now doesn't care whether Obito is an enemy or not, but fights him and Naraku together. He just wanted to die in the battle in the end, so naturally he wouldn't care about anything else. The only thing he wanted to do was to experience the thrill of battle before he died. Naraku met Mangetsu's request and used all his sword skills to chop, slice, slash, stab, and pierce. The Grandmaster-level swordsmanship was displayed wantonly, directly enveloping Obito and Mangetsu, causing the two to begin to cooperate against Naraku himself. Naraku's offensive became more and more powerful, putting the two men at a disadvantage without any reason. Compared to the previous battle, Obito felt that the pressure on him not only did not decrease, but tended to increase. Clang! Holding Kurakara in one hand, he chopped down, and Mangetsu Kizuna raised both swords to block him. Sparks flew when the weapons collided. A powerful, strange force erupted in an instant, and Manzuki Hozuki involuntarily took a few steps back, and with slightly trembling hands he forcefully grasped the double swords. What a terrifying power! Manu Kizuna completely ignored his injured internal organs and pounced on him again. Call! During the sword fight, a flame spread out from under Naraku's feet, enveloping Obito's body and burning wildly. In desperation, Obito had to give up the plan to remove Hollow. As the battle intensified, terrifying power poured out, and flames boiled. Wherever the three men went, that place would be destroyed. Suddenly, Naraku's eyes moved, and he looked towards the coast. It seems he didn't run away. Clatter! The waves surged, and a salty, fishy smell filled my nose. The vast ocean is boundless, and the waves are rushing in endlessly, crashing into the rocks on the shore and scattering into water splashes. The fighting on the island did not affect here, and the coast still seemed very peaceful. At this moment, a huge figure shuttled through the dark and deep seabed, and a giant creature suddenly rose from underwater. Boom! The moment the huge creature appeared, huge waves were raised, and a large area of the sea surface began to boil. This giant creature is none other than Three Tails Isabu. Previously, after Yagura Kujiro broke free from Uchiha Bito's restraints, he disappeared without a trace. Originally, everyone thought that he had taken the opportunity to escape, and as a fierce battle broke out, no one had time to look for Yagura. Obito wanted to capture Yagura, but since Naraku showed up, it became difficult for him to escape, so he had to start fighting. But everyone was wrong. Yagura Karatachi did not escape. Instead, he released all his power and transformed into the complete form of Three Tails Isofi. Three long tails sway behind it, waves surge, and a turtle covered with thorns appears on the sea. This is the true form of Three Tails, a tailed beast that's very good at fighting in water. Although Yagura Karatsuka had completely transformed into Three Tails Isabuki at this time, his consciousness was still there. Even though his mind was unstable due to the illusion, he had no problem recognizing the enemy. Call! The huge yin and yang chakra gathered in proportion, forming a huge energy ball in front of Three Tails Isabu, and then compressed rapidly. Tail Beast Bomb. This is the signature ability of the tailed beasts, and it possesses extremely powerful power. Three Tails Isabu completely disregards the lives of other mist ninjas on the island and prepares to release the tailed beast bomb. Yagura's hatred for Uchiha Bito overwhelms everything. In order to destroy this mortal enemy who has controlled him for many years, Yagura Karuta is willing to sacrifice the mist ninja. The strong men on the island immediately noticed the intense chakra reaction on the sea surface, and the mist ninja was also reminded by AO that the Byakugan's ability to see far was indeed very convenient. Withdraw. Ching, take the others and retreat to the opposite location. With his eyes sweeping across the sea at the Three Tails Isafu that were gathering the tailed beast bomb, Ching made a prompt decision and followed Terumi Mei's orders to evacuate quickly with his men. Terumi Mei didn't leave, but she also moved a little further away to avoid being affected by the explosion of the tailed beast bomb. As for Man Kazuna, his life has long been on the countdown, and dying in battle is the best ending for Man Kazuna. Shihouin Naraku, as the first person to discover Three Tails' Isufu's movements, had no intention of dodging. He waved Kurakara and still controlled Uchiha Bito and Mangetsu in front of him, so he had to continue fighting with him. Obito, in his hollow state, dodged Naraku's attack once again. The Mangekyo Sharingan swept across the Three Tails Isabuki's massive body in the sea, and he also saw the chakra fluctuations of the tailed beast bomb. However, Obito doesn't care about tailed beast bomb at all. As long as he is in the hollow state, he can ignore all physical attacks. It would be best to drag Shihouin Naraku here. Although the chances of killing him are slim, it might still be of some use. The tailed beasts are still very powerful. Seeing this, Obito began to take the initiative, not seeking to defeat Naraku, just to hold him back. Oh! Naraku's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes swept over Obito's mask with disdain. Tailed beast bomb, he's not afraid of it. On the sea level, the tailed beast bomb condensed in front of Three Tails Isabu was already big enough. Call! Three Tails Isabu suddenly swallowed the shrunken tailed beast bomb into his mouth. Boom! The extremely huge energy of tailed beast bomb turned into an energy ray and shot directly at the three people fighting in the center of the island. Boom! When the rays hit the earth, a horrific explosion occurred. The light that burst out in an instant was like the sun setting on the earth, so dazzling that people dared not look directly at it, and it illuminated the already dim environment as if it were daytime. The earth-shaking explosion resounded through the sky, making people feel as if the entire world was shaking violently. The flames from the explosion rose up and turned into a deadly mushroom cloud, spanning the sky and the earth. Even people far away could see such a spectacular scene. The smoke and flames blocked out the sun's rays and spread in all directions. The pale white ring-shaped shock wave swept across everything like a violent storm, wantonly releasing terrifying energy and overturning everything. The blazing flames burned the sky red. The power of the explosion was like countless volcanic eruptions. Everything in the world seemed to disappear into thin air at this moment. The high mountain located in the center of the island disintegrated directly in the crazy explosion and was easily blown into ruins. The hurricane stirred up the clouds and swept across the island. Why was the explosion so powerful? Terumi may had noticed that something was wrong before and quickly moved away the moment the explosion happened. Even so, Terumi May was almost hit by the explosion. She was about to be engulfed by the flames, but fortunately, at the critical moment, she saw a crack caused by the violent shaking of the ground. She jumped down at the critical moment and avoided the most dangerous explosion. It's not like Terumi May hasn't seen tailed beast bomb before. Kirigakure has two-tailed beasts, Jinchuriki. She had seen this kind of power explode when a tailed beast went berserk. But no matter how you look at it, the power of this explosion is a bit too great. However, Terumi May doesn't dare to go out yet. The explosion has not ended completely, and she doesn't want to capsize in the gutter. Outside, the fire spread and the flames flowed like magma. Crack! Shihouin Naraku, with flames all over his body, holding Kurakara in his hand, walked out of the fire step by step. The shaking of the island gradually subsided, but the smoke was still spreading and the flames were still emitting scorching heat. The air around was burning hot. Every time I took a deep breath, I could feel the discomfort in my throat. The island has been damaged so badly that without decades of recovery, the ecological environment will be unsuitable for human life. That's a bit too much. Although I was also responsible for the explosion just now, it was mainly caused by Three Tails Isabuki. That's right. After releasing the explosion created by the tailed beast bomb, Naraku added more powerful fire style. The combination of the two has created the doomsday-like scene before us. The ghost lantern full moon was the closest, so it must have been burned to ashes, but Naraku glanced at the still spreading sea of fire, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He seemed to see something. It was the double-bladed bream. It should be that Mangetsu knew that he would die, so he threw the bream far away in advance, so that it was not burned by the extremely high-temperature flames. Swish! Naraku appeared in front of the double-bladed bream and picked up the sharp weapon made by Kirigakure, regardless of the hot handle. Yes, only a few places were burned seriously, and the rest are still intact. Naraku pulled out the scroll and with one swift movement sealed the twin blades bream inside it before putting it away. When the battle is over, he will let Caligula devour the bream. As for Kirigakure, Naraku didn't bother to pay attention. Kirigakure will definitely find another successor to use the twin swords, such as Chojuro. He will be the mist ninja who holds the twin swords, but of course it is impossible now. Anyway, after the tailed beast bomb exploded, Naraku never saw the double sword flounder again. Maybe it was really burned in a molten iron by the flames. This is not impossible. If Kirigakure really had the guts to ask Naraku, this would be Naraku's answer. I don't know. I'm not clear. I don't understand. 3 denials. Anyway, by the time the battle is over and Kurakara has devoured the double-bladed bream, there will be no evidence left. After packing up the scroll, Naraku looked up and saw that the whole island had fallen into a quiet atmosphere. The battle had not yet stopped, but no more enemies appeared in front of Naraku. His star-like eyes flashed red, and the observation haki swept across the island. Naraku soon knew the target's location. Hoo-hoo! Uchiha Obito was breathing heavily, and the marks of burns on his body were disappearing little by little, gradually returning to his pale skin. Recalling the accident that happened in the explosion just now, Obito gritted his teeth and uttered a name. Shihouin Naraku. Three Tails Isabu's tailed beast bomb wouldn't cause any damage to him at all, but it was different when Naraku attacked. The moment that powerful flame appeared, a familiar burning sensation spread throughout his body. If it weren't for his quick reaction, he would have fallen into a state of serious injury and coma again. Do you want to leave first? Black Zetsu advised that since the matter of Three Tails and Isabu had come to this point, even if they didn't want any accidents to happen, they had already happened, so they might as well give up and think of a solution later. At most, Akatsuki's plan to collect the tailed beasts will be delayed for a period of time. It's not like the tailed beasts cannot be resurrected. Anyway, I can't stay here and fight Shihouin Naraku. If I lose, I will die. If I win, with the strength that Shihouin Naraku showed, Black Zetsu didn't know what Obito could do to win the battle. Obito's strength has certainly increased greatly after his awakening this time, but Shihouin Naraku is not standing still either, so there's no shame in retreating for the time being. Fortunately, this time Obito seemed to realize the gap between himself and Shihouin Naraku. His face flickered for a long time before he nodded in agreement. In that case, retreat first. Where to retreat? A familiar voice sounded beside him, and Uchiha Obito's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at Naraku, who appeared beside him with his hair standing on end. Naraku suddenly appeared and stepped on the ground with his left foot. The air exploded, and his right leg was like a long whip, carrying a strong wind, and lashed Obito's chest and abdomen fiercely. Along with a dull critical hit, Naraku could clearly hear the crisp sound of Obito's bones breaking in his chest and abdomen. Wow! Obito's eyes bulged, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then his entire body was blasted into the air by the violent force. And you? Naraku looked towards Black Zetsu, who was sinking into the ground, preparing to flee. Black Zetsu was horrified and accelerated the speed of merging into the earth. Although its methods were strange, and it knew all kinds of secret information, in terms of strength, even 100 of it were not enough to defeat Shihouin Naraku. Suddenly Black Zetsu's eyes blurred, and Naraku appeared beside him as if teleporting, and his flaming hand suddenly pinched his head. Naraku actually pulled Black Zetsu out of the ground. And where Naraku was standing just now, a small stone fell to the ground. Heavenly Hand Power! Naraku just used the space-time ninjutsu taunt Ricky to exchange his position with a small stone at Black Zetsu's feet, and instantly appeared in front of Black Zetsu and grabbed him directly. The speed is like teleportation, and there is no defense against it. Even Black Zetsu suffered a loss. What the hell are you? Naraku strangled Ju's neck with his hands, then threw him violently over his shoulder, smashing him to the ground. Bang! A deep pit was smashed into the ground, and several cracks spread and grew. Wow! The body composed of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu groaned in pain. The sudden heavy blow left them with no chance to resist. Puff! Naraku held Kirigara tightly, flipped his wrist, and stabbed the black knife through Ju's body. The thunder and fire spreading from the blade seemed to be attracted and poured into Ju's body. Forehead! Ju's body began to tremble violently, and a puff of green smoke came out of its body. Looking down at the black and white pitcher plant-like monster in front of him, Naraku seemed to be thinking about something. White Zetsu is fine. The most important thing is the will of Black Zetsu. Otsutsuki Kagaya, seeing is believing. How on earth was this guy born? Was it really the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya, or just a tool created by some random means? With Kagaya's ability, he should be able to create this rather peculiar thing using methods such as yin-yang release. Anyway, Naraku would not admit that such a beautiful sister like Kagaya would give birth to a pile of black mud. His eyes moved slightly, and Naraku looked up at the deep pit in the distance. It seemed that Obito had recovered and was about to come over. This recovery speed is extraordinary. Naraku's attack this time was different from his previous fights with swordsmanship. He did not hold back at all. It looked like he just kicked Obito, but Naraku guaranteed that all the tendons and veins in his body were broken and all his organs were destroyed. Naraku attacked with all his strength, and the terrifying power he released was more than Obito, who was unprepared, could withstand. But even so, Obito still recovered quickly, and even the damage to his internal organs was healed. A little unexpected, after thinking for a moment, Naraku lowered his head so that only the two of them could hear and whispered calmly into Black Zetsu's shocked eyes. Black Zetsu's dark face showed a very obvious look of panic, and his heart was filled with turmoil. How could Shihouin Naraku know this? Where did he get the news? I deliberately cleared out some of the history of ninjas. What else does he know? I'm waiting for your answer. Naraku raised an eyebrow and looked at Black Zetsu. With a clang, he pulled out Kurakara, and without hesitation, he plunged into the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sniff, sniff. Several huge shurikens suddenly appeared, piercing the air and slashing through Naraku's vital parts. Jumping flames appeared, and Naraku turned around leisurely, staring at the furious Obito rushing towards him. Did he escape? Obito looked around Naraku, but did not see any sign of Zetsu. Could it be that he had escaped? Then why did he come here? Getting beaten? Although he was raging with anger, Obito finally realized the gap between him and Naraku. Forget about fighting. As long as Shihouin Naraku gets serious, he can definitely take care of him in an instant. Obito is well aware of this. Kimui's hollow state is not invincible in front of Naraku. Just like before, Naraku suddenly appeared and kicked him. It's not that Obito didn't want to activate the hollow state, but the thought had just come to his mind and the opponent's attack had already hit him before the hollow was activated. Namake's Minato once defeated 50 elite ninjas from a Wagakure in an instant during the war. Didn't these rock shinobi ever think of fighting back? Thought about it. The problem is that rock shinobi doesn't have time to react and will lose his life the moment he sees Namake's Minato. And now, this is the situation Uchiha is facing. His nerve reflex speed cannot keep up with Shihouin Naraku's attack speed. When I opened my eyes, Naraku appeared in front of me without me noticing. As soon as his eyes were closed, Obito was knocked away. It will take time to release Kamui Hollow. Naraku got serious and didn't give Obito any time to react. Therefore, Obito's only choice is to always maintain the hollow state after entering the battle without any slackness. But if that happens, he can't bear it. The hollow state can only last for 10 minutes, but Shihouin Naraku can hack Obito continuously for 10 minutes without stopping. When the hollow time is over, Obito will fall to the ground. Unless one day, Uchiha Obito can maintain his hollow state for a longer period of time, then he will have the courage to fight Naraku again. Just as Obito was hesitating about what to do next, Shihouin Naraku swung his sword, stepped forward, and prepared to attack. Water style, iron cannonball technique. Three Tails, Isabu, started to attack again, and a huge chakra water ball bombarded in front of Obito, and the shock wave caused by the explosion spread directly. Tail Beast Bomb. The chakra water ball had just exploded when another black energy bomb of terrifying power fell. Boom! A small sun set on the island. A crazy explosion occurred. Flames rose up, spread everywhere, and the earth began to shake violently. Naraku and Obito both ignored Three Tails' attacks. For others, this kind of large-scale explosion with huge range and powerful force is very dangerous. But for these two people, similar attack power is too dispersed and cannot hurt them at all. Even Obito's mind was focused on Naraku, thinking about how to escape. Three Tails and Isabu, and so on. When there is time, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with the opponent. Naraku was also thinking about whether or not to let Obito go. If he killed him, he would have to consider many subsequent things, which seemed too troublesome. Obito was thinking about what other means he had to escape from Naraku. Any ninjutsu that required hand seals would be useless against Naraku. As soon as he clapped his hands, the other party would most likely chop him with a knife. There is no time to release ninjutsu. Currently, only Kamui can release it instantly, but if he is not careful, Naraku may seize the opportunity and kill him. Naraku confronts Obito, but ignores Three Tails, which makes Yagura very angry. You can ignore me, but you can't ignore me like this. A fight can mean life or death. The attack of Three Tails Isabu became more and more fierce, and the tailed beast bombs and cannonballs fired out were pouring down on the island like a violent storm. The continuous explosions made the entire island shaky, with waves of terrifying vibrations coming one after another. Under such circumstances, the mist ninjas hiding in the distance could only retreat again and again, not daring to get close to the center of the battle, let alone participate in the battle. As Three Tails Isabu's bombardment continued, all the mountains and hills on the island collapsed, turning into deep pits and gravel beaches. The entire island was destroyed horribly. At this time, Naraku had already picked up his sword and was fighting with Obito. In the sky full of flames, the two men fought rapidly. Naraku's black knife left strange marks, covering Obito, making him unable to avoid or resist. Obito dodged as much as possible while trying to attack. But facing Naraku's extraordinary speed, he could only maintain the hollow state, and the whole body was hollow. As long as Obito makes the move to form hand seals to release ninjutsu, Naraku with Kurakara in hand will chop him down before he even starts, leaving him no chance to relax. In this situation, what can Obito do to resist? The only thing he can do is to get beaten. The two men's figures quickly crossed each other. The swords flashed, the air hissed, and the battle was extremely fierce. On the rough sea, Three Tails Isabu let out a low roar and once again blasted out a powerful tailed beast bomb. Boom! Along with the roar of the explosion, Three Tails Isabu arched his body, wrapped his entire body with a tough and thick shell, and turned into a wheel-like shape. Boom! Three Tails began to rotate like a wheel, stirring up the waves in the sea. The next second, Three Tails was spinning madly like a wheel, rushing towards the island. Boom, boom. There was an earth-shattering vibration, and Three Tails rushed through, leaving a clear gap behind, crushing all blocking objects and crashing into Obito. With a violent aura emanating from him, Three Tails Isabu's current speed was such that if he collided with any tangible object, the only result would be shattering bones. The powerful impact force can shatter everything. Shihouin Naraku looked at the aggressive Three Tails and flashed out of the opponent's path. Snort! Obito snorted coldly. I am no match for Shihouin Naraku. Who do you think you are, a beast, to dare to attack me? Unsurprisingly, Three Tails Isabu crashed into Obito's hollow body and passed right through it, the attack having no effect at all. Boom boom. The huge wheel turned a semicircular arc on the island and rolled towards Obito again. Arrogant beast! Obito stared at the oncoming Three Tails Isofuck with grim eyes, and the moment it approached, violent power poured out, and the sudden appearance of the wooden stick instantly knocked the rolling Three Tails Isofuck away. The right eye Kamui activated instantly, sucking Obito in, and then transferred to the side of Three Tails Isabu, who was flying in the air. A large number of ninja tools stored in the Kamui space poured out and bombarded Three Tails Isabu. Obito took out all his anger for getting beaten on Three Tails Isabu with ruthless and merciless actions. With style technique. The moment Obito's palm touched the Three Tails, a large number of sharp branches pierced through the tough and thick shells of the tailed beasts and penetrated deep into their bodies. Three Tails Isabu let out a deafening scream of pain. A large number of sharp thorns grew wildly in Three Tails' body, destroying its tissue structure. Phew! Just when Obito was attacking vigorously, a vicious wind whistled, and a sharp blade cut across his wrists, chopping off both of Obito's hands. With a flash of a knife, Kurakara cut towards Obito's heart. Obito, who had been prepared for this move, did not even try to cancel the hollow state of his vital parts. With Naraku's speed, if he really dared to cancel hollow, there was no telling when his head would fall. Ah! A painful wail. Uchiha Obito retreated quickly, dodging Shihouin Naraku's increasingly fierce attacks, and his severed hands had begun to heal. The flesh expanded under the pale skin, and the granulation tissue grew rapidly. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Obito's hands returned to their original appearance. What the hell? Obito had been wearing gloves before, so Naraku didn't see what his hands looked like. Something strange. Obito was once half crushed by a boulder. In order to survive, he was injected with Hashirama cells and covered with white Zetsu, so he was safe and sound. So Naraku knew something was wrong with Obito's body, but the fact that his hands were in that weird state and he looked like he was in tree form was just not right. Is there something wrong with the Hashirama cells in Obito's body? Or is it because of his own fault that Obito has become what he is now? Naraku was a little confused, but that didn't stop him from picking up Kurakara and chopping him again. Obito didn't dare to remove the hollow on his whole body. He endured the severe pain coming from the depths of his soul. He looked at the black knife in Naraku's hand with fear. Every time I was hit by that black knife, the physical damage was not important, but the feeling of my soul being torn apart was really unbearable. Of course, Obito didn't know that Black Zetsu helped him bear a large part of the spiritual and mental trauma. Otherwise, he would have laid down long ago. You must not be hit by that knife again. A flash of vigilance flashed across Obito's eyes. Although Sharingan could see through the enemy's physical movements, it would be useless if he couldn't keep up with the other person's speed. How dare he compete with Naraku in physical skills and swordsmanship? Roar! At this moment, Three Tails Isafuda, who was beaten up by Obito, roared angrily, raised his three long tails like a madman, and smashed them down towards Naraku and Obito. Obito dodged with the help of Hollow, and Naraku raised his long sword and slashed it above his head. With a clang, one of Three Tails' long tails was directly cut off by the sharp blade. Roar! The injured Three Tails Isabu completely lost his mind and began to attack Shihouin Naraku desperately, giving Obito a chance to catch his breath. Heavenly Hand Power! Swish! The space changed, and Naraku and Obito's positions suddenly swapped. Naraku stood where Obito had been standing before, and Obito ran to Naraku's position, and a huge ball of water fell towards him. Fortunately, Obito did not release the hollow and avoided the ninjutsu released by Three Tails Isabu without any damage. He frowned and looked at Naraku. This is space-time ninjutsu, but not the Flying Thunder God. Where did Shihouin Naraku master the space-time ninjutsu? Shihouin Naraku is not from the Uchiha clan, so he definitely doesn't have a Sharingan. And he can't awaken Mangekyo, so where did he learn his space-time ninjutsu? Konoha sometimes has space-time ninjutsu, but that ninjutsu is called Flying Thunder God technique. Obito had seen his teacher, Namake's Minato, perform Flying Thunder God countless times before, and he had even faced it himself, taking a strong hit from the Rasengan and was crippled. So he was very sure that what Naraku performed was not Flying Thunder God. At least Obito did not find the most important chakra mark to perform Flying Thunder God technique. And just now, when Shihouin Naraku switched places with him, the feeling was nothing like the feeling of Flying Thunder God that he had experienced before. So, Shihouin Naraku actually developed a new space-time ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito became even more flustered. Kamui is his confidence in fighting against Naraku. But if the opponent also knows space-time ninjutsu, then he will basically have no advantage. What's wrong? I feel like your momentum has suddenly become weak. Naraku stood in midair with a knife in hand, staring at Uchiha Obito leisurely. Even though he hadn't attacked yet, Naraku was sure that Obito had definitely not stopped hollowing. Space-time ninjutsu? Obito asked tentatively. He didn't expect Naraku to answer. But if you know the conditions for activating Naraku's space-time ninjutsu and its shortcomings, you don't have to worry too much. You guess. The conversation between the two seemed to annoy Three Tails Isabu, who roared and fired tailed beast bomb at the two again. The explosion struck again, and various parts of the island began to collapse, with large amounts of seawater seeping out. If the fighting continues, the island might sink into the sea and never be seen again. Speed up and end this battle. Naraku raised his knife and chopped, and Obito dodged hastily. The two figures shuttled back and forth in the flames of the explosion, completely ignoring Three Tails' rampage. As time went by, the hollow state was about to last 10 minutes, and Obito's situation became precarious. Naraku is currently not sure about the exact duration of Obito's continuous hollow, but guessed that it could not exceed the original 5 minutes. Doubling or tripling, it is already an extreme enhancement. Your movements are a little out of shape. Why can't you maintain this state? Naraku expressed his guess, and Obito's body froze when he heard it, and a black blade stabbed into his heart. Did I get right? Looking at your previous battles, this state must have a time limit. So, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes? That's right, 10 minutes. No matter how well Obito hid, Naraku still saw the panic in the other's exposed Sharingan. When he mentioned the number of 10 minutes, the change in Obito's eyes was most obvious. So that's 10 minutes. At this time, it was already 9 minutes and 47 seconds. Naraku had been counting silently in his mind, and as time was running out, his attacks became more fierce. What to do? What to do? Obito was anxious and tried every possible way, but he didn't know how to escape from Naraku. As the duration of Hollow was about to end, Obito became panicked. At this moment, Obito seemed to see the illusion of the black knife in Naraku's hand chopping off his head. The sharp sword skills are like a fire in the dark night, dazzling and eye-catching, attracting attention while containing infinite danger. Hollow time is up. Phew! Like a flash of lightning, Naraku held Kurakara in his hand, and the black tip of the blade pierced through Uchiha, Obito's heart. The flames spreading from the blade instantly filled Obito's body and began to burn his organs. Ah! Obito's shrill howl echoed, and Naraku drew his sword and slashed back, cutting through the opponent's black robe, leaving a deep scar on Obito that was visible to the bone. Obito trembled as the pain penetrated his bones and etched itself into his soul. Blood streaks covered his Mangekyo Sharingan, which seemed to be about to burst. With a snap, the mask covering Obito's face shattered and fell off. Call! The superb swordsmanship shone brightly, and a sharp blade slashed across Obito's neck, this time actually chopping off his head. This! Obito! The mask falls off, and Uchiha Obito's hidden true face is completely exposed. Obito, although half of Obito's face was completely damaged, it became extremely hideous. But the other half is normal. If someone is familiar with Uchiha Obito, they will be able to quickly recognize his identity from his drastically changed appearance. Shihouin Naraku put away Kurakara in panic and looked at Obito's head that fell to the ground with a look of surprise on his face. How could it be you? Aren't you already dead? What happened? Seeing his true identity exposed, Obito no longer hid it. A cruel smile appeared on his ferocious face, and he stared at Naraku with his last breath. Although he looked like he wanted to curse a few words, with his body separated from his body, he could only die unwillingly. Only the look of disbelief on Naraku's face allowed Obito to vent his anger. Naraku pretended not to notice that the 3-Tomo Sharingan on Obito's left eye was gradually turning gray, and he still looked at a loss. Mock up. Do you really think I have never seen Izanagi? Naraku knew without a doubt that Obito must have planned Izanagi in advance. After all, Obito was almost killed in the last battle, so he must be prepared in advance when facing Naraku this time. Roar! Just when Naraku was still thinking about whether to shed tears and express his condolences to make the scene more perfect, Three Tails Isabu roared and interrupted Naraku's emotions. Damn! The emotions I had worked so hard to build up. Naraku looked at Three Tails Isafu, who was rushing towards him with some dissatisfaction, saying that he really didn't know how to choose the right time. Lousy just helped you solve the source of your years of pain. Not only did you not thank me, but you actually came to deal with me, your benefactor? Boom boom. Three Tails Isabu turned into a wheel and rolled forward relentlessly. Bang! Shihouin Naraku stretched out his left hand to block in front of him, firmly resisting the three tails that carried infinite impact force. Crunch! In an instant, Three Tails' rapid speed was reduced to 0. The seemingly insignificant Naraku stood still, stretched out one hand, and easily stopped Three Tails' Isabu. Can something like this be done? He stopped Three Tails with one hand. What kind of person is this? With such a horrible impact force, Shihouin Naraku didn't even move. What a terrifying power! Even though I saw it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe it was real. The number one person in the ninja world is so powerful. What should we do? Mizuki-sama is being stopped by Shihouin Naraku. The mist ninjas who were watching from afar were looking at the battle in horror, not knowing what to do. Even Yagura, who is fully transformed into a tailed beast, is no match for Shihouin Naraku, so they can't do anything. It's not enough to cause trouble. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the mist ninjas were hesitating, the island suddenly began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Looking around, I saw Shihouin Naraku holding one of Three Tails' tails in one hand, bursting out with power and smashing the tailed beasts here and there crazily. Deep pits were smashed into the ground, and Three Tails was hit so hard that he felt dizzy and dazed, and he didn't even have the ability to resist. A seemingly small human being was actually carrying a huge tailed beast in one hand and throwing it around. It looked like it was not much heavier than a straw. Swish! Naraku burst into supernatural power, and then threw Three Tails' Isofi into the air, and then drew his sword and chopped it down. Clang! 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 Three crescent-shaped, extremely sharp black blade lights broke through the air, spanning the distance, carrying terrifying power, cutting through the space, and slashing at Three Tails' Gifu's body. Ouch! A shrill wailing sound was heard, and Three Tails twisted its huge body and slammed heavily onto the island, causing a strong vibration. Big spiral wheel. Surrounded by star rings, chakra was rapidly compressed and condensed into a pitch-black energy ball, which was thrown by Naraku towards Three Tails. Boom boom! Flames shot up into the sky. Violent explosions overturned the earth, and powerful shock waves spread and crushed in all directions. The large spiral wheel exploded with earth-shattering power and hit Three Tails without any deviation, without missing a single thing. The mist ninjas were stunned. With eyes wide open, he watched in panic what was happening. I wonder if Three Tails' Isafu will die just like that? Even the tailed beasts would find it hard to withstand such a series of blows. After swallowing their saliva, everyone turned their eyes to the leader Terumi Mei, hoping that she could come up with an appropriate idea. Terumi Mei smiled bitterly. What else could she do? Among the three who fought just now, except for the one who encountered Three Tails' Isabu alone, Terumi Mei still had some confidence that he could subdue the opponent. After all, Kirigakure had controlled the two-tailed beast for many years, so he should have a way. But she couldn't afford to offend any of the remaining two people. Now that Shihouin Naraku had attacked Three Tails' Isobushi, what else could Terumi Mei do but stand there and watch? The only solution to this problem is that Shihouin Naraku must vent his anger enough, and then the Mist Ninja can find a way to see whether Three Tails' Isabu is dead or alive. Although at the moment, the chances of Three Tails' Isabu surviving are very low. On the other side, Naraku watched with his own eyes as the eruption of fire completely engulfed Three Tails' Isabu, and he no longer paid attention to the other party. Whether he lived or died depended on Yagura's own luck. Naraku doesn't care that Yagura's sanity was broken because of Obito's illusion. It has nothing to do with him. It doesn't matter if you survive, and it doesn't matter even more if you die. At this time, Naraku's observation Haki suddenly discovered something. Looking back, Uchiha Obito's body was gone. Uchiha Madara lay there for how long in order to deceive the two Senja brothers before using Izanagi to get away. Obito, this guy, tried to deceive me, but he couldn't even last that long. Naraku shook his head in disdain, raised his head and looked around. His eyes moved slightly, and observation Haki instantly spread out, covering the entire island without any omission. With his powerful perception, he couldn't find anyone else except a few mist ninjas and Three Tails Isabu who were still struggling in the flames. Really gone? So scared of me? Obito is so fast. He doesn't worry about being discovered by me. He just wants to escape. Naraku didn't understand the consequences of beating up Uchiha Obito twice. When facing him, Obito did think about fighting back, but he was still beaten badly. The last time I fought, I almost died. If Black Zetsu hadn't intervened, Obito would not have woken up. This time, Obito's head was chopped off by Naraku, but fortunately he had set up his Inagi in advance, so he was not killed. Faced with this situation, it is normal for Obito to escape without paying attention to the loopholes left behind. Especially in this battle, Obito's strength has obviously increased greatly, but he is powerless in front of Naraku. What else can I say? Run away quickly.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.